A 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kenneka, what was going to happen to Kenneka. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is the images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Let's talk about it. All right, let's talk. For today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I am here. I am back live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, let's talk about it. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am here, and I am back, and I am back to talk about it, peoples. I said I'm here, and I'm back to talk about it. Because, see, the thing is, peoples, there is so much happening, and it's just absolutely crazy. I really don't understand a lot of the things that is going on. This world is going to peanuts. This world is going crazy. And so many things is happening, but yet, we need to stay prayed up. We need to stay vigilant, and we need to stay watchful. Because so much madness is going on. People is just doing crazy stuff. And I don't really quite understand it. But it's okay, peoples, because see, the thing is that I'm always here. And by me being here, peoples, I'm always going to speak my piece for whatever comes my way. It doesn't matter because, you got folks out here who is just doing crazy stuff. Now, I want to go back in history. I want to go back in time. I want to go back and play one of my old lives, peoples, because I want to allow the people to get a chance to see the various things that were said back in the day. Now, there's a lot of people who had came to my channel, who was subscribed to my channel, who had rocked with me for some period of time. And then there's a lot of people who had left, and rightfully so. And which is good because, at the end of the day, peoples, Edward Joseph really don't give 2 rats asses about these people who's all into their feelings. I really don't. I really don't give 2 rats asses to the various things that these people say and do because, see, when the nefarious and hilarious come in and they want to go and they want to disrupt my channel, well, then people, hey, there's things that I have to say and I have to do. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so people, I wanted to take it back. I wanted to take it back to a time to when we had talked about TM. And I asked the question, was TM innocent? I was talking to some friends of mine, the other day, and we had came to the conclusion because I was kind of like, well, TM, she literally told on herself. TM had clearly stated that Kanika had pretty much killed herself. That's what she said. She said that Kanika Jenkins had killed herself, basically, because she had said that nothing happened to my daughter. That's what she said. She said nothing happened to my daughter. But yet, peoples, we know that something happened to her daughter because of the simple fact that we know that Kanika is dead. That's first and foremost. But not only is Kanika dead, we know that Kanika has went through some things. And so, there has been conflicting stories because on one point, she tried to say, well, I need help. I need help, you know? And I'm kind of like, well, what type of help do you need? Because I've always been here. I've never changed the various things that I said and did and stuff. I've always been here to offer the help. But obviously, she must didn't need too much help because for the simple fact that she is the one who clearly stated that Kanika had walked herself into that freezer and laid down and died. That's pretty much what TM had stated, peoples, because she stated herself, nothing happened to my daughter. That's what TM said. She said nothing happened to my daughter. And with that statement alone, it clearly states, peoples, that Kanika had did this to herself. And so I don't know about you peoples, but I'm not satisfied with the madness that TM had said. And now TM is literally going through big time, all because she had made that admission herself, peoples. She said nothing happened to my daughter. But that is a bold-faced lie, peoples, because we know that something happened to Kanika. We clearly seen it for ourselves and things. And we're not going to take it for face value for the madness that TM had stated. So I wanted to go back, peoples, and I wanted to go and revisit this moment in time, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? So without further delay, peoples, we're going to get right into this. And there's some other things that I'm going to talk about, people. So I may just interject, in between time in the meantime. But for right now, let's get into this, peoples. Let me share my screen. And the question is, peoples, Teresa Martin is innocent. Happy Mother's Day. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Teresa Martin is innocent. Happy Mother's Day. You guys come on in. Peoples, Teresa Martin is innocent. Happy Mother's Day. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. For there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. Peoples, I want to do a tribute to all of the mothers here. I want to do a tribute to all of the mothers here on Facebook, YouTube, Reddit, Rumble, Instagram, every platform. I want to give a special tribute to all of the mothers. And Teresa Martin, I want to give a tribute out to you as well, ma'am. I want to give a tribute out to you as well. And so, peoples, if you give me a moment, let me go ahead because I have to do this real quick before I do anything, before I do this tribute. So I want to do it like this. So let me go to my channels real quick, peoples. I'm going to have to put on this thumbnail on my channels. And so, peoples, this is going to be a very, very interesting live. And this is going to be a very special live. Very special live. Now, for the book and for the record, I know that I have said some things in the beginning, but then I had said some things while this case was going on. But now it is time for me to say something now. Now, as you all may know, anybody who had known Edward Joseph to ever talk about this case knows that I have literally protected TM, Teresa Martin, forever and a day. In the beginning, I had protected Teresa Martin in the beginning for 3 years. And then I have seen some things and then it changed my focus. But then I always stated to all of you is that I will never stop seeking and trying to find and trying to get a greater understanding about this case. I said that. I made that promise to you all. And I made that promise to myself that I, Edward Joseph, will not stop seeking, searching, and trying to find answers in this particular case. And sometimes people's, we get so emotional with talking about this case that we tend to overlook certain aspects and certain things in this case. But what we're only human. See, we're only human. And as a human being, we all have flaws and failures. But see, the good thing is, people's, God doesn't judge us by the contents of our character. He doesn't judge us about the outer appearance of us, but he looks after the heart. And so people, Edward Joseph, always have a good heart. I've always have a good heart because, see, the thing is, peoples, I don't just put anything within my heart. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, we can say things, but I don't let things park within my heart. Peoples, do you understand what I'm saying? And so you just can't let any and everything in your heart. And so I may say some things, but now do I really mean it from the heart? That's a different story. I may say things out of anger, but do I really mean it from the heart? And God judges us about what we put in our hearts and not so much as to the things that we say, peoples, because he judges us by our intentions. Now, my intentions has always been not to bring salacious madness up against people, but to seek and try to find out the truth. And I've always been that person. I've always had that type of character. Anybody who talks to me on any great length of time knows that about Edward Joseph and understand. Because, see, I am a seeker, and I've only can go by what they said. Only can go by what they said. And I said, this time around, I'm only going to go by what they said. And take my personal views out of it and look at it for what they said. And I have to be honest with you, peoples. When I saw this video, I didn't see it in its entirety before I rendered my opinion about this video. But when I saw this video, I saw something different. I saw something real, and I saw something true. And it told me a lot, peoples. It told me a lot. And I know that many people may disagree with what I'm about to say, which is fine and things, because again, I've always told you from the beginning, you ain't got to believe me. You make the decision for yourself what you believe. You make the decision for yourself. But see, the thing is with Edward Joseph, okay, yeah. So I protected TM from the beginning. And then I changed my narrative when it came down to TM. But then I had to go back and I had to take a second look. And see, that's where redemption comes in, peoples, because see, we can falter and we can fail in our endeavors and stuff. But see, God grants us a second chance. See, he's the God of a second chance. He is the God of a second chance, peoples. And so because God is a God of a second chance, well, thank you, Jesus. Thank you for dying on the cross for the remission of my sins and your sins and everybody else's sins. Thank you, Jesus, for what you have done. See, it's Mother's Day, peoples. It's Mother's Day. And I'm not going to sit here and vilify a mother in however manner you may classify it as being, peoples. I thank God for my mother who had birthed me and raised me, prayed for me and laid hands on me and brought me up to be the person that I am today, a God-fearing man. My mother. And so, Mama, happy Mother's Day to you. Happy Heavenly Mother's Day to you. Now, I know you're in heaven because of what you have done. Thank you. Thank you for the instructions. Thank you for the prayers. Thank you for the chastisement. But thank you for your love. Thank you. And so, peoples, this is a special tribute to my mother, to your mother, to all of the mothers, and to TM. Peoples, I remember mother in a happy way. And so, peoples, if you want to indulge me just for one moment, just give me 1 second. Let me call up something here, peoples. If you just indulge me just for one moment, let me call up something here. Because, see, I remember my mama. Yes, I do. I remember my mama. And so I just want to just call up a little something here. Yeah, give me a second. I'm looking for something here. Now, I thought I had all of my files over here, but I guess it didn't. So let me take a look at this again. So I think I do have all of my files. Everything is. So I had, maybe I took it off. Maybe I did. Okay. No, I didn't. Here it is right here. Okay, so let me do a special tribute to my mother, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? Let me call it this other photo right here. Okay. I'm going to call it this other photo right here. And I'm going to call it this photo right here. And then this is going to be a tribute to my mother. So I'm going to put that in the center. I'm going to put this to the side like that. And then I'm going to put this to the side like this. Okay. Let me see. Let me move this over just a little bit. Let me move this over just a little bit like that. Let me move this over just a little bit like that. Okay. And then last but not least, let me put this picture right here. And this is going to be my tribute to my mother right here. Where's that picture at? There we go. Right there. Yeah, that's the picture. All right, family. If you guys are watching, if you guys are watching, you know, I'm talking about my family members now because they watch my live and things. This is a special tribute to Edward Joseph and his mother. All right, peoples. Let me go ahead and let me share my screen, and hopefully I can play this in the background while I'm playing it. So let me share my screen. Get the audio on there. Okay. So I'm going to have this playing in the background while this is playing. So happy Heavenly Mother's Day, Mom. Love you. And peoples, I remember my mama in a happy way. And that's my special tribute to my mama. My mama is in heaven now, peoples. And she's sitting at the feet of Jesus for all eternity, giving praises and honor to our Heavenly Father. I remember my mama. That's my tribute, peoples. And so there's one more song that I wanted to play, peoples. There's one more song that I wanted to play while I'm here on this tribute and things. Because see, the thing is, peoples, regardless of all of the things that we as human beings has done in this life, God is a God of a second chance. He is a God of a second chance, peoples. And so I want this. I want this young man to sing, "You are a God of a second chance." Hopefully, I'm playing a song right. Hopefully, this is the song. Okay, so that's not. Nah, I don't remember these ladies singing it. I remember a little young man singing it. So I may not have the song right, but I'm gonna try to find it, peoples. I hear that song in my spirit. I can see the young man singing it, but I don't know if that's the name of the song. Let's see. Let me see. Okay, so it keeps bringing me back to these people. He was a young man at the time when he sung this song, but hmm, maybe I may not be able to maybe I may not be able to find that song. I'll find it, but I'm just not finding it under the title that I'm giving it. But you guys know the little young man who had sung this song. He says, "You are the God of a second chance. You are the God of a second chance." Oh boy. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so let me look up Hezekiah Walker. I think it may be sung under his name. But that song is resonating in my spirit so much so, and I want to play that for you peoples because this would be appropriate for what I'm about to talk about now. Because see, God is a God of a second chance, regardless of what we say and regardless of what we think and what we feel. You know, see, all too often people's and I get this, we have been judgmental people, and sometimes we look at things and we kind of have things wrong. Yeah, this is it right here. Okay, so it is under Hezekiah. Is it under Hezekiah Walker? So let me type in Hezekiah Walker, God of a second chance. That I knew. Okay. Mm, see. Hezekiah Walker. Walker. God of a second chance. There we go. All right. So I found the people's. All right. So this is going to be my second part of the tribute. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Let me share my screen, people. And this one right here is pretty much for Teresa Martin and knowing that God is a God of a second chance. So regardless of what Teresa Martin may have did in her life, God is a God of a second chance, peoples. So let's go. And he is a God of a second chance, peoples. You heard what he said. I have done wrong, but you're a God of a second chance, you know. And so, people, I wanted to come today up on this Mother's Day. I wanted to come on this Mother's Day celebration and stuff because I got it wrong. And I don't mind admitting that I got it wrong, peoples. And see, for the book and for the record, for the book and for the record, peoples, I've always said to go by and to listen to what they said. And in the beginning, peoples, in the beginning, I, Edward Joseph, has protected Teresa Martin for 3 years in my lives up on Facebook. In the beginning, I would not allow no one to talk bad about Teresa Martin because I said I couldn't fathom or understand how anyone how anyone who lost a child could be able to bear that type of burden like that and stuff. And so, throughout the years, people's things has been said and things has been shown and things has been done, and I was all into my feelings. But see, the one thing I didn't do at that particular time was listen. I didn't listen because I didn't take my own advice. I didn't do what I had admonished many of you to do, and that is listen to learn and to learn to listen. And so, peoples, this is one of the reasons why the good Lord has put this in my spirit. He did that. He put this in my spirit. And I thank God for Brazy Certified World Media because he was the one who had brought this to Edward Joseph's attention. And he said, Edward Joseph, I need you to listen to this. I need you to listen to this because this doesn't sound like a mother who would have done something to her child. And he said, I want you to go back and I want you to take a look at that live that she had did on the radio show. And I want you to listen attentively to what is being said. I said, okay. Let me go ahead, and because I said this time around I was going to go back and I was going to go and take a second look at things and stuff. And I'm going to take my feelings out of it. I'm going to take my judgmental views, my commentary and things, and I'm going to listen to what they said. Not for what I believe, not for what I think, but for what they said. That's what I said that I was going to do this time. I was going to bring it back to what they said. And when I did that, people, I found out some things that I didn't know. Found out some things that I didn't know. And then when I went back and still had conversations with Brazy Certified World Media, he brought some things to my attention and he made sense of it. And see, peoples, I said that you have to put things in perspective. And when you put things in perspective, you got to be able to make sense of the things that you're saying. And if you make sense of the things that you're saying, well, then, hey, it ain't nothing else that anybody can say, because if it makes sense, it makes sense. And in this case, it made sense, peoples. It made sense to me. It made sense to what she was saying and why she said it. It made total sense for what she was saying and why she said it. And if we ever take the time to get out of our judgmental ways and learn to forgive, especially when we have done wrong, and learn to forgive, especially when we got it wrong. See, we done wrong and we got it wrong. And whenever we get it wrong, what do mama do? Mama comes over and she may tap the hand and she may tap that little bottom, but at the end of the day, she will go and she will hug you and she will embrace you and she will tell you, I love you. Because if mama is not going to hold judgment upon you when you did wrong, why should you? Why should you, peoples? And I have to admit, peoples, I was in my feelings. Seeking, searching, and finding. But see, the thing is, I had it right in the beginning. See, even with my spiritual nature and even with my eagle eyes, God had allowed me to see it for myself in the beginning. And in the beginning, I had it right. In the beginning, yes, I protected TM. And that was the right thing to do, peoples. Regardless of the things that she had said and the things that she had did, and it looked so suspicious to me at the time, but I get it now. I understand it. I'm not from Chicago. I don't understand the Lily lingo that goes on out there. I don't understand the nature. I don't understand the culture because I'm not from there. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so people, they move differently. I said they move differently, peoples, because when you're not from a certain area, you don't know. You're on the outside looking in. And see, I was on the outside looking in. And so I had to admit that I don't understand the culture. I don't understand the language. I don't understand how they move and how they do things. All I know is what I have been shown. Now, does this change everything, peoples? It changes to a certain degree. It changes it to a certain degree. Now, I still have my reservations about TM, and I still have my reservations about some of the things that she has done and some of the things that she has said. And I may not get any true answers behind it. But from looking at this, it changes my mind to a certain degree. You know, it does. It really changes my mind to a certain degree. And I have to give props and I have to give honor where honor is due, you know, and I have to just call it for what it is. And me being a God-fearing person, me being a minister of the gospel and stuff, I can't hold grudges against people. Do you understand what I'm saying? I can't hold grudges against people. That the Lord won't forgive me if I can't forgive others for their transgressions. And so when you all said all of this salacious madness about me, well, I still forgave you. Now, I may not forget, but I still forgave you. I forgave you from my heart because that's what I am mandated to do. Now, the things, it hurts and so, but that's okay because, see, I'm a true believer that God will have his justice. God will have his revenge. God said it in his word. Be not deceived, for God is not mocked. Whatso a man soweth, that shall he also reap. And so when you sow bad seeds, peoples, you tend to reap them at some point in time in life. And so I can't sit around here in good conscience and hold and harbor madness within my heart up against you people who said all of these bad things about me. I'm living my best life. I'm living my best life, peoples. And so if I'm not going to be disturbed by the salacious madness that you pent up against me, well then, why should I think that you should do the same with me? Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm no different than you to a certain degree because I vilified this woman. I did that. It came from my lips. It came from my lips, but it didn't come from my heart. It's a big difference, people. I said the things out of anger, and I said the things out of frustration. I said the things out of confusion, but it was all an illusion. I said it, but I was right in the beginning. In the beginning, because in the beginning, God had already imputed that in my spirit. And I protected her for 3 years. But then I let my guard down. And when I let my guard down, then I start to think, speak, act, and do just like many of you. You know? And I vilified this woman. Just like you did me, I did to her. But I want you guys to really listen to what she had to say, because this is what changes my views upon TM. Now, I don't know if TM is really a Christian woman or not. I mean, you know, the things that she says is a little awkward to me and stuff. But then again, I'm not from Chicago. I never lived a day in her shoes. So I can't judge this woman just because I'm feeling some type of way. And just because she may not measure up to the things that I may say or do, well, then that's no here or there, because again, it's a personal opinion, peoples. And it's my personal opinion, and it has no bearing upon you. But at the end of the day, she is human. She is human, peoples. And she was the overseer of a young lady called Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. And so whether I believe that that is her real daughter or not, that's no here or there, because at the end of the day, peoples, she suffered a great loss. And that's the thing that I need to keep in mind, peoples. That's the thing I need to keep in mind. And so regardless of what my personal views may be up against TM and things, she suffered a great loss. And the great loss was Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins. I mean, you know, in the beginning, they said Kenneka Martin. But then it changed to Kenneka Jenkins. And I want to play this other live that I have played, peoples, because this content creator said that she had 2 sisters. This content creators, y'all hold on for a moment. All right, people. So again, you know, it doesn't matter what my personal views may be of TM. It doesn't matter what my personal views is. I have to come and I have to admit when I'm wrong from that of what I see, and I got to make the wrong right. Now, does it change my views upon everything? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But it changed my views upon some things. Because again, like I say, you have to show me in order for me to understand. And when you show me, then I can be able to look at it, dissect it, think upon it, pray upon it, meditate upon it and things, and then I'll come with a conclusion. But as of it stands now, in this instance, peoples, I have to admit when I'm wrong. And I vilified this woman for years. I vilified this woman for years. And on this Mother's Day, Teresa Martin, I have to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the various things that I have said about you. I'm sorry for scandalizing your name without really getting to listen and understand the things that you said. Now there's things that you have did that just made me just look at you sideways and stuff, and that's just very well may be your nature. And it rubs me the wrong way, but that's a personal opinion. And my personal opinion really doesn't have no effect upon you because you're going to live your life. You're going to do what you do. You're going to say what you say, regardless of what I think. But when it comes down to this instance, I had to say that I'm sorry because I looked at something certain a different way. Now, does that change my views about you totally in every way, shape, form, or another? No, it doesn't. So let me be clear. I still have reservations. I still have reservations and things and stuff. But when it comes down to what I'm about to talk about, I had to come out as a human being, as a man of God, as my mother's child, as my heavenly Father's servant. I had to come out and I had to apologize on this Mother's Day, and I had to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry for saying the salacious things that I said and doing the things that I did. Because in this instance, you know, you're innocent. Now, are you innocent totally and across the board? Well, no, I said again, I have reservations, and I would address that at such time. But as it stands right now, people's on this Mother's Day, I'm not worried about my reservations. I just want to bring to your attention the various things that I had found out that I did not know. And that was my fault because I was looking in the lenses of feelings. But see, the Lord put this unction in my spirit for a reason. And he said, Minister Edward Joseph, you need to take a second look. And if I'm a God of a second chance, well, then I gave you a second chance. I gave you a third chance. I gave you a fourth chance, fifth chance. I gave you many chances. And so because I afforded you that, now I want you to go back and I want you to take a second look and give a second chance to this person who you vilified. And that's what I did, peoples. That's exactly what I did. Because I said this time around, I'm going to take my feelings out of it. I'm not really going to care too much about what the people say. I'm going to go and I'm going to do exactly what I needed to do in the beginning. And that is take it for what the people said. For what they said. You can't change what they said. You can interpret what they said, but you can interpret it so many different ways. And this is where the conversation comes in, peoples. So judgment comes out and conversation comes in. Because see, you can say what you said and you can interpret what they said, but you know, however you interpret it, that is a personal view. It's a personal view. But it was a reason why I had garnered over 5,000 people on my Facebook page in my Kanika Jenkins chat, because the people wanted to hear what Edward Joseph had to say. And so YouTube is a little different beast, but see, where my help came from was Facebook. And if it wasn't for Brazen Certified World Media, I wouldn't even be here today speaking to you up on YouTube. Because I fought for quite some time not to come to YouTube because I didn't understand the platform. I mean, shit, with 5,000 people on Facebook and they're listening to you, why would I go to YouTube? But I came to YouTube, and you guys are a beast. You guys are a different breed. Many of you who watch this live and things and stuff, you know. But it's amazing how when I talk about the Kanika Jenkins case, many of you people have so much to say, but yet you choose not to come to the live to try to share your thoughts and views. That's incredible to me, how you got your mouths open, but when it comes down to coming and sharing it with the international community, you ain't got nothing to say. And why is that, peoples? Why do you open up your mouth and you say all of this stuff, but then when you're getting called to the carpet to share what you need to say or what you want to say, you ain't got nothing to say? And so now, whenever Joseph comes and Edward Joseph pours out his heart and spirit, and I go in hard and heavy based upon my interpretation, now I'm a villain. Now I'm crazy. Now I'm stupid. Now I'm this. Now I'm that. No, peoples. See, it's a big difference. See, I have a voice, and I'm only calling for what I see. And I say from what I see. And just like you're going to hear for what you say, show me. Until you show me what I say stands. Whether you like it or not. What I say stands. And this is why I try to get across to many of you. Show me. You may not like what I say. You may not agree with what I say, but show me. And if it makes sense, I don't have no other reason but to acknowledge it, peoples. If it makes sense. Now, if it doesn't make sense, well then, yeah, you know, I'm going to be a beast and I'm going to fight up against it. But if it makes sense, I have no other reason to doubt it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I have to agree with it. The truth stands on its own and it needs no help. Now, there's many ways that you can go about finding the truth, peoples, but see, the thing is, you know, you got to do a little bit of digging. And you got to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. And then you got to mix it up a little bit, you know, because it's not the truth is not always going to be prevalent, and it's not always going to be something that you can be able to spot clear on, because the devil is a liar. He comes to kill, steal, and destroy. That's the devil's job. And the devil is a cunning, conniving beast that all the times distorts the truth. He comes with confusion and illusions. That's the devil's job. And some of you are infused with the devil and doing the devil's bidding. See, you know that song, it says, I once was lost, but now I'm found. Jesus saves. Jesus saves. I once was lost, but now I am found. Jesus saves, Jesus saves to the utmost. Jesus saves to the utmost. Jesus saves. He will pick you up. He will turn you around. Hallelujah. Jesus saves. Jesus saves peoples. And I've always had to keep that in the forefront of my mind. Jesus saves. Edward Joseph doesn't save. You don't save. Nobody can save, but Jesus saves. And because Jesus saves peoples, Jesus is not the author of confusion. He's not the author of illusion. Jesus is truth and love. Jesus. And so whatever spiritual nature that this young lady has taken upon, it's not for Edward Joseph to condemn this woman. You know, now I may have a difference in opinion and I may say some things, you know, out of spite. I may say some things because I'm in my feelings and whatnot. But at the end of the day, truth is truth and facts is facts. Real is real. And you can't get no better than that, peoples. You can't get no better than that. And I have to call it the way that I see it. And this is the way that I see it, peoples. And as it stands in my mind, as it stands, based upon what I have seen, I have to say that Teresa Martin is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law or in the court of public opinion. You guys hold on for a moment. Okay, people, so I'm back. And so, you know, like I said, people, you know, like I said, you can't judge a book by its cover. And God never judges us by our cover, but he looks at the contents therein, peoples. And God doesn't judge us by our actions, he judges by our intentions. What was your intent while you did the various things that you did? That's what you're going to be judged upon, your intent. Do you understand what I'm saying? God doesn't judge you by your actions, he judges you by your intent, peoples. What did you intend to do when you did what you did? And that's what the Lord looks at. And so that's why we have to be very, very careful, peoples. That's why we have to be very, very careful when we do things and stuff, because, see, we're going to be judged. We're going to stand before the throne of God, and we have to give an account to the various things that we done. And the Lord is not going to look so much at the actions. He's going to look at the intent. What did you intend to do when you did what you did? And you can't lie, because, I mean, everything is already written. You can't lie. He knows the heart. And so when you were saying the salacious madness and things, did you intend to say it? Or was it out of anger, fear, confusion, or confusion? And that's what it was in my sense, peoples. It was done out of anger and confusion, because I was hell bent upon understanding the truth that I missed it. I missed it. But see, the good thing is, peoples, God is God of a second chance. And so although I missed it in the beginning, I had a second chance to come back and take a look at it again. And now I got clarity out of confusion, because I've always told you, don't just tell me, you need to show me. You need to prove to me. See, every live that I did, I've shown you what I felt. I've shown you what I thought. I've shown you, because this is what I believe. But I've shown you. No question about it. I've shown you. So see, you can tell me everything, but until you show me and until you make it make sense, I can't not endorse it. I cannot believe it. I don't care how good it sounds. You got to show me. You got to show me. And when you show me, and if it makes sense, I have no other way other than to believe it. Period. That's the end of the story right there. But you got to show me. And so I'm not saying I totally find Teresa Martin innocent. But in this case, in this segment, I had to digress and I had to apologize. And I misunderstood her. But now I got clarity because it was shown to me. And guess what, peoples? It made sense. It made perfect sense. So let me go into what I am saying, peoples, on today, the special live. But before I do that, I see my people came into the house and stuff, people. So let me give a shout out. Hello, Brazy Certified World Media. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Brazy Certified World Media said, shout out to everybody watching. And he's giving a salute. This is going to be a good live. It's just getting started. And happy Mother's Day to all the beautiful mothers today. And then he salute. That's some real shit. Then Brazy Certified World Media had said, I would love to entertain you, custom dummy, but right now I'm watching a very good live that you're commenting under. This is good content, something you have no clue how to make. And there you have it, peoples. You know, I gave Custom an opportunity to come to the live. I gave Custom an opportunity to come and share his thoughts and views, but Custom Design chose not to. He decided to come in hilarious and nefarious. Now, I could have blocked him, but I didn't. I truly didn't, peoples. I didn't do that. I said, well, let me sit back and fry my chicken and see how this all going to play out. Because I know had I interjected, then it would have took away from the various things that was being said. And I didn't want that focus. I wanted him to come out and empty himself like I always do. Like I always do with everybody, you know, come on and empty yourself and things, you know. So I did like I did with him in the beginning, because he wanted to take it back to the beginning when he first came to my channel and stuff. And we used to politic and things. And see, this is just the good nature of me, people. This is just how I am. You know, I give you an opportunity to share what you need to share, say what you need to say, and express what you need to express. You know, and I did that on last night. And I tell you, peoples, if you didn't listen to the live on last night, oh my God, peoples, you missed a treat. You missed a treat. Oh my God, peoples. Boy, that was so funny to me. I died laughing, but I came back to life. And so, people's, what I wanted to do, let me share a little bit of that, because I know this is a new live and stuff, and I got all day. So if you ain't got all day, that's fine, you know. But I'm gonna play back a little bit of that for your enjoyment and things. But then I'm going to get back into this right here, because that of what you see behind you, 107.5 WGCI, Teresa Martin did an interview, and we all looked at this interview and we all misconstrued the very things that Teresa Martin was saying. But Teresa Martin was saying some real shit in this live. She was saying some real shit, and she was speaking from the heart. And see, peoples, because we were all in our feelings, we didn't hear it. But you're going to hear it today. Showing up. I said you're going to hear it today. So just as a prelude, peoples, because see, this is the bullshit and nonsense that Custom Design had came. He tried to prop up this Uncle Fed, and I already told you about Uncle Fed, because I put Uncle Fed to bed, and I made him rest his head, because see, Uncle Fed, they propped that nigga up. Oh yeah, Fed. You know, when Fed was in the boom in the box, you remember Boom. See, when Boom was in the box, but then they prompted his tail up as being something. But then I called out Uncle Fed. I called out Uncle Fed, as I called out Custom Designs, as I called out a lot of other YouTubers. Called him out. And I put him to rest. And see, now Fed is out of the box. But see, all of those people who sat around here and literally politicked and was all in Fed's corner and propping that man up, Fed ain't gave these Negroes the time nor the day. Fed didn't call out Customs. Fed didn't call out T. Slay. Fed didn't call out Fred. Fed didn't call out none of these people who propped this man up. And he didn't give them a shout out. He never had them on his channel since he's been out. Fed is dead. Fed is dead because I put him to bed. And so, people, I want you to hear. I want you to hear what happened. What happened on the other day? I want you to hear it, peoples. I want you to hear it. Is that all right, peoples? So let me go ahead and let me call this up, peoples. I said, let me call this up. I want you to hear it, peoples, for yourself. And then we're going to get into what I needed to talk about on today. Is that all right, peoples? Let me share my screen. And so let me put that on mute. We're going to skip right to it and stuff, peoples. We're going to start off with him. We're going to start off with him, and then we're going to end it with. So he came under he came under a different name in the beginning. Okay, there he is. All right. So we're going to start off with him. We're going to listen to him, and then we're going to listen to Brazy Certified World Media, end it, and then we're going to get back into the live peoples. We're going to go back and get into the live that I was discussing on today. But while this is playing, I'm going to go ahead and call up these other pictures and things that was given to me and stuff. So, you know, but for right now, let's listen to a little tidbit of what was going on, because see, this is important. This is important. This is all in line with what I am talking about right now, because see, the thing is simply this, peoples. The thing is simply this. See, the people all the time got something to say, but when called to the carpet to show your proof to your truth, you can't. See, I don't do a lot of screaming and hollering and things, people. I just showed you what my proof and what my truth is. Now, you ain't got to believe me. You ain't got to believe me, but come debunk me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Come debunk me. You know. Now, I've always said, everybody has a different narrative. Everybody has something to say when it comes down to this case. Everybody's going to interpret it differently in things, and that's rightfully so, people. So that's good. I'm glad that everybody does that and stuff. Everybody looks at it differently in things. Okay, that's fine. I don't hold nothing up against nobody. But see, the thing is, I'm going to give you from my perspective what I believe, and that's where I go with it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Based upon that of what I got. Now, if that doesn't float your boat, well, then let the conversation come on. Let's talk about it. Me and Brazy, Certified World Media, we go around and around and around, because on certain things we totally agree, and on certain things we have a difference in opinion. But we don't fall out of friends behind it. We just have our difference in opinion, but we have enough respect for each other to hear each other out and to talk about it. And sometimes we can get some resolve, and sometimes we can't. But it's okay. It's okay, because that's where the conversation continues. So then we go and we look at the content, and we analyze it and stuff, and then we come back for another round, and we come back for another round, we come back for another round. Me and Brazy, we've been talking about this Kenneka Jenkins case for a long time, way back in Facebook. And so you guys think that we don't know shit. That's you guys get that impression that we don't know shit. But see, the thing is, we know way lot more and have way a lot more content than what you guys would ever even imagine. We don't necessarily see eye to eye with everything, and that's good, because I don't want to have someone that totally agrees with me. Just like he tells me, just like I tell him. I got to see what you're saying, and it has to make sense. It just has to make sense to me. And if it doesn't make sense to me, I'm going to continue to keep going and saying what I'm saying until you can prove to me. Well, he did it. In this instance, he proved to me something that didn't make sense, but now it does make sense. And this is why I'm doing this live right now on Mother's Day, because I was given something that totally makes sense to me. Now, this is just a segment of this whole case. It ain't the whole case. It's a segment of it. And because it's a segment of it, and because he has proven to me unequivocally and undeniably, because this is what she said, it came out from her lips. I can't deny that, peoples. I have to accept it. And I have to digress. I have to draw back, because I finally got something to a degree of understanding. Now, this is a big case. And I'm not going to always agree with everybody and everything that they say, just like you're not going to agree with everything I say. And that's rightfully so. That's good. That's what makes it so special and so interesting. But see, the thing is, people, just as passionate as I am is just as passionate as he is with this case. And even though we may see, we may not see eye to eye on certain things, it doesn't take away our passion. Because just as much as he's going to work to try to get me to understand and see it through his lenses, it's the same way that I'm going to do the same for him. And the same for you all. It doesn't change my whole perspective about the whole entire case. It just changed my perspective about a certain part of this case. Now I got a greater understanding. I asked and it was given. And that's where we stand. That's where we stand, peoples. That's where we stand. But it's a lot more to this. It's a lot more to this. And I'm ready to get to the bottom of this, peoples. And I'm going to continue to keep talking about it until I empty myself. And then some. And so, you can be part of the conversation. You ain't got to believe me, and you ain't got to believe him. And if you do, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine too. Either way it goes, we're going to be here. We started off tight. We started off strong. And then, like with anything, we broke apart and we was at each other and things. But see, when you are real and you have that passion, you come back to the very thing that connects you in the beginning. And that is, you have the passion for that of this case. And that's what draws us together and stand tall and stand firm. And talk about the hilarious and nefarious people with all of this madness. Because see, the thing is, peoples, if Kenneka Jenkins never was at the establishment, well, then how could it be that we have all of these photos at the establishment? Who's going to go way out the limb and take a deceased body to the Crown Plaza and proclaim that she was there? That shit doesn't make no sense to me. And see, these are the things that I want to try to point out to you and things. And these are the things that I call out. Now, Customs and T. Slay and Trey Gay and Casey Cloyo, Vera Sanchez, Medina, and all of the other content creators, everybody has their own narrative and stuff. That's fine and things. But I'm going to talk about them, especially if I don't agree with it, and especially if I don't understand it. It has to make sense. And if anything that I say doesn't make sense, well, then come make it make sense to me and then to the people. They owe you that. So when you want to disagree with me, well, then look and understand why I said what I said. I'm giving you illustration as to why I said it. I'm not just talking out the side of my neck and just coming out the blue with some shit. I'm showing you why I said it. I'm showing you my interpretation. So you can agree with it and you don't have to agree with it. But if you don't agree with it, show me something that counters what I said. Give me and all of the people who's listening a greater understanding as to what you're trying to convey. And if you can do that, then, and if it makes sense, then I have no other choice but to digress and accept that of what you say. But if it doesn't make sense to me, oh man, I'm gonna be a beast. I'm gonna stand 10 toes down with what I have to say. But see, you should do that. You should stand 10 toes down with what you believe. And if you believe that Kenneka Jenkins never was at the establishment, believe that. But why are you believing it, peoples? while you believe in it, peoples, I want you to, while you believe in it, peoples, I want you to think upon why you believe what you believe. That's what I want you to do. I want you to think about why you believe what you believe. And when you do that, peoples, well, then, when you do that, peoples, and you can be able to explain it and make it make sense, well, then you have done something. But if you're all talk and you can't show and you can't make sense of the things that you're saying, well, then shit, you ain't saying shit. You ain't saying nothing to me. All you're doing is just running your mouth. That's all you're doing. All you're doing is just running your mouth. And I don't need to sit here and waste my time with people who just runs their mouth. If you're going to have a conversation with me, peoples, it has to be meaningful. It has to be something in depth. And it has to be something to where you can make it make sense. I tell you, me and Brazy, we literally be on the phone all day and all night and going over this case. Going over this case day and night. Rightfully so. We do that. You don't have to do that. Nobody asks you to do that, but we do that. And we do that for a reason, because it's just how much invested we are with this case. We're seeking the truth, peoples. We're seeking the truth. And so things may not be crystal clear now, but the more that we continue to keep talking and keep analyzing, then things start to become crystal clear. And see, we blamed everybody under the sun in that establishment, but now it's becoming crystal clear as to who the perpetrators was and what roles that they played. See, I've never taken upon the narrative of what these YouTubers and Facebookers were saying, because I had my own narrative and my own conclusion based upon what was given to me. And then when I start to see more things and stuff, then my narrative changed. And then when I start to see more things, then my narrative changed. And then when I start to see more things, then my narrative changed. But see, the thing is, my narrative changed. But see, the thing is that everything that I said, I was able to show you why I'm saying it. Not just saying it just out the top of my head. I've shown you why I said it. I've shown you why I believed it. I've shown you. Now, whether it's true or whether it's false or whatever, I gave you the reason why I believed it. I've shown you. What have you done? You haven't shown anything. And the shit that you shown, it doesn't make sense. Tell me anything that I have said and shown that doesn't make sense. Now, is it the truth? It may and it may not be, but it's my perception is what I'm telling you, because it's what I am getting from that of what was given. And it makes sense to me. Makes pure sense to me. And so I have had yet to have anybody tell me otherwise up until now, to help me take a second look at this and understand why she was moving the way she was. And that's why I had to come and I had to apologize to Teresa Martin, because I didn't understand, because I was in my feelings and I didn't administer and apply the very things that I keep telling you all. You got to learn to listen, and you got to listen to learn. You got to, peoples. You got to. That is a must. That is imperative. If you're ever going to understand anything in life in general, you got to learn to listen, and you got to listen to learn. You got to shut your mouth and listen. You got to listen. And you got to learn while you're listening. And you got to listen to learn. It goes hand in hand, peoples. You cannot have one without the other. It goes hand in hand. And see, I've learned to listen, and I've listened to learn. And this time around, I said, peoples, I'm going to take this thing back to the very beginning, and I'm going to only go by what they said. What they said, what came out from their lips, or what was ever written, or what was ever shown. I'm only going to go by what they said, and then talk about it. And talk about it, you know? But it's what they said. And if it ain't what they said, it ain't no reason for me to talk about it. But I'm only going to go by what they said. I said this time around, I made thousands of lives, peoples, and I've talked. But now this time around, the lives is already done. I can't take that back. I can't change that. Moving forward from this day on, peoples, I've said, and I've said this a while ago, I'm only going to go by what they said. That's it. I can't change nothing. I can't add anything, and I can't take away from anything. And if you don't like what they said, well, then that's tough titty, because this is what they said. And you got to incorporate what they said. It ain't whatever Joseph said. It's what they said. Now, let's listen to what they said. Custom Designs and Brazy Certified World Media. This is what they said. And I can't change that. This is what they said. And after we listen to what they said, people, I'm going to go back to what Teresa Martin said. But before I do that, peoples, I see my peoples came in the house. Hello, Honesty. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Honesty has says hello, Edward and chat. And Honesty every time comes in with the hearts. Then Honesty has says hello, Brazy. And Brazy Certified World Media says hello, Honesty. All right, peoples, let's go back and let's listen to what Custom Designs and Brazy Certified World Media had said, because this is what they said. It ain't what I said, it's what they said. And then we're going to get back to what TM had said. Let's go. Okay, there you go. Hello, Custom Designs. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today.
Look, you happy now?
We can hardly hear you.
Hold on. You hear me now?
I mean, we can hear you, but it's so, you're so faint. Let me see if I can turn up the volume here.
Look, hold on for a second. Hold on.
Your volume, you sound muffled.
Hold on for a second, man. Let me fix it. Hold on. Mm. Mm. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear now.
Okay, cool. I knew what it was. I was still hooked up to the motherfucking speaker playing music. So since you called Brazy, tell Brazy hit the link and come on up here too since he in the chat. Sideline it. Let's have this a gathering. I ain't coming on no disrespectful nothing. I don't really care about too much or nothing. About this case, about nothing else. I don't care. This shit you've been seeing. I ain't been posting nothing or talking about it or nothing. I really don't care no more like I used to. I still care because I'm a caring person. But at this point, whoever trying to still either get some attention or talk about this shit or keep on talking about what could have happened and all that shit, at this point, you motherfuckers is sad. Cause y'all just using this shit just to have something to talk about. And then when you don't have nothing else to talk about or no what ifs, what if this could have happened and all this, and just to keep people questioning what if shit, to keep the story continuing on, this shit is beyond my understanding. I'm not a social media guy. Facebook, Instagram, none of that shit. Never had it. I'm even kind of disappointed in myself to get involved in this shit as much as I did. But I'm glad I did that, try to help somebody. But regular people like me can't even be considerate to another human being that been harmed, killed, raped, beat, sold, and mutilated. People, regular people that care about other people like me can't even help other people because, don't take this the wrong way, it's people like you. I'm going to just leave it at that. I'm not going to go into detail. For whatever reason that you saw fit in your life to label me or T Slay as an op to you is beyond my belief. I don't know how. It don't matter. At this point, it just don't even matter to me no more. It's beyond my belief how many times you kind of have disrespected T Slay knowing how mad it make me, just to cause a reaction in me to get me to react to you, knowingly, as a grown man. You went out of your way to disrespect and hurt T Slay so badly that you knew it was hurting me, just to get a reaction out of me. I don't care if you think it's true or not, or how you look at it. That's what it is to me.
Okay, so people, I wanted to come back, and I needed to. I wanted to just be silent for a moment and just let the man speak. But now I had a chance right now to really listen to what he's saying and shit. And I have to speak my piece now. Now, you all who's been around in this community clearly see how this man has been treating T Slay, talking to her, and all of the things that he was saying to her and stuff. And he has the audacity to sit up here and try to browbeat me and tell me how I'm talking about her and things like that. Well, if it wasn't for me who had encouraged her ass to leave his channel and to go ahead and get her own channel, because she was taking abuse like you wouldn't believe. You guys thought that Edward Joseph was really bad and shit. No, Cousin Zion was way worse than me. Way worse than me. And how this man has the audacity to sit his black beloved ass up here and say that I, Edward Joseph, made him mad because of the shit that I was saying by T. Slay. Everything I said about T. Slay, I meant it with a passion. I meant it. And everything that I said about Cousin Design, I meant it with a passion. I wasn't sugarcoating shit because I was telling the real. You're stupid. You are stupid to sit your black ass up here and try to tell the people that Kenneka Jenkins never was at that establishment. That is the most stupidest thing that I have ever heard in my entire life, peoples. And I called them to the carpet. I called them both to the carpet upon that. And I didn't give a goddamn whether he liked it or not and stuff. I mean, that was my truth. And I spoke my truth. And so he is all in his goddamn feelings because he said, well, you know what you were saying about Slay and stuff had hurted me and all like this and stuff. Well, that's good because, see, the thing is, what this nigga failed to realize and understand, he was hurting a lot of people. He was hurting a lot of people. He was hurting me by him talking to this girl in a manner to which he was. You know, no woman, no girl deserves that type of punishment that he gave to Slay. And he may not acknowledge or greatly understand the shit that he did, but he did it. And that hurted me and it offended me. I said it hurted me and it offended me. And the only thing that I said about Slay is, ma'am, leave him the fuck alone. I didn't get down on Slay to go ahead and browbeat her and things. The things that I said about Slay, I kept it up on the case. It wasn't no personal attack says, oh, Slay, you look so goddamn ugly and this and that. And no, everything that I said was pertaining to the case, was pertaining to the shit that she was saying about the case. It's a big difference, Mr. Custom Design. You're stupid. Never did I sit here and vilify Slay in a personal manner if it didn't relate to the case. Now, I called her stupid. I called her crazy. I called her hilarious and nefarious because she was for the various things that she was saying. But it wasn't no personal attack up on Slay because I kept it up on the case. But this nigga, on the other hand, wanted people to bend down and bow down, and I refused to bow down to him because he's no fucking king. This nigga cannot tell me what the fuck I can do up on my goddamn channel. But I digressed the other night because I wanted him to go ahead and empty himself. Because I knew Brazy Certified World Media was going to handle his ass. And he handled his ass with class. And not only did he handle his ass, but he shut down fucking Fed. Uncle Fed. But see, I've already put that nigga to bed. But you guys have to listen to what Brazy Certified World Media had said about Uncle Fed. Now, I bet you Fed is going to watch this live. And Fed is more than welcome to come to the channel to speak his piece if he wants to. Gangsta style. You know, say what you need to say. Boom. You know, but no playing your music. Just come and say what you need to say. Fed, Now, I guarantee you, Fed ain't gonna say shit about Brazy. He ain't gonna open up that door. He don't want none. Fed needs to go into retirement and go sit with his drunken buddies, sit down and shut the fuck up. Sit down somewhere. So now when Customs wants to sit up here and try to vilify Edward Joseph and try to tell Edward Joseph what he did and how offended he was and things, who gives two rats asses? I don't give a fuck. I don't give two rats asses what Custom Design said, because what I did was trying to speak some sense into T Slay. You accepted the shit from this man forever and a day, and why? It's what I don't understand. I don't get it for the likes of me, peoples. But hey. Wasn't none of my business. But I made it my business. And I said what I need to say, and then I left it alone. And after about a year or so, she finally took heed to what Edward Joseph had said, and she left his ass. And so his ass would sit over here, whine, weep in the morning. Slay, Slay, where are you today? Who in the fuck would sit up here and cry over a goddamn girl? Give me a fucking break with that shit, peoples. But Slate had that magnetism in her voice and in everything, to where it wooed Customs, and Customs sat his ass up here day and night. Boo-hoo! My Slay is gone. The fuck? Give me a break with that shit, people. That is some crazy shit. You ain't never seen me cry over no girl. Now I don't have nothing. I don't have no beef with Slay. I like Slay. You know, I like Slay. Really do. But I just don't like, and I didn't like the fact that Slay lied in this case and lied salaciously in this case. And that's why I had to say what I said to Slay. Now, she may not have liked it and things, but in my book, Slay is cool, you know. But see, that's what you suckers do. You guys all the time want to hold madness, hold grudges against people and shit. Man, Brazy, we had fought, we talked about each other and everything and stuff. But at the end of the day, look, we set that madness aside because there's greater things to tackle. It's greater things to tackle. But you suckers, you guys can't leave well enough alone because you remember the shit that was done to you. See, the thing is, people, see, I had all of these allegations levied up against me. And everybody talked their shit about Edward Joseph and stuff. But see, this motherfucker stayed 10 toes down. And I'm still around. See, they thought that they were going to go ahead and get me off of this case, and they couldn't. Didn't matter what they said about me and stuff, because I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still doing my lives. I'm still making my money. I'm still taking care of my kids. You know, I'm doing everything. So when you suckers wanted to come with all of this salacious madness, and then when I turned the ties up on and got your script and start talking about you, now you go run for the hills. You ain't got shit to say. And peoples, I don't give two fucks whether you like me or whether you hate me. I don't give two fucks because you suckers don't know who the fuck I am. You ain't never lived a day in my shoes, suckers. So who gives a fuck what you think about Edward Joseph? Well, what gives me consolation and what makes me proud, peoples, is you suckers all the time come back and watch my lives. Now, you may not say nothing in the chat, but your ass all the time is going to sit there for 5, 10, 20 hours, however fucking long I go live, and you sit your ass goddamn there and watch my lives and sit down like a little, nice little fucking puppy and shut the fuck up. You do that. So Eric Joseph, do not give a fuck if you like him or hate him. Bring your ass back to the table, sit your ass down, and shut the fuck up. And watch what I got to say. Is that all right, peoples? That's for all you suckers. Now, custom design. Sucker. You came back. I made you who you are. I made you famous. I brought you to my channel and I let you speak. I got all of those lives. And I didn't purposely turn down the live. I put all of those things on private for a reason, because I don't want the people to continue to keep going back and looking at the old lives. I want them to stay abreast as to what I'm doing now. See, if I was to open up and unleash all of the lives that I did back then you won't stay current. You'll be looking at the old lives and things. I don't want you to look at the old lives. Now, if any live that you want me to play that you were on and stuff, you know, be my guest. I'll play back the live. I'll be glad to, and let to see the people how unhinged and how crazy of a sucker you are. You're a sucker. You're a lollipop. See, lollipops all the time chiming out and thinking that they got broad shoulders and a big chest. No, you are king to the Kong. You're a sucker. You're a lollipop. And you lick. You lick. Customs, this is, I'm going to show you what you do, my friend. I'm going to show you what you do. Let me share my string, God damn it. See, now you guys got me worked up. And I didn't want to get like this. Not on Mother's Day. But this is what you do, custom design.
Can you do a click on a D? Shit, how the hell you think you got here? Can you do a click on a D? Shit, how the hell you think you got here?
Can you do a split on a dick? Shit. How in the fuck you think you got here? You sucking, customs. You sucking. And you splitting. This is the reason why all of those suckers is in the P effing Diddy case, because they did splits on a dick and they bowing down and they sucking and they effing. You got too much D in your mouth, customs. You need to clean that shit out. You need to go brush your mouth and brush your breath and come again with some freshness. You know, because that shit that you're talking about, man, that shit stinks. And it will not be tolerated. See, the thing is, customs, the thing is, and then I'm going to go ahead and play the video, peoples. The thing is this, customs, you know, you talk so much shit. You talk so much shit, but yet you cannot confront two real men. See, you want to try to overtalk people and things. You know, You all the time want to show, oh, well, let me say what I have to say and stuff. And so, no, see, we're gentlemen, something that you will never be, a gentleman. You know, so we gave you the floor. We let you express what you had to express so the people can see how unhinged you are. See, we didn't have to stoop down to your level to get a greater understanding as to who you are and how you are. Sometimes people's all you have to do is just sit back and listen, and they'll reveal themselves. Now, let Custom Design reveal who he really is. The sucker, the lollipop.
Now, I don't even know T. Slay at all. T. Slay live in a whole nother part of the United States than me. We never met or nothing. We met on Trey Gang's channel by me giving information to the channel. When they checked it out, they said, damn, you right. Everything. And the people said, Custom Design, you should start your own channel. I like, nah, I still got the receipts of the comments in the chats.
Okay, so boy, Edward Joseph, come on now. You need to stop. You need to stop. Okay, so I promise you, peoples, I won't stop this, but I have to say this, peoples. If the motherfucker had some goddamn receipts, then why in the fuck is he not sitting up here talking? Let me say that again, peoples. If the motherfucker, had any goddamn receipts in this goddamn case, then why in the fuck is he not talking about it now? Why does he take every goddamn video that he ever did about the Kenneka Jenkins case, him and Slay? And why is everything on private? Why is he not talking about it? He's got the fucking receipts. But yet he's over here wanting to come and wreak havoc with Edward Joseph. Why in the fuck is Custom Designs doing that, peoples? Because he knows he ain't got shit. And he doesn't want the truth to be revealed. He's an op. He's an op, peoples. Him and Fed is ops. Listen to what they say, peoples, because the shit that they say has no bearing in this goddamn case. And that mud rock shit that he tried to push up on people, what the fuck did the mud rock paperwork ever say? And what validity did it ever bring in this goddamn case? What? You tell me. Any of you suckers that sat your ass over there and listened to that madness, bring your ass over here and come and educate me and then educate the people. Tell me what in the fuck did the mud rock paperwork say that validated anything in this goddamn case? Absolutely nothing. That's why the people, Edward Joseph, and no other content creator reference the mud rock paper madness. All right, people, let's go.
I never had a Facebook channel. I never had an Instagram channel page or whatever the fuck they call that shit. I never had MySpace, Backpage, none of these type of shits in my life. Is beyond people of my caliber. People of my caliber, we ducking from the corner, cameras on the pole too much. We walk the streets dodging the cameras every day. It's like, you know how the little boys say, I don't know who sang the song. I'm ducking the cameras. I ain't going outside today. I'm ducking them cameras. I ain't going outside today.
Hey, Custom, you rain?
What?
What's going on, nigga?
Man, look, first of all, let me address you, the elephant in the room. That's dumb.
Hey, man, you got a problem with me, man.
I know I got a lot of problems. Listen to my problem right here. Let's just start with this.
What's up?
When we first even corresponded on Trey Gang's channel the first time, you remember?
I remember going back and forth.
Okay, so let's stop. You don't got to go into detail. So look.
No, I'm not definitely going into details.
Okay, so look. I can, because I remember as if it was earlier today. So look.
Okay.
I was on Trey Gang panel. Me and him was chopping it up about the mud rock paperwork that me and T Slade brought. I remember it as if it was earlier today. I'm talking about yesterday, though, like Mother's Day Eve. That's how technical I can get, because it's Mother's Day now. Like it was earlier today, Mother's Day Eve. Me and Trey Gang was on the channel talking about the mud rock paperwork. Me and T Slade tried to tell all these people. So look, while me and him chopping it up, you end up coming up on the panel. While I was explaining something to him, I got the video downloaded. I got the live downloaded in the phone and everything. So anyway, while I was explaining something to him, you came on the live. I'm not being rude, bro. Please, when you say something wrong with me, it is something wrong with me. Everything that's wrong with everybody else is wrong with me.
Yeah, me too. Me too. You right about that.
Look, so when I'm talking right now, I'm not trying to be boastful, bro. I'm not stunting. I'm not trying to
actually, I'm listening to you, bro.
You know what's so crazy, Custom? You already know me, bro.
No, look. I ain't even coming like that, because you don't even sound like you're on no bullshit. But it's one thing we all agree to. It's one thing we can all agree to, and that's
what happened. I don't understand what you just said. Well,
one thing. No, my phone. I got this crazy ass iPhone. So one thing we can't all agree to is we tired of hearing bullshit. You feel me? So I definitely agree to you with that. But no, go ahead, finish what you're saying. I want to listen.
I respect you for that, bro. Real big, on some real shit. I respect you even more for what you're saying. And Edward Joseph, let me take this time to give you some due diligence. Thank you for allowing us to keep talking and not interrupting right now. I appreciate it. I'm not trying to cause no trouble. I'm trying to gracefully bow out away from this fuck shit. I'm about to be a millionaire in a few days. Beyond this shit. I'm not stunting or showing off or nothing. Guess why? Because my paperwork is already signed, my money don't even come to me. It's already divided up between people.
Real
so
shit.
Whoever, you feel what I'm saying?
No,
so whoever want to play with me any kind of way, can't nobody even the people around me can't play with me. Because my money is gone before I even get it. You feel me?
To you, T Slade. You want to play with me, little girl? Now the gloves come off, ma'am. This is to you, T Slade. You want to play with me, little girl? Now the gloves come off, ma'am.
So it ain't no reason for nobody to kiss my ass or butt up to me. They know it. So look, when you came on Trey Channel that time, when the man that was explaining something, you cut into the conversation, and I was like, hold, bro, hold up. Man, I'm trying to explain something. You like, oh, all right, go ahead. You said, this was your exact words. Oh, my bad, bro. I know, I'm down. No, hold. You ain't say it like that. Let me say it the right way, because I'm kind of on some other shit. You said, oh, my bad, I'm cussing. I kind of know you or something like that. Man, you rap before. Man, you kind of, this is what your words was. Me and you chopped it up before. Or me and you rap before. Or me and you talked before. That was a fucking lie, bro.
I don't remember. I
don't get the lie. Listen.
Stop. No, listen. The only person I remember talking to.
Slow down. You gave me the floor. I'm not trying to prove no point. Because look, I can go to Trey Gang channel and pull a live up, and I downloaded it to my phone so Trey Gang couldn't take it down the way Edward did. All the lives that I've been on Edward Joseph channel from the beginning, he tried to act like he didn't have enough memory in his computer to store shit and was getting money from people. But he actually went and took down all the lives that I gave him information on his channel from day one. When me, him, and Island Girl and all us was kicking it for like 6 hours on the first live I ever been on this channel. When Unc Fair told me, don't go. T Slay told me, don't go. Unc Fair said, before we even went live on this channel, on my channel, on our channel, Unc Fair said, yo, you and T Slay can use my platform to go live.
I don't know why, because Uncle Fed is garbage.
Man, you stupid. Man, you stupid.
You crazy as hell.
I'm standing on my man. Don't do that. Don't disrespect.
Man, I waited for that man to come home from jail.
What you did.
Just hear me out. Hear me out. Because hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. I waited. I waited on Uncle.
Just like Ed. No. Just like Ed. Whenever I get to talking about somebody, even Chloe, Ed know it. Whenever he bring up Chloe, I do not indulge in nobody else talking to me bad about nobody else, even if I got a problem with him. I'm not condoning it, so don't try it. So let me just finish with my story. Don't try to slide it in under the table. It won't work with me, bro. So I'm not trying to be rude. Let me finish. Please, I downloaded this live just because. Ask T Slay. One of the live that Trey did, and when I gave him information on, once I broadcasted, after he turned us away, after I broadcasted, he went and took it down. And I thought about this. I said, you know what, from now on, since he did that, I went on his live and told him the best live and the best video footage that he ever showed, and told him he need to examine this one video live that he showed the footage. Let me explain to you. The whole footage of Trey Gang channel, of the two cameras, the one camera, just the one camera, of the hospitality room, the camera that showed the tinted windows room right there where the rail and the steps at that looks up the food court hallway towards the lobby. You know what I'm talking about? Do anybody know what I'm talking about? The camera that's beside the room with the tinted windows, the hospitality room, where the party was at, the little private party. The camera that looks up the food court hallway towards the lobby. The camera that looks
that camera that show up the lobby.
Okay, let me explain. Okay, the camera that looks up the food court hallway towards the lobby on Trey Gang's entertainment channel, not the production channel, because he got two. He made a live in a video where he was just on the live showing the footage of this camera. He got the best one. Cause I got the Parasuco foot. I mean, what is called? And I said Parasuco, like the jeans. I got the Periscope footage. I didn't even look at it yet. I tried to send it to T Slay. She said it wasn't working her. Just like what his name? What's the guy with the other channel with all the footage on his channel?
The person who he's talking about is M-Eazy. And so my question is, peoples, who really gives two rats asses? Because according to him, Kanika was never at the establishment. So it didn't really matter what cameras he's talking about at the Crown Plaza, because according to him and Slay, Kanika never was at the Crown Plaza. So this is what baffled me with the shit that he's saying. And he's making a big deal about some goddamn cameras and wanting to know who M-Eazy is and all like this and stuff. What does that matter when you say that she never was at the establishment? She was never at Crown Plaza. She was at the Marriott. Why in the fuck would Kanika be at the Marriott when everything that you have ever seen in this goddamn case was at the Crown Plaza?
Shit, man. What the
It's leave no witness.
No, fuck no, hell no.
Oh,
fuck
who
him.
else?
I'm talking about what his name? They got the dress shirt on. He a dark skinned guy. He got on his emoji. He got a dress shirt on him. He uploaded all the footage on YouTube on his channel. What his name, man? My man from the beginning. Edward Joseph know what I'm talking about because he went and downloaded all the footage. He's sitting back listening. He went and downloaded.
Just 33?
No, what his name, man? I'm forgetting because I'm high as fuck. This shit my little brother gave me. This good weed. But look, yo, he know who I'm talking about. He just sucking it up. He, damn, fucking, our Jalapaz, my man, that uploaded
Jackie
all
Dragon.
the footage. What his name?
Jackie Dragon.
No, you know I ain't talking about no Jackie Dragon that uploaded all the footage, come on, bro. That uploaded all the links to all the different cameras.
Oh, you talking about
the one you went on the channel and downloaded all of them and never showed it.
Yeah, I know who you give me 1 second, I'm gonna look it up.
What his name? The dark skinned guy. He got a dress shirt. I'm looking at him. I'm in my head. I can see his picture of his channel. He got a striped
Let me
dress.
ask you something. Do you agree with the content that Trey Gang put out?
I don't agree with nothing. Fuck him. Don't even ask me nothing about him ever, yo. Don't ask.
Okay. The reason I asked is this.
No, I don't even know what he's doing. I don't even know what he put out.
I don't know what he's doing.
I don't want to know. Now. I don't know. I don't know what nobody putting out. What's going on?
I just want to know this. Besides me, because I'm right here in Chicago, is all these other content creators gonna be? It's gonna be.
What side of Chicago? What side?
I live in Chicago.
You were Western them.
No, I ain't with Western them. They all the way on Western. I'm over here on Madison.
All right, so you know what I'm talking about.
I know, bro. I'm here. Okay, I know everything.
I'm gonna speak your lingo. I can do that. I can speak your lingo from where I'm from.
Yeah, I can speak yours too. I know.
That's why I told you where I'm from.
Yeah, remember when you asked me? You don't remember me doing lives with Wig Doctor?
No, but listen. Remember when you asked me where I'm from? Didn't I tell you? Remember? Hey, Brady. Yo. Hello. Y'all
Hey, anytime they do that,
what y'all talking behind the scene? He getting
No,
you asking me
nigga,
questions.
listen. Nigga, listen.
Y'all keep on being on.
What
Look,
it's
hold
doing
on.
is
Time out.
what it's
Time
doing
out.
is, man. Look, I ain't finna go back and
I'm
forth. I'm trying
something
to tell
else,
you what the hell going on.
Brady. I'm something else. All his hiccups and stops.
Nah, the shit
So
say you
look,
doing
man,
that
I already
because
know.
I'm
All I'm
on my
saying is you let
iPhone,
you.
man.
So look, anyway, at any
Yeah,
rate,
go ahead. Just you keep
remember,
talking. If it break out, I'll bump back in.
I know. But look, remember when you asked me where I was from?
Right.
Didn't I tell you?
Yeah.
Did I have a problem telling you?
Why would you?
Did I stutter?
How did
Did I
know?
hiccup? Did I wait for a minute and think about it or what?
Hello, Tidbits with Christian. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Tidbit with Christians had said that the ones that said they lifted Kanika's body were actually staying at the Marriott. The Doubletree had a party too. That's correct, Brazy Certified at Brazy Certified World Media. Hello and blessings. And Brazy had said, Mike, Bree, CC, Monifa, and the housekeeper, also security guard, are guilty. Now, did you guys want to come up to the panel and talk about this, tidbits and things? Yeah, they had a party at the Marriott. I don't know a party at the Doubletree. I never heard of a party at the Doubletree. I know some people were staying at the Doubletree, but I never heard a party at the Doubletree. But yes, they did have a party at the Marriott. But let me fill you in up on something. The party at the Marriott was well before the time to when they came to the Crown Plaza, because that was on the 4th. The party when they had that gathering at the Marriott, and they were showing all of themselves at the pool area at the Marriott. That was on September the 4th, days before this thing that had transpired at the Crown Plaza. It's timestamps on the video. It's timestamps on the pictures, and the metadata. It doesn't lie. It absolutely doesn't lie. So you can't put things that happened before with the things that happened at the party, because that was two separate incidents, two separate things that was going on. They were just kicking it at the Marriott, and that's where Slade and them came in with that narrative that, oh yeah, well, Kanika was at that particular party. No, she wasn't. It wasn't nothing but a gathering of the gang members at the Marriott, which was 1.7 miles away from the Crown Plaza on a different day. On a different day. Had nothing to do with the Kanika Jenkins case. Absolutely nothing. Now, I talked about that many times before, and I'll go back and I can show you the live, unequivocally, undeniably. Because, see, Edward Joseph, I've always come with my receipts. See, I just don't talk just to talk and things. I come and show you what I'm saying. Every time I show you what I'm saying. So that party that happened at the Marriott had absolutely nothing to do with the Kanika Jenkins case. It was a gathering of all of these gang members and stuff at that particular party. But you got some nefarious YouTubers that tried to associate that with the party that was supposed to have happened at the Crown Plaza. Two totally separate incidents. Now, the thing at the Doubletree, you ain't never gotten no video footage other than the people coming in and renting a room at the Doubletree, because it was stated that Kanika had ran the halls of the Doubletree, had got unalived by an elevator in the Doubletree. That didn't happen. It didn't happen. Now, I welcome you. I can put the link in the chat and we can talk about it. And I'm glad that you came. I'm not here to try to Okay, so you said so. How many days did they have those rooms? Those individuals are literally in the Crown Plaza footage. Do you have an email? There's footage. Okay. Well, if you got receipts, Tidbit, then yeah. Okay, here. It's EDLOVEME 1@gmail.com. So send me what you have, whatever video footage that you have, and I'll take a look at it, and then drop your number as well, so then I can be able to contact you and we can talk behind the scenes. You know, because if you got some video footage and you can prove to me and the people, hell yeah, you will be a very important source. You would be a very important source to that of what I am trying to convey, because like I said, I only want to go and show what they said, not what I think. I did over 1,000 lives with what I think. But now this time around, I want to go with what they said. Now, if you got some video footage and some pictures and stuff, hell yeah, come on. We're going to politic. I said, we're going to politic. We're going to break this shit down. Because I love it when the people come in and, you know, they come in and give their commentary and things, but then you show your proof. I love that even more so. And if you got some videos and things that I can take a look at, shit, man, come on. Brazy had said the guys that was walking around the pool was not at the hotel. The girl was getting the rooms for them at the Crown Plaza. Also I tried to get rooms at the other hotel. And then Honesty has said, hello, Tidbits with Christian. And see, Tidbits, you know, you getting a lot of love in here. See, that's what we do. We give a lot of love here and things. And you know, nobody is trying to put you on the spot, and nobody is trying to debunk you. But I'm telling you, but I can also show you. I'm telling you what I know, but I can also back it up, and I can also show you what I'm saying. You know, this chat, this live is about show and tell, not just tell it, but show it as well. And everything that I've said, I've always shown my receipts. I've always shown the people what I'm saying. You know, so yeah, if you got the videos and stuff, come on, we're gonna politic. But I'm gonna get back with this peoples and things. And thank you, Tidbit, for chiming in. All right, peoples, let's get back to the live.
Bro, what you getting to, man?
Nothing. I was talking to him.
Oh, you
So
kept that
look,
shit solid. You told me where you was from. Shit.
cool. So look, I don't want to bring nobody else up about nothing foul and what I believe and all that. I don't want my opinion to be put with y'all shit against nobody. I got my own opinion.
Listen, my opinion is totally different from what everybody else is talking about. Me and Edward don't even look at this.
Let me solidify something before we move on. I don't fuck with nobody. I don't even fuck with you two niggas. But we being cordial right now.
We definitely being cordial right now.
We being men.
That's
you
right.
feel me? I'm being real, Brazy. I'm not on here to fake the kick the bobo. We don't even fuck with each other, but we being cordial and we being men right now, right?
That's a fact.
That way, that's the only way I know, bro. That's why I never fitted in with this shit.
That's why I don't argue.
I don't know about this shit. I don't even know. I don't know about thumbs up and super chats and subscribe. I don't know about that shit. I don't want to know. I'm a shadow nigga, bro.
When I was
We
bumping with this
represent.
shit, man, when I was bumping with this shit, I didn't
But when
know
I
all
seen
these
this
other
fuck
people,
shit,
man.
I said, oh, hell no. Y'all niggas in y'all town doing this fuck shit?
Yeah, it's
Hell
crazy.
no.
It get crazy out west, man.
Man, I don't give a fuck how crazy it get. We get stupid.
Everybody,
Nigga,
this
we
the
get
thing.
ill.
Hold on,
Nigga,
this
we
the
get
thing.
retarded.
Hey,
We
this
get
the thing.
dumb.
This the
You
thing.
ain't heard Young Moose? We get dumb.
Hey, listen to me. I don't take nothing away from nowhere, my
Fuck
nigga.
is wrong with niggas?
Hey, look,
I don't give a
everywhere
fuck
get
about none of
crazy.
that shit. We get
Everywhere get
dumb.
crazy, boy. I was just
We
living
get
in New
dumb.
Orleans, nigga. New Orleans get crazy.
Dumb.
Everywhere. Understand me?
Yeah, that way. But that shit right there don't condone nowhere.
Nah.
Who the fuck condone that shit? Nobody. Nowhere.
Shit,
Fuck
nobody
is wrong with you,
none of that
goofy
shit.
ass? Man, you niggas goofy.
Hold on. When you speak that, are you speaking about them niggas?
Drill shit.
You said you niggas.
Drilling in packs.
I'm a grown ass man, my nigga. I don't drill.
Y'all niggas only go hard with a bunch of niggas.
I don't know about what no other niggas do.
Yeah, that's why it's all the games. Ain't nothing but games in your town.
Hey, you using the word y'all.
Ain't nothing but games in your town.
You using the word y'all, my nigga.
Not scared of the other group of niggas.
Did you hear what I said?
You can't walk by yourself and wipe the whole other group out. That's what we do. Annihilate shit.
So let me understand. Are we screaming over each other? Are we screaming over each other? Are we
John Wick, Jason Bourne, and that nigga from Taken, all in one. Annihilation. Ain't no Rambo shit. Fuck is wrong with you goofy niggas? Offering up young girls, private and getting money, then rapping about it and making videos about who asses you smoke. You niggas is weird.
Hey,
you niggas need to go hang with them niggas that's doing witchcraft.
Like I say, well,
talking about y'all ghouls and goblins and ghosts and all this whole gargoyles and shit, you weird ass niggas.
Oh,
fuck is wrong with you niggas? You niggas ghouls and goblins and gremlins and gargoyles
So what I'm trying to understand is, are we politicking or are we screaming at you? What we doing, my nigga? Right. So, we ain't got to go back and forth. This nigga slow. You feel me? I'm gonna just say, yeah, were you here? Okay, so yeah, check this out.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
I've been sitting back listening
so
trying to.
Hold on. Let me just say this real quick. You feel me? I came up here because I thought the man wanted to politics. See, I'm at work. I ain't got time to be doing all this screaming and hollering. You know, it strikes me strange, and the reason I said what I said about Uncle Fed, because some said, just, what's the hype about Uncle Fed? Let me see what the hell going on. He been locked up since it came on YouTube. Let me see what he talking about. I see he had projects. He was doing content, this and this. I go to his content, and goddamn it, this nigga playing songs like Custom Design. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck do they play songs? I mean, this all they do, play music through the whole live, or is this a Baltimore thing, a Philly thing? I mean, what? I don't know. You feel me? So when I got a chance to try to check out a little bit of the content, in my eyes, I felt like it was bullshit. From what we know now, from listening to all that back then, and then you come home, ain't no content you dropped that made no motherfucking sense about nothing in this fucking case, man. Nothing that Trey Gang dropped make any fucking sense about this fucking case, man. Custom, like I say, hey, like I said, we love you, Custom. We treat you different because at the end of the day, you are different. You know what I'm saying? What you just came up here and presented, that's what you do. You say a little bit of something, and then you get to screaming and hollering to the top of your lungs, spitting and slobbing and shit. We don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? We trying to sit here and have a humble conversation. Let's just all be honest. If Kanika Mama was able to state that it was a motherfucker in the freezer, kitchen or whatever with her daughter for 2 hours, it was a lot of shit that everybody missed when it came down to this case in the beginning. You feel me? All the way up until she made that statement. A lot of shit was missed. You know what I mean? People never elaborated on some of the things that was said by some of the partygoers. People never sat back and looked at the fact that, certain people did leave at certain times. Hell, people never even look at the fact that the timestamp changed. You see what I'm saying? So, until motherfucker ready to have those conversations, then let's have them. Let's have this conversation. You feel me? Because we know you talk about all this different shit, paperwork, this and this. In the beginning, they said that Kenneka was found in a rear dock area, but yet she was in a freezer. They said that Kenneka walked in the freezer, basically walked back there, what we see on the video, and she walked behind that first door, and the door closed on her. But what I'm trying to understand is this: then how does she freeze? Because it's a freezer and it's a cooler. She was in the freezer. So who locked that door behind her? Because y'all said the first door closed and it locked behind her. Somebody had to lock her in that freezer also, then lock the cooler. But we don't get into them conversations, right? You know what I'm saying? We don't look at the fact that people like Mike made statements like, if anybody say anything, they the police. We don't look at that shit. You know what I'm saying? People just want to fault this and fault that and talk all this mystery shit, all this crazy shit, and listen to songs all day and shit. Cut the bullshit, man. At the end of the day, bro, you don't even know what it smelled like to be in Chicago, what it looked like or anything. So how dare you speak on anything people got going on? Now, we're older guys. So, of course, we're not in that drill shit, that scene or whatever the case may be. But just like how motherfuckers getting killed in Chicago, motherfuckers getting killed out there where your ass at too. You feel me? So cut the motherfucking check. If you're going to advocate for some shit, advocate for the shit that's happening in your city. Because I could look up anything, and there's some horrible shit going on out there where you live at. You know what I'm saying? I'm speaking on some shit and I live here. Same side of town, all type of shit. Motherfuckers talk that shit, nigga. I reached out to Teresa and politicked with her. Not a motherfucking soul could sit up here on this shit and say they politic with this woman in good graces. Because everybody else fucked it up, talking crazy. So I'm not trying to hear that shit you talking about, radio man, custom dummy. You feel me? And I try to respect you, but you talk shit and you sound stupid. So we're going to leave that shit at that. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, yeah, Kenneka case, they did seal that motherfucker up due to people like Custom Design, Trey Gang, Uncle Fed, Rob, all these motherfuckers. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Sealed that motherfucker up because you got lunatics that sit back and talk crazy as fuck about this case. You got people like King Rob, and Chosen King that want to sit outside the woman's house and threaten her. You feel me? So of course it was time to close it. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers talking crazy, they're acting crazy. They don't need to know what the hell going on, And it's sad because for people that really did care about this case, because it's a lot of us, we wanted to know what actually happened. But it always catch me straight. Like, why did you seal the case? It was something you didn't want us to know. It's something you didn't want us to know, because if everything was squeaky clean, you would have told us. You know what I'm saying? You would have been like, man, look, this what happened, because you were so vocal with everything else. But it's something you didn't want us to know. Whether it was minor, whether it was big, it was something that would have probably made her look bad in a whole nother light. Like I say, this situation played a part with all of them. I believe it played a part from the start when Monifa said she didn't know where she went. How the fuck you don't know where Kenneka is coming back in this, when you came back in this room? You don't know where she is. You talking about you don't know this, you don't know that, but we do see Kenneka step off an elevator at 224, and we do see Mike, Bree, and Cece step off the first floor elevator at 226. So is it safe to say you left her with them? Did they ride all the way down to the lower level and let her off? Did they turn around and go back up to the first floor and leave out the lobby like we see and walked around to the back? I mean, we don't know. We don't know. These are things that, we just look at and, we anybody just sitting here kicking the shit, talking about red couches and motherfucking, the other case file that they had, and Shamaya made a statement, and all these lies and bullshit motherfuckers trying to come up with, man. So I ain't trying to hit none of that shit. No, you're right. My narrative ain't shit like yours or your homie T Slay, Fred the Jig, and Trays and Feds and all in all. It ain't nothing like that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because the shit y'all talking about ain't making no motherfucking sense. Period. Anyway, how you doing, Edward?
Man, I'm sitting back here frying me some goddamn chicken and making me a baked potato and sitting back here and just vibing, just kicking the breeze and things.
Shit crazy, man.
Now, I said that I was going to sit back and I was going to listen to him because I already knew that he was going to come with the bullshit. I really didn't want to block him, you know, and things. But as you can see, people's, you know, it ain't no getting
crazy, man.
It ain't no getting no dirt to him. I mean,
and then you know what's so crazy about it, motherfucker. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said what's so crazy about it. Motherfuckers had all this shit to say, but go ahead and pop out May 21st then, when they putting this tombstone down, that a motherfucker ain't gonna believe that happened unless they see it. Well, come see it, partner. I'll be there. I'll be there getting good footage. You feel me? And tagging my logo all over that bitch so can't nobody sit back and use it, since y'all motherfuckers do that too. Talk about motherfucker, nigga, ain't none of this. Everything everybody looking at and looking up is shit other people found. The fuck out of here. Ain't nobody did no original motherfucking footwork on none of this shit. This boy's so invested into some shit, but you ain't investing into the shit that's going on in your neighborhood. Stop the crime in your neighborhood before you get talking about some shit somebody else doing. Crazy as fuck.
It's amazing. It's amazing. I knew this shit was going to happen, so that's why I said, well, let me sit back, fry my chicken, let me not say anything and stuff, because you know, it's crazy.
You know, it's like, it's crazy because the man lived for that. It's like, that's what get his rocks off. You know what I'm saying? He lived for that. But this the killer part, y'all. Anybody that's listening, these are the people that advocated for Uncle Fed, and I can't wait till he come home. Well, that man came home and ain't did a live with you, T Slave, Fred, the Jig, nobody. He don't even bring y'all ass up. So
not at all.
That just let me know y'all was some followers following his content, believing into his words. You feel me? And his shit was bullshit, but y'all believed into it. And he come home and he don't even talk to y'all. Ain't did a live the first with y'all.
Not
but you ready, all. But you screaming and hollering to the top of your uncle, don't you say nothing about Uncle. He don't even talk to you. The fuck? The fuck is really going on?
See, it's what I've been saying, you know. The people go and worship all of these people and things, but then when truth is told,
Edward, all that time he was talking about Uncle Fed come home and blah, just, ooh, I can't wait. The man came home and ain't did a live or nothing with their ass. He don't believe in you, sir. You're following him, sir. You know how he play his music? He's a DJ also. I see you follow right behind him trying to play your music and just sit there on live sounding crazy, playing all them old ass songs. The shit ain't even clear. Shit sound like you playing that shit through a old ass boom box or some shit. Shit don't even sound with no clarity on that motherfucker. You ain't him, the same shit. Y'all sit there, play the music, stop and say something, and then turn around and come back to it and play the music again. Like we want to hear that shit. That's why you ain't. That's why ain't nothing taking off. Do some actual motherfucking YouTubing, some content, make some videos. You feel me? Fuck doing the lives. Show me you can put some content together. Be a content creator, not a motherfucker to get on live every day and scream and shit, talk crazy. Nobody want to hear that shit.
See, he came with Fed. He came with Fed and T Slay. T Slay had a different name at that time. You know, she came with Sabrina.
That shit is
she
sad,
came with
bro.
Sabrina Thomas.
I can't believe you met these people out there. I got off of YouTube. I turned around and look up. You intertwining with these motherfuckers. I'm like, I knew me and Aaron was beefing, but god damn, who was these people? I gotta get my homie back. Shit, we was beefing hard as hell. I look up you. I don't know who the fuck these weird motherfuckers is. T Slay talking about these boys was at the goddamn pool area somewhere. All this other shit. Shit, she got custom singing and screaming in the background and Fred eating motherfucking crisp apples and shit. I mean,
No, okay, so help me.
And then you know what's so crazy beyond all this shit making Trey Gang look good. Because Trey Gang sit back and he just put all this bullshit together, lies like a motherfucker. Like, I promise you, every other day, I got it, Jack. Here you go. I've been had the news. The shit, hey, look, I got the news. Kanika told everybody. Yeah, look at the titles. The minute it happened, you know what I'm saying? All this stupid shit, man. Shit be pissing me off. And I live out here, bro. I live out here. What the fuck is y'all talking about? The fuck?
It's crazy. For seven years, and every single day, he has been making content about Kanika. But the remarkable thing about it is a lot of people sit and listen to it and believe it. Every single day.
People, the reason why is because, like now, I will agree with Custom. This is a payday for certain people. Trey Gang always been like that. He been since I came about, and he was already doing this thing. Trey Gang coming at motherfucker, and it's about a revenue. He make it sound good, but it's about basically he gonna go on that motherfucker. He don't care if he got to gain him 2,000 likes every day. You know what I'm saying? 2,000 views every day. He gonna get in there and he gonna push the issue. He gonna push the envelope. That's Trey Gang. He gonna talk for a nice little minute, and then he gonna go. If he see he can fuck your head up with one little narrative that he shoot out there, he gonna try to run with it. You know what I'm saying? He never try to drift off and get into no other content because he's not going to. That's what let me know. He ain't no content creator because he ain't got no other content that he study and look at and search and want to politic about that. He don't do that. So that further let me know, however you stumbled up on Kanika shit versus stealing everybody else's content and looking at everybody else's narratives and using them throughout the years, you came up on the footage and the paperwork and all that shit, just like a lot of us did. But that's all you got. You'll stop, you know what I'm saying? If somebody make a little side note about, man, he don't talk about nothing else. He'll switch off and talk about aliens and shit. You know what I'm saying? Talk about some dumb shit. And then he'll double right back hard on Kanika with a whole new, I got it. They called me. Somebody contacted me from the hotel and they told me everything that happened, man. I'm telling you. Like he said with France Cave, which is a pure fucking lie. Everybody can find every look for anybody that thought France Cave wrote this man a letter, that was a lie. I could direct y'all to where to find exactly where that post is. That when all that bullshit was said, it was never nothing wrote to this man. But like I say, he pushed the envelope. So it ain't for me to go to his platform and tell his people shit. That's his people. That's his thing. That's his thing. So it ain't for me to do that. I don't care about none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I sit back and look at some shit to see if he got it. And then I'll sit back and back away from that shit. That's it. Your shit pop on. If me and you ain't politic on the phone about some shit, I'll check out what you talking about. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes shit, I still check out, see what the fuck Chloe talking about here and there, even though I don't like her funky ass. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the motherfucking day, shit, I definitely don't stop to hear what no Custom talking about. And I would never go to Unc Fed 5 and hear that bullshit again. You feel me? And shit, we over there talking about the Mo3 case on another motherfucking platform, and T Slay, she over there trying to make her way in with some people I'm cool with. You know what I'm saying? So come on, cut the check, man. I talk about multiple shit. I don't sit around and think about talking about this Kanika case all day because I already know. I'm not no dummy. I'm here. We in the same motherfucking place. I know how to play go. You know what I'm saying? I know how this shit go. This shit ain't motherfucking, it ain't hard to figure out. You see what the fuck going on. You see how the shit went. You know what I'm saying? Sit back and pay attention to it and just don't add the extra shit to it. And you see it was some bullshit that went on at that hotel. Bree ain't just sat back and disappeared from no party. Motherfuckers ain't all of a sudden they ready to go and slide back to Chicago. Motherfuckers, all this shit was a play. And it was a play that led off into the hotel's hands. You feel me? So it's a lot of shit we will never see. But we know it happened like that. But guess what? Check this out. The play, how the play went down, everybody who was involved with that play, besides the females, the males are dead. Let's make it make sense. Lil Ty got killed. Mike got killed. Rico got killed. Hey, look, Killer got shot the fuck up, but he's still alive. But his car got switched cheesed up. Peasy the only one. Peasy and Neff was the only ones that went to jail. You dig what I'm saying? Now, when you sit back and think about the ones who got killed, ask yourself, why did the police question the housekeeper and ask him, did his brother ever date? First, do he have a brother? And did his brother ever date Kanika? They asked the black housekeeper that got off of work at 5 o'clock. If he got off of work at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, why are y'all questioning him about a party that happened later on that night? Unless you seen something on the footage. So let's piece it up. If they're questioning him about, did his brother ever date Kanika? Do we have a brother? All this shit, and y'all done went to this man's house not once but twice trying to find somebody. Huh? Why would Mike say if anybody talked in that room, they the police? He said that the next morning. Why would you think somebody? What was somebody telling you to make you feel like? I mean, what? Because by that time, didn't nobody know Kanika was unalived or anything. They just know she was probably left in the condition that they probably left in. You see what I'm saying? So you got to look at these little things. You know what I'm saying? For the people that don't really be listening to Teresa and really so caught up in thinking Teresa set this up, go back to the WGCI interview and listen to how she say, motherfucking, the mayor dude. What's his name, Edward?
I can't think of it right now.
Andrew Holmes. Listen to how she said Andrew Holmes manipulated her. You feel me? And to getting her to stop the protest. He called her out of nowhere with this bullshit. That man, that man got a call from them, and he called her. Hey, I'm Andrew Holmes. I'm an investigator. Hey, I'm finna help you solve this. We finna get some answers for you, baby girl. You know what I'm saying? I represent Chicago, blah, 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 this and this, this and this. Hey, Teresa thought she had hope until she realized, hey, it's your skin. Hey, look, these motherfuckers don't give a fuck. They even get your own to go against you. You know what I'm saying? And he ran a script to her ass. And like she said on the WGCI interview, until she seen the fucking videos. That's why she held the phone back for a second. She hesitated to give them Kanika phone. And that's why she was on the bullshit she was on. Because they was playing and they was lying. Motherfuckers, look at it. Eric, please play this whole interview so they can hit Teresa. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want to talk around and shit. Listen to the goddamn mama and what she's saying. Stop trying to pick her apart on some messy shit. And listen to what the lady's saying. She ain't the brightest motherfucker out the picnic basket, but goddamn it, she trying to get it together. She talking. Listen what she's saying. It was a play. They got Andrew Holmes to come in there and run a script on her ass. And he did it very well. And by that time, people were already stealing from the goddamn the shit that the money they was raising. She like, fuck it. Andrew, I see you all the time on Chicago advocating for our city. If you telling me you can help me, she believed into that shit. Not knowing this the same nigga years later, up to date now, he giving bitches to pyramid. Fuck.
And on that note, peoples, we're going to go ahead and we're going to transition into that. We're going to transition into that particular part of the live. Because, see, this is where it will all make sense. This is where it will all make sense. And this is why I said Teresa Martin is innocent. Because it was true for what Brazy said. They literally brought Andrew Holmes in to go ahead and talk to TM and to woo TM and to tell TM all of these different things and whatnot. And this is one of the reasons why we got the responses that we did. This is one of the reasons. But if you listen attentively to what she's saying, you'll catch it. You'll catch it, peoples. I didn't catch it until today when me and Brazy had sat back and we listened to this again. And I was like, oh my God. Okay, people, it's okay, good. My mic is on. All right, people, I'm back. I'm back, and I wanted to come and let me get this straight first, y'all. Okay, there we go. All right, cool. All right, people, so I'm back, and I wanted to say something because Brazy had brought up a very valid point. He brought up a very valid point, and that was good for what he was saying. And I wish I can go and be able to talk with some people about this and things, and have a good, wholesome conversation without all of the, screaming or hollering and fussing, fighting, and feuding and things like that. And everybody be respectful and, you know, um, you talk, I talk type of thing, without all of the yada yada type of stuff, that was going on. He brought up several very valid points. And the points he made is that Bree and the others was getting on the elevator or off the elevator or down by the elevator at the time to when the supposed Kanika was on the elevator. And the question was, did they see her? Did they have her get on a different floor or anything and stuff? What's the case? And then you had the guy who comes in the very next day and say, anyone talks is the police. Those are two very good valid points that he made. But see, the thing is simply this, you can take that for what it's worth. And you can take that and you can assume that they had something to do with the analyzation of Kanika Jenkins. You can look at that and say that. It's so many different things that you can say that kind of like puts people in a particular place or space to say that they had something to do with Kanika. You saw the big guy get out the elevator right after Kanika and then kind of walk down the hall for a moment, and then he turned around and got back on the elevator. I mean, so many different instances when the young lady was walking off an elevator or walking in the hallway. Now, what I want to say simply is this. Now, everybody has the narratives, and everybody says that this person or that person did something to Kanika, and so on and so forth. Well, if that be the case, peoples, if that be the case, then explain in great detail to the degree, even though that you don't have the full evidence, but you can explain in great detail what your stance is and how all of that stuff played out. It's one thing to say, oh, well, Kanika got out the elevator and she was over here, over that and stuff. Or if you're going to implicate somebody, explain in great detail how it happened. Because at the end of the day, peoples, what I tried to get the people to do and understand is that, okay, well, there's a lot of plausible situations that plays out in this particular case. We can say that Franz Cave did it. We can say that the beverage manager did it. We can say that the security guy did it. We can say that the gang members did it. We can say a lot of things about a lot of people and so on and so forth. And it's all plausibilities that can come into play. But then, you got to listen to the various things that the people say and look at the places where they are and things. And then you got to ask yourself, well, is this actual factual, or true. Because see, we were given a time frame, but we got to be reasonable with the time frame because again, people, a lot of video footage was cut out. And the time frame that they gave us doesn't really match up with the testimonies that was given. And then if you look at the time frame and really analyze the time frame, how is it that you can really definitively say that this was the actual time frame and then try to make sense of the time frame of her getting off the elevator at 2:30? Because if you look at the overall picture here, people, and see, this is where the people get confused, because see, they get so drawn into their own narrative that they don't realize that time frame that they are proclaiming that had happened is actual, factual, and true. If she came in at 11:13 and then getting on an elevator and walking some halls to that establishment at 2:30, so from 11:13, 12:13, 1:13, 2:13. So that's 3 hours and 15 minutes, peoples. 3 hours and 15 minutes for the time to when she's supposed to have walked in to the time to when she's walking the halls of that establishment. So help me to make that make sense. So 3 hours and 15 minutes. Something was supposed to take place to whereas she's walking the halls of that establishment. Everything that was going to taking place, and now we see her walking the halls of that establishment. But yet we have different people at different intervals saying that they had saw people carrying her to the freezer, saying that they saw videos of her naked and being raped and things in the kitchen. And so on and so forth. Well, if that be the case, well, then it goes against the various things that I was saying. It goes against the various things that Brazy Certified World Media was saying. It goes against everything that Trey Gay was saying, and Custom Design was saying, and T Slay was saying, and Kelly was saying, and all of the other YouTubers, Uncle Fed was saying, and blah blah blah, and so on and so forth. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I played the live the other day, Mama was saying some things that she had saw, and so on and so forth, and all of the other YouTubers. So everybody is taking the piece of this case and giving their own narrative as to what they believe had happened. Do you understand what I'm saying? So my thing is, if everybody can come up with something different or see something different, well, then my question is, explain it in great detail. That of what you supposedly see. And then walk it all the way through based upon what your knowledge or experience or theory is. And the people can't do that. Because see, the thing is that your biggest problem is the timeline. You want to say that the timeline that they gave you is actual, factual, and true. And just because you see certain things at a timeline that they gave you, now you want to build your whole narrative around that of the hilarious and nefarious video footage that they gave. But then if you really look at it, people's different videos is showing the same timeline in a different area. So that clearly tells you that you can't go by what the video footage says and the time that it says, because it's all edited. It's all edited. So when you want to sit here and try to give a narrative based upon the timeline, you can't. You absolutely can't. And I'll be the first to tell you that. And I'm the one who has been showing you all of this video footage with different timelines. How are you going to pinpoint this is exactly where she was at a certain time? What, just because the video footage says it? But peoples, if you compare the video footage to the narratives that was stated in this particular case, you will come to discover none of that stuff matches up. And so it will debunk the various things that you're saying. It would totally debunk it. Peoples, listen. And I want you to listen to me carefully. If the gang members were responsible for the death of Kenneka, then my question would simply be this: why would the establishment go to great lengths to edit the video footage? Why would the establishment go to great lengths to cover up for a bunch of black kids that may have unalived Kenneka Jenkins? Help me to make that make sense. I just need somebody to answer that for me. You know, if the gang members killed Kenneka, that what is the whole purpose of the editing of the video footage? Because if everything happened in the manner to which they say that it did, well, then help me to make it make sense. Again, you heard what Brazen Certified World Media had said. In the beginning, they said that she was found in the dock area, in the rear by the dock area. But yet she was found in a freezer. But yet Andrew Holmes said that she was found down there, meaning down in the lower level basement, or on the lower level. So how? So the dock area is on the main level. The lower level is lower than the dock area, but yet she was found in the upper level freezer. So help me to make that make sense. So you got 3 different places where she was supposedly had been found. So make it make sense. So which is it? What was she found in the rear by the dock area? What was she found in the upper level kitchen, or was she found in the lower level? Nobody is making that make sense. They speak in it, but nobody is making it make sense. Because you got all of these people saying something different. But yet you got all of these people proclaiming that they know, you know, the true facts of this case. But when you really break it down, you don't know nothing, because none of that stuff makes sense. And none of that stuff could be actual, factual, true, or even real, because, again, the video footage was edited and you cannot go by the timeline, which is what I've been telling you guys forever and a day. If anybody would listen. And then how could a girl roam the halls of an establishment and nobody sees nothing? What the hell was the cameras for? Why did they have cameras? I mean, they had cameras for a reason, right? If they did not know exactly where this girl was in that establishment, what the hell was the cameras for? And why was certain cameras supposedly not in operation? See, these are the type of conversations I would like to have with somebody. To really get in here and break it down and things, and not try to force your narrative upon me, but think with some common sense and ask yourself the question: how could all of this stuff have happened in the manner to which they proclaim when it doesn't make sense, peoples? I don't care about Bree, Monifa, Shamar, Irene, or whoever roaming the halls of that establishment and all like that and stuff. Common sense will be simply this. Break down, how is it could she be found in the rear by the dock area, but yet be found in the upstairs freezer, but yet it has been stated that she was down there in the lower level? Well, all of the conflicting stories. Break it down. But was all of that purposely said to confuse the people? Because, see, it's part of the case for us, people, because it is the narrative that the people have given. And then when you don't want to get on TM was the biggest one who was contradictory. Because first she said that nothing happened to my daughter. Then she turns around and say, well, them bastards killed my child. But see, you know, the thing is that at the end of the day, she ran with nothing happened to my daughter because she sued. And she sued 5 different entities on a premise that nothing happened to Kanika. Kanika did that on her own. It was an accident. That's basically what she went with. So when TM want to sit up here and try to talk about she needs some help and stuff, well, the heifer contradicted herself all through the case. Because she was the one who said nothing happened to my daughter. And talking about she needed some help. And then when she was finally getting some help, she didn't want the help. So I know how some people feel about TM and they want to protect TM and all like this, but you can't you can't protect TM, peoples. You can't. You got to call it for what it is. You got to call it for what it is. Now I know what TM said in the radio thing. But see, the thing is, TM knew what happened to Kanika. But yet, TM went on the premise that nothing happened to her daughter. And she went on and accepted the money, got the money, spent up the money. Now she's sitting around acting crazy. But see, that's what happens, peoples. That's what happens. You can't play and get paid. You see what I'm saying? Now the spirit of Kanika is haunting her ass big time. And she's feeling some type of way. Is TM totally innocent? Hell no. Because had it not been for her contradictory ass, then we would have been able to see a lot of stuff. And it was just like what Brazy had said, you know, she was the one who wanted the case to be closed and to be locked up to where we wouldn't be able to see certain things. So what is it? What was Kanika down there selling her poom poom? because there was something about this case that TM did not want the world to see. So everybody think that Kanika was totally innocent. No, she ain't. Kanika ain't innocent. Kanika was a whole, just like Lenora, just like Monifa, just like Shemaya, just like Irene, just like Bree. They all was little holes. They just kept it undercover. All of them was holes. You know? You do remember the statement, his dick is small, right? Or let me be a thought in peace. Y'all do remember that, right? Hot little mamas. You know? Some of you guys, some of you ladies are hoes. Still today. Still all getting a little extra change and stuff and, you know, doing what you do. You did it back in the day. Don't sit up here and try to play like you the most Christian woman or girl there is. Y'all did some shit back in the day and stuff. Y'all don't want nobody to know about it. You know? Can you do a split on a dick? How in the fuck you think you got here? Huh? Well, who does that with their child? TM did that. Would any of you ladies would ever say that with your mom? Well, that lets you know the relationship TM had with Kanika. Can you do a split on a dick? Why in God's name are you saying doing splits on a dick and she's back there doing splits on a makeshift dick? Well, that's the type of people, you know, that's who they were. Freaks of the industry. Freaks. No way in God's creation would any girl that has some respect, whether your mama is a freak or not, be saying doing splits on the dick. But now if you can talk to your guardian, your mama, or whoever like that and stuff, talking about doing splits on a dick. Wow. That says a lot. So I want to have a conversation with some people who will love to come and break this thing down. Save your philosophical views and let's break it down in the manner to which Brazy just broke it down. You know, talk about the guy who said that, well, if you say something, you're the police. You know, talk about the things that TM said or Andrew Holmes said, the contradictory statements that they both did. Talk about the stuff that Lenora had said, that, you know, my sister clothes doesn't make her all like that and whatnot. You know, let's talk about these little inconsistencies that has been plaguing this particular case forever and a day. You know, let's talk about the people who was at the establishment and they had to go and write back and said that, well, they're using video footage of a time to when we was already previously there. You know, that's the kind of conversations that I want to have with the people. But see, I'm never going to have that kind of conversation because the thing is that everybody is so hell bent upon what they believe, and they can't get past that. Do you see what I'm saying, peoples? They can't get past that. And so, you know, but I'm gonna keep pressing. I'm gonna keep playing these old lies, but I'm gonna keep pressing, and I'm gonna continue to keep asking the question. And then let's see what they have to say. All right, peoples, I'm going to get back on this live. Let's finish it up because it's late. Let me give a shout out because I see my people's in the house. Hello, Carmelo Turner. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on today. And hello, Deborah G. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. All right, peoples, let's go. Oh my God. And me being a man of God, a minister, my heart was broken because all of the things that I said about TM, and I really didn't understand, but she said it. And I can't take that back, peoples. She said it. And now the only thing I can do on this Mother's Day is to go back and to play what she said. It ain't what I said. It's what she said. And she said it. But we, because we were in our feelings, took it out of context. But now Trey Gay. I'm on your shit, brother. Because see, you know, you're sitting up here vilifying this woman, which you don't even know. And now you want to go and take her associations and say all of this madness and things, and you're trying to implicate her into something. But now I see it, peoples. I see it. Now, set aside from this, did I feel that TM and what she did and stuff was suspect? I still do. But it doesn't take away and it doesn't detract and negate the simple fact that this is what she said in the beginning. And I can't take that away, peoples. No matter what my personal feelings may be and things and stuff, you know, until the other things is explained to me, you know, those feelings will be. But as far as this part of the Kenneka Jenkins case, I had to digress and I had to change my point of view because this is what she said. And this is what many of us have heard but did not hear. Now, I'm going to bring some validity to some stupidity. And Trey Gay, I know you're going to watch, and I know you're going to try to come back hard and heavy, but see, I'm on your tail, brother. I'm on your tail. And I'm going to expose you, Trey Gay, for the nefarious bullshit and madness you've been saying. See, you another Casey Cloyd Olvera Sanchez Medina. You all the time, instead of facing the facts, you want to come with all of this salacious madness and try to devilify a person's character. That's what you do, Trey Gay, every single day. And just because TM didn't give you no play because you thought that you were going in hard and heavy upon her, I got the receipts, Trey Gay, because you did the lies for many days, many years, all in and up TM's ass. But when TM didn't do what you thought that she would do and give you credit for anything, then you changed on her. Now you're calling her all type of bitches and hoes and this and that and the other. People, let me tell you something. Whatever TM has did in her past life or in her life is her business. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's her business. That's why you don't see me making lives about TM and all of these other people outside the scope of the Kenneka Jenkins case, because everything else does not pertain to that of the case. If it pertains to the case, I'm going to talk about it. If it doesn't pertain to the case, it's off limits. But some of you don't understand the limits. Some of you go way far above and beyond. And then with somebody like me call your ass out to the carpet, you ain't got shit to say. I can come down on every last one of you motherfuckers, because every last one of you motherfuckers got some skeletons in your closet, you know, but you don't want me to take it there. You don't want me to take it there, peoples. See, I'm not going to stoop to the stupid ass people's levels and taking it upon anything other than the case. I mean, if need be, I will. But there's no need for that here, peoples, because at the end of the day, what the fuck is they saying? What the fuck can they prove? What the fuck is Trey Game proving? Absolutely nothing, other than just what like Brazy Certified World Media had said. This nigga is in just to get his watch time up and to get his dollars every month that YouTube is giving. People, I don't go and try to seek money, go lives to try to seek money from people and things. If you give, you give. If you don't, then that's fine too. You know, I had 8 people subscribe because I have been making the lives that I did for the past several days. They didn't like what I did and stuff, so they unsubscribed. Who gives a fuck? Thank you so much. Anybody else who wants to unsubscribe, who gives a fuck? Because I'm not doing this for the likes and views and the subscriptions, peoples. I'm doing this because I genuinely want to know. And I'm going to continue to keep doing what I do until I figure out and find out. And that's what it is, peoples. I have been talking on Facebook for 3+ years before I even ever stepped foot up on YouTube. And I never got 1 red cent off of Facebook, peoples, because Facebook don't have it to where people go ahead and give donations to the channel and shit like that. 3 years, peoples, before I came to YouTube. So when a sucker wants to say that, oh, I'm doing this just for some clicks and views and trying to make money, people, I have a full-time job. I'm about to get $250,000 in a few weeks from a car accident that I was in, that me and my son had survived. Thank you, Jesus. When a deranged young buck was flying over 100 miles per hour and literally hit us directly from behind and totaled my mama's car. And I had to go through therapy and chiropractic care and all like this and stuff, and be on disability and be on light duty on work and shit, and still feeling the effects of it to this day. But I said I refuse to allow this to hamper anything that I'm doing in this life. And blessed be to God that, you know, I'm not suffering no forever scars. I'm not banked up. I'm not bruised up. I don't have no lacerations, no open wounds or anything, no scars, no nothing like that. No broken bones or anything. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. But I'm getting paid. Me and my son, we're getting paid. And we are going to travel all over this MF United States of America and then out of the country. Sure enough, I'm going to Virginia to buy me a car, and I'm going to drive that shit back. And I'm going to be stopping in all of these different states to see my YouTube family. Sure enough. And I'm paying cash money for the car. And I don't care about putting the miles on the car shit because I'm buying the car outright. $30,000. And the car is mine, and I'm coming to your town. I plan on being there when TM have this thing. That's my plan. I said, that's my plan, peoples. And I plan on videotaping it, you know. But I got a call for what it is. I got a call right from right. Because I had asked the people, I said, show me something that I can be able to feast upon, and that makes sense. And what Brazy Certified World Media had just told you, peoples, it made a lot of sense. He said, go back and watch the interview that she did. And everything that we talked about, she talked about, peoples. But we didn't see it, all of us, many of us, we didn't see it because we were too in our feelings. Now, Teresa Martin may be whatever you call her, but in this case, you can't call her a liar because it came from her lips. She said it. And in this case, and in this section of the case, Teresa Martin is innocent. And so we have to take it section by section by section. I can't speak and generalize this over all the whole entire case. But for this part right here, for what you're about to hear, it came from her lips, peoples. Now, as she is going on, I'm going to stop it and I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to stop it. I'm going to talk about it because it has to be done that way. Because, see, if I don't highlight these points, you will miss it. And this time around, peoples, I don't want you to miss it. I want you to get it. And give this woman credit for where credit is due. It ain't no harm in saying that you're sorry. And there ain't no harm in apologizing when you got something wrong. See, I'm a real man, and I can admit when I was wrong. I can admit when I was wrong, peoples. And I did. And that's what real people do. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? All right, so let me go ahead and let me gear this up and let me play this, peoples, for your hearing, because you need to hear this. You need to hear this. And you need to get a greater understanding as to what TM tried to convey to the people. So let me go ahead and let me call that up, peoples. There it is right there. Okay, so it is Chicago Morning Takeover. All right, so let me go ahead and call that up. Chicago Morning Takeover. Chicago Morning Takeover. There it is right there. All right, peoples, listen attentively to what she has to say and what she's being asked and her response. Let me turn up this fan in the background so then when I'm talking to you, I can hear clearly too. And we're going to talk about it. And so I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the chat. So anybody who has some commentary, who wants to come up, who wants to say anything and stuff, you know, be my guest and stuff, you know, all I say, people, is if you come, be respectful to the panel, and then be respectful to the chat, and then be respectful to me. Is that all right, peoples? We can agree to disagree. We can agree to disagree. And you can hate TM as much as you want. But at the end of the day, peoples, at the end of the day, let's be respectful to each other. Is that all right, peoples? All right, peoples. Let me go ahead and let me share my screen. And let's get into this, peoples. Let's go. bring this closer so then I can just go in between the two. All right, let's go.
1075 GCI, the size number one for hip hop and R&B. Good morning to you, Chicago. It's Kyle, Kendra G, Leon Rogers. And we have a guest here this morning, man. This is kind of a very important interview today. We want to introduce and we want to bring on the show today Kenneka Jenkins' mother, Miss Teresa Martin. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
We know you're going through a difficult time, a tough time, and there's a lot of emotions and feelings and just a lot that you're dealing with at the moment. So up front, we just want to say thank you for taking the time to come and join us and speak with us today.
Thank you all for having me.
Absolutely.
You're welcome.
So for those who, I'm assuming everyone in Chicago knows the story of Kenneka Jenkins by now, but Kyle, just a little backstory. The 19-year-old girl who was found frozen in a freezer in the Rosemont Crown Plaza Hotel.
Right.
So let's start there. Let's start the night that you got the phone call about your daughter.
Okay. I received a phone call 4:34 in the morning from her friend stating to me that my daughter's missing. They can't find her. So I asked them, could they take their time, just have a little patience at first to see if they can find her. In the background, I hear one of the other friends stating, she tired of waiting. She tired of this. Getting a little rowdy. So I asked them to calm down and just bring my car to me.
Because your daughter because they were at the hotel for a party and your daughter was the driver of the night.
Yes, my daughter was the driver of the night.
They had her keys at this moment.
They had her keys. And they never mentioned that they had a phone until after I got off the phone with one friend. I called her phone just to hear other friend state to me that I have a phone too. So I asked them, I said, y'all, wait, hold on. You have my car keys and her cell phone?
Now, I want to point out something, people. I want you to look very clearly. Look at Lenore. Look at Lenore. Lenore is a goddamn split image of Kenneka. I want you to really pay attention to that. Look at Lenore. Look at Lenore's face, her eyes, her lips. And when I post a picture of Kenneka in the freezer, I want you to look at those two pictures. Lenore is a goddamn split image of Kenneka. I kid you not. I kid you not. And almost to the degree to where sometimes I just really question if Lenore is really Kenneka's mother. Now I'm not saying that she is. I'm not saying that she is. Hear me out and don't misconstrue my words. But goddamn, I mean the lips, the eyes, the nose, the face. It is stunning. I was just telling Brazy that earlier today. I said, God damn, man. I said, Kenneka looks a split image of of Lenora. A split image of Lenora. And I know I said at one point, because I was questioning people, was the Lord really Kenneka's mother? Now, hey, I mean, shit. What you want me to say? I mean, I'm just only going to go by what my feelings is, people's. Never mind what you say. I'm just going to go by what my feelings is and things. Now, I said it before, and I go back and forth because I'm kind of like, if you look at TM and Lenore, Kanika favors Lenore way more than she does TM. Way more. I mean, like an exact match, a split image. If you look at Lenore, and I'm gonna get a picture when Lenore is looking up and stuff because she's looking down, and I'm gonna compare those two photos of Kanika in the freezer and then Lenore in this live right here. And I want you guys to see it, and then you make the decision yourself. What you think? Do they look like? I mean, the resemblance is that so goddamn spot on. It's just, man, and it just makes you wonder. It really does. It just makes you wonder. Just makes you wonder. That's. I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm gonna leave it like that. It just makes you wonder, peoples. But you heard what TM said. TM said that she did not know that they had her keys in her phone until she called back. And then one of the girls had answered the phone, and that's how she found out that that the girls had both Kanika's keys and phone. Now, people, let's take a look at this. I want to take this in spots because see, I just can't play this live just all the way through without first going through and explaining some things. Do you understand what I'm saying? So now, if you have the time, you can go back and play the live yourself. You know, this particular video and listen to it in depth. But I have to give my analysis as it is playing, and then there's other things I got to play with it so I can give you a good full whole scope of what I'm trying to convey. Just not going to give you bits and pieces, let you listen to this shit and, you know, just be done with. No. Edward Joseph don't do that. I don't do that. I have to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges, and then apples and oranges and oranges and apples. You know, it's got to be a mixture. But I have to explain in great detail why I am saying such and things. So now, the first point. TM did not know that the girls had Kanika's keys and cell phone. Okay. She didn't know. She didn't know. She said it. She said she didn't know. You heard what she said, right? She said she didn't know. Now, people, so let's do this. Let's skip to the case files real quick. Let's skip to this case files real quick. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch the video and stuff. But I got to do my due diligence as well and stuff. So, like I said, you can on your own time go and watch that video for your own self and listen to it entirety. But I'm going to splice this up. And I'm going to make my points as the video goes, peoples. So now, I want to go to the case files. Go to the case files right here. Let me go to the narratives. And let's just go one by one. We're gonna walk through it. I'm gonna walk through it and stuff. And let's go ahead and. Oh, I didn't know I can shift it like that. Okay. So it only just shipped the one case file, but not both of them. All right. So I want to go to the case files because there's some things I want to point out as well. So let me go ahead and really bring this out. Now, we do know and understand that we do know and understand that Andrew Holmes was the one who was brought into TM's life for a reason. And he was brought there to spill some stuff to Teresa Martin, and she trusted him. Teresa Martin did not know Andrew Holmes prior to that, peoples. There's no evidence that she knew Andrew Holmes. There was no evidence that they cooperated with each other or anything like that. There's no evidence of that. No proof, no evidence. Okay, so I just want to keep it real and 100. And I said this time around, I'm only going to go by what they said. Okay, so now let's go back to the case files right here. And let's take a look at this. Because see, the thing is, peoples, and it's just like what M. Easy had said. The hotel had literally devised this whole narrative so you can believe some things. Do you understand what I'm saying? The hotel did. Okay. So now I want to establish the foundation, peoples, because I said, never mind what I feel. This is what they said. And I just wanted to bring it back to the beginning. It says right here, peoples, in report number 1, on this date, I was dispatched to 9501 Devon Avenue, Rosemont Police Station for a station report of a missing person. Upon arrival, I spoke with Lenora Harris, the complainant, who is the sister of the missing victim, Kenneka Jenkins. There you see it right there. It's on your screen. It says, according to the complainant, the victim was last seen leaving her home with her mother's vehicle on September the 8th, 2017 at approximately 23:30 hours. Now, you know, Edward Joseph, I disagree with the date. But again, this is what Lenore stated. Or this was in the case files, I should say. May not actually be what Lenore stated because it is a narrative. It is not a statement, it's a narrative. Narratives is a summation of one's proclamation. But a statement is supposed to be an actual true account in events of what happened. That's why I don't give too much credence to the narrative, because it is a summation. It is not written verbatim. And then the person who was supposed to be giving the statement, the person writing it only surmised it to their understanding. Do you understand, peoples? Statements can be held in court. Narratives can't. And I'll get into that a little later, but I've just told you the difference between a statement and a narrative. A narrative is almost like an affidavit. It is almost like you are exactly saying verbatim, word by word, what you have seen and what you have done. But a narrative is a summation of what you have seen and what you have done. Not an actual, true, and factual account. And that's why all of this paperwork that you see here is just narratives. It is a story. It is a story that the people are telling to try to convey something to you. Now, narratives, not necessarily is actual, factual, and true. But a statement has to be. A narrative doesn't. And that's the difference in between the two peoples. So this is a narrative. And as I don't agree with the date, but that's just my issue, people. You know, but again, I'm not going to inject what I say or believe. I'm just only going to give you the facts as to what they stated. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So let me read as it is stated. It says, again, according to the complainant, which is Lenora Harris, the victim, which is Kenneka Jenkins, was last leaving her home with her mother's vehicle on September the 8th, 2017 at approximately 23:30, which is 11:30 at night on September the 8th. The victim was heading to a party with a couple of friends at the Crown Plaza Hotel, 5440 River Road, Rosemont, Illinois. It didn't say that they was at the Marriott. It didn't say that they was at the DoubleTree. It clearly stated that they were at the Marriott. I mean, not the Marriott, but the Crown Plaza. These people keep texting me. Okay, so it didn't say the Marriott and it didn't say the DoubleTree. It says the Crown Plaza. Okay, at 11:30 at night, they left. Now, 11:30 at night, and when you do a Google map from the general area of where Kenneka had lived to Rosemont, it ain't nothing but a 15-minute drive, people. It's not a 45-minute drive like some people proclaim. Rosemont is close proximity to where Kenneka lived, and only 15-minute drive, 15 minutes away. So it's a hot skip and a jump. So they leave at 11:30, but yet they get at the establishment at 1:13, according to the video footage. But according to the case files, it says right here, the complainant states that the last time she had contact with the victim was via text message at approximately 1:30 on September the 9th. So now it transitioned from September the 8th into the morning or the early hours of September the 9th. And then she said, after 1:30, I didn't have no more contact with my sister. That is supposedly what Lenora had stated to the officer. So 11:30, we grabbed the car. 1:13, according to the video surveillance footage, they walk into the establishment. And at 1:30, she last has contact with her sister. Now, in this narrative, it never stated what Kenneka was supposedly had said to Lenora. Never had stated. We didn't see no text messages. We didn't see no text messages from Lenora's phone, nor did we see text messages from Kenneka's phone. And all that was in evidence, people. So you can give us a narrative and you can give us these fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious surveillance video footage. Why couldn't you give us the conversations that these girls were having? I mean, everything else is in evidence. You know, you got the death photos and you got this fictitious, hilarious, and surveillance video footage. So why couldn't you put the text messages in the case files? Because that's a part of the case files. That is a part of public record. That is a part of keeping people honest and straight. But it never was there. And why wasn't it there? Because they did not want you to see it. They didn't want you to see it, peoples. And that's in accordance with a lot of this other video footage. They did not want you to see it. And there is a lot of video footage, peoples. A lot of video footage that was played in this case that we did not see. I want you guys to understand that, peoples. I said there is a lot of video footage that we do not see. Okay. All right. So it says the complainant also states that the friends came back to the complainant's house at approximately 400 hours, which is 4 o'clock in the morning, with the victim's mother's vehicle. those friends were not at the scene at the time of this report. Now, understand one thing, peoples, because see, I want you to look at the contrast from what was stated, from what TM has stated, to what was stated in the narrative. Now, TM stated that they called her at 4:30 something or 4:34 in the morning. But the narrative in the case file said that the kids had came to her mother's house at 4 a.m. in the morning with her mother's vehicle. So, see, this is why you need to do your due diligence, peoples. This is why you need to read. That's why you need to read. And this is why you need to understand some things, because there's a conflict right there. Well, how could the kids call you at 4:34 in the morning, but according to Lenora, according to the statement, according to the case file, it says that the kids came back to your house with your vehicle at 4 a.m. in the morning. So how could that happen, peoples? Do you see my dilemma? See, I can go with what TM say all day long, but then I can go with the case file all day long. But there is a conflict in the case files and what TM had recollect. But she said it on more than one occasion that they called her at 4:34. But do she not remember, or do not Lenore remember, or do not anybody remember that this was written in the case files? And if it's written in the case files, well, then the case files is a article or a summary of what's supposed to have taken place in this particular case. That's why they have the case files. And so if there's a conflict, how do you justify the conflict? Because there is a major conflict right here. One, the kids were supposed to call her at 4:34 in the morning. But yet, according to her daughter, Lenore Harris, the kids brought the car back to her house at 4 a.m. in the morning. So if they brought the car back at 4 a.m. in the morning, well, common sense would say you wouldn't have known that your car was back, right? I mean, if they're bringing your car back, they're not down there at the establishment looking for Kanika, right? Okay, so you guys are not listening to me. I said if they brought the car back, then there is no way in God's creation could they be down there looking for Kanika if they brought the car back 30 minutes before they even called her. Or 34 minutes before they even called her. If they brought that car back at 4 a.m. in the morning, it would have been no need to call TM at 4:34 because they're already at the house. And she said, I told them to bring me my car back. But they did. But they supposed to have brought it back at 4 a.m. But see, in the case files, it said that they brought it back at 4 a.m. But in TM's statement, she said that they brought the car back at 4:34. But on the video footage, the kids were still at the establishment after 4 a.m. So we got a big dilemma. We have a big dilemma. And how do we solve the big dilemma? Because we got TM giving a statement on national TV. We got the case files that says that they brought the car back at 4 a.m. And then we have the video surveillance footage that shows that the kids is still there at the 4 o'clock hour. Do you see my dilemma? And so what do we do, peoples? What do we do? What do we pick and choose to deem what is right and what is wrong? You know? And I just got started. What is it that we do, peoples? How do we determine if what TM is saying is true, actual, factual, or not? Or if that video footage is actual, factual, or not? Or if the case files is actual, factual, or not? See, peoples, whenever I talk, I've always liked to go back and reference the case files and reference any other video or any other postings or anything that pertains to that of what I'm talking about, so I can try to get some clarity out of confusion. And so I'm seeking clarity. So now in this instance, what is it that I do, peoples? Because we got 3 conflicting incidents that has occurred, and none of it lines up with each other. None of it lines up. So I wanted to point that out in the beginning, people. So before we go too deep in the video, I need you to understand some things. There are some conflicts here. And everything is supposed to show an accurate day and time. But who do I trust? Do I trust the case files over TM and what she said? Or do I trust TM and what she said over the case files and over the surveillance video footage? I mean, how do I measure it, peoples? Because at the end of the day, you guys are relying on the video footage to be accurate. At the end of the day, you're relying on the case files to be accurate. At the end of the day, you are relying upon TM's statement to be accurate. Well, all 3 cannot be accurate when all 3 are projecting something different. So, what's really going on? What's happening here, peoples? I mean, we just started off and already there's a conflict that things ain't lining up. Things ain't lining up. So this is why I say that the date that is in question, I have a valid reason to say that, because you can't prove to me definitively that these kids was there on September the 8th. Just because that it says that don't mean that that's accurate. That don't mean that it's actual, factual, and true. Just because the video says that doesn't mean that it's actual, factual, and true. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So we have a verbal statement, we have the case files, and then we have the video surveillance footage. But all 3 is not lining up. And it's not complementing each other. And so what is it that you do to get to the truth? You know, were they really there on September the 8th? Did all of this stuff really happen on September the 8th? Or could it happen on a different day? And the reason why I say that, and I'm justifying saying that, because there was a family that was there at the establishment days before they reported them being at the establishment at the day to when they reported them at the establishment. So in essence, what I'm saying, people, is they lied. Because if the people was there on the 10th, and then they come back with a video and said that, oh no, the people was there on the 12th, but then the people saw that and said, no, we was not there on the 12th. We know, because we booked the rooms and everything. I got the receipts on my credit card. We were there on the 10th. But in the establishment, they said, no. You wasn't there on the 10th. You were there on the 12th. Who should know better? Is it the people should know what day that they came, or is it the establishment should know what day that they came? It's a conflict. So the people, if we really think about it, why would they come and lie and say that they were there on the 10th if they were there on the 12th? Why would they lie? And then we go and we ask the question, why would the establishment lie and say that they were there on the 12th instead of the 10th? That's for you to answer that question, people. You have to weigh it. You have to weigh it. But you got conflicting stories. And whatever you believe, prove it. Whatever you believe, prove it. And that's all that I've been saying, people, is prove it. So now we got three different things that is trying to say that this happened at this particular junction in time. But we know that it couldn't all have happened in the manner to which it has been shown, it has been stated, and it has been implicated. All three couldn't have happened at the same time, people. It's impossible. So what really happened? Well, one thing out of all of that, we got a time. We got a time, and the time is, and it specifies that at 1:30 on September the 9th, Lenore had a text message from Kanika. Now, was it Kanika who had sent the text message to Lenore, or was it some of the girls who sent the text message to Lenore playing Kanika? You know, which is it, peoples? Which is it? So that's up for you to decide. So now let's go back. Let's go back to the case files. I just wanted you to see that, peoples. I wanted you to see that. So okay. So now here we got a timeline. We got a timeline. And the timeline is this: the surveillance video footage said that Kanika had came to the establishment at 1:13 a.m. in the morning. And it shows that Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree went to the left, and the supposed Kanika went to the right, but she didn't get commandeered. She just walked to the right. Okay, so we never seen any video footage of Kanika in the main lobby or even in that corridor that leads to the elevator. We never seen it. But we seen balls. We seen Killer and Peas and all of these other people all in the lobby of the main lobby in the front by the front desk. We seen Shemaya, Monifa, Bree, Irene, and friends and Franskave. We seen the police. We seen TM. We seen Lenore. We seen Irene. We seen everybody in the front lobby, but we never seen Kanika. And we never seen that video footage of when they first walked in and walked to the left to go to the front desk, and Kanika had stepped to the side to the right. And so why haven't we never seen that video footage? That's the one thing you have to ask yourself, peoples. See why haven't we seen all of this other video footage, but the key video footage that would have shown them walking into the establishment, we'd never seen. I want you guys to get that for one moment. We'd never seen that video footage. So regardless of whatever your feelings may be, you still, out of all of the 36 hours of video madness, you never seen that video. And why did you not see that video? Because it would have literally shown Kenneka, if that was Kenneka. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's why I put the big if on there. If you believe that that's Kenneka that walked in the halls and walked into the establishment, okay, well then you believe that that's Kenneka. But then my question is, why haven't we seen that video footage? Why haven't we seen them walk towards the elevator? Why haven't we seen them all get on the elevator at the same time? Why? And then while they're in the elevator, why is it people that video content looks different from the girl who was supposed to have walked the halls of that establishment, different from the girl who is in the freezer, different from the girl who was in Irene's live? Why does she look so different? Why did she look so different, peoples? So now let's go to the picture, people, of them supposed to be in the elevator. Let's go to that picture, peoples. All right, so let's go here. Let's go to Kenneka. And thank you, computer, for coming up and bringing all the photos up and stuff. I greatly appreciate that. You know, my computer is working faster now, people, since I erased a lot of those pictures. And it's still not coming to full because, look, still pictures that still needs to come up. So I know what I'm going to have to do is just go and call up my C drive and defrag my computer. That's what I'm gonna have to do, defrag my computer. So let me see if I can do that now while I'm talking. So let me go to my C drive. Let me right click on it and do properties. Okay, so it's a lot of free space. So 72.6 gigabytes out of all of that. So let me go to the tools and let me go to optimize right here. Choose that. And so that should start optimizing my computer. I'm going to choose it again and press OK. I don't see anything happening. I don't know why it's not happening. Oh, no, I think it is happening. Yeah, it is happening. Okay. So let me close one and let me optimize. Okay, so it has optimized it real quick. That was real quick. Okay, so now let me go ahead and call that up again. And let me go to my C drive, right click, properties. So I already optimized it. So now let me check the drive for errors and scan the drive. And that's going to happen real quick. Make sure that my computer is up and running tip-top shape. You know. So we'll give that a second. We only got about 11 minutes left. So I don't have to pretty much stay on this to wait for that. So we'll come back to that. Well, we know that that's in progress. All right, so let's go back to our Kanika's folder. Okay, Windows successfully scanned the drive and no errors was found. Good, so we're all good. So now let's go back to the Kanika's folder. And still some pictures it's not coming up, but all the other pictures is and stuff. So I'm going to clear a little bit more space on my computer. I thought I cleared enough for it to come up real quick, but I guess I didn't. So it's okay. You know, I'm gonna clear more space. So now what I want to do, people, is simply this. I want to go back and I want to look at these pictures of the supposed Kanika in the elevator. Okay, so here it is right here. So is Shemaya and Monifa in the elevator, and you see Shemaya has the keys. I mean, Monifa has the keys, and Shemaya has the power cord. But where's Kanika? You don't see Kanika in the elevator, and see there is the side of the wall of the elevator. And then on this side, there you see the control panel. But see, everything in this picture is reverse. It's reverse, peoples, as you can see. But there's no mirror that Shemaya is taking a picture of herself in the elevator. So do you see what I'm saying? So if Shemaya was taking a selfie, well, then you should be able to see her head and you should be able to see Shemaya's head. And that's pretty much it. But you see their whole body. So Shemaya is not taking a selfie in a mirror, but somebody is taking a picture of them and just only reverse the camera around. Do you see what I'm saying? And see, look at Shemaya's hand. Shemaya's hand is already covering the area, the lens, to where it will be able to show them. So that's how you know that this picture is bogus. This is bullshit. Somebody is in there and they took a picture of them and not them themselves. And so, see, that's a part of the play right there, people. That's a part of the setup right there. Now I can't blame TM because, you know, TM ain't right there in this picture. I can't blame TM. But I can blame the kids for the play. I can blame the kids for the setup, because this is a clear setup. Whether you like it or whether you accept it or not, it's clear setup, peoples. And it's crystal clear that they are not taking a selfie of themselves, peoples. Because this elevator, it is a 2-door elevator. So what is behind Shemaya? It is right in front of Monifa. It's a 2-door elevator that opens on either side. And so if Shemaya was taking a picture, she wasn't taking a picture in a mirror. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so if she was taking a picture in a mirror, well, then there would be a reflection to a reflection to a reflection. Case in point, let me show you, peoples. Case in point, let me show you. Okay, let me show you. Bingo to the bingo right here. Case in point right here, when she had took a picture of her and Kanika in the bathroom. Okay, this is Shemaya. And there's Kanika. She's in the mirror. And look at her hand. Her hand is not covering the camera. You see that, right? See how Shemaya's hands is spread apart and she's holding the phone and she's not covering the camera. See that? Bingo. But look at Monifa and how she's holding the phone. See that? Monifa has her hands all over the middle of the camera. Has her hands all over. See that, right? But look at Shemaya and how she has her hands spread it all down, and look at Monifa's. But then look at Shemaya. Shemaya, there is a mirror in the bathroom, and there's no mirror in the. There's no mirror in the elevator. So that's clearly showing you that somebody is taking a picture of them and not herself. How I'm going to prove this? Okay, I'm glad that you asked. Look here. Edward Joseph, prove it. Okay, thank you. I will. Right here, peoples. Because as you can see, there's the mirror. There's the reflection. There is Kanika. There's the back of her head. And then there's her face again. So it goes, because she is taking a picture in the mirror, the reflection is bing to the bing to the bing. So there's the face, there's the back of the head, and then there's the face. And then as you can see, it's triple. The thing of the mirror, the thing of the mirror, and then the thing of the mirror in the distance right there. See that? Bing, bing, bing. And then Kanika's head, bing, bing, bing. That's how you know that Shemaya was taking a picture of them in a mirror, as Monifa wasn't taking a picture of them in a mirror. Somebody was taking a picture of them, because there's no three thing. In the picture that I just showed you, there you see it, bing, bing, bing. You see Kanika's head, bing, bing, bing. You don't see that in Shemaya or Monifa's head, bing, 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 because she's not taking a picture in a mirror, but somebody is taking a picture of them. That's the play. You see that right there, peoples. You see it. I mean, it's clear as daylight. I just explained to you, peoples, that they are playing. This shit was staged, and they were a part of the play. You see that, right, peoples? You see the girls is playing games. The girls is playing games, peoples, as you can see. Because if she was in a mirror and she was taking a picture of herself in a mirror, well, then she would have the same effect as you see right here with Kanika face, back of her head, and then her face again, partial. See that? And you can see the same thing with the frame. Right there, and then back there. There you go. But you don't see it in this picture, because someone took a picture of them and then they posted it like this. But what they did was they reverted the picture around to make it seem like Monifa had took a picture of them, a selfie, and that's farther from the truth, peoples. See that? See, people, you know, Edward Joseph, man, this is my expertise. You can't fool me. You can't fool me with the video footage, peoples, because see, I know and I educate the people. Just like this right here. This is a mirror effect of what you see in the picture with Kanika. See that? Look at that. You see the little picture of TM? It goes right there, then it goes back, then it goes back, then it goes back, and it's all the way to infinity. Look at the chat room. See that? See the little pointer? It goes from here, then it goes from there, and goes from there, it goes from there, it goes from there. And look at my picture. It goes from here to there, to there, to there, to all infinity. Because it is just like a reflection. It's just like I am reflecting this in a mirror. You see that, right, peoples? That is the same concept. But in the case of when Shemaya and Monifa is standing there in the elevator and no Kanika around, well, what is that telling you? What is that telling you? Did they all get on the elevator at the same time? Or did Kanika go up to the room by herself? Well, I mean, you decide, people. See, you decide. I'm just pointing out the facts right here. And this is the facts. Because when we look at that video footage and you say that they all came in at the same time, well, they did. Somebody came in all at the same time. Was it Kanika that came in with them? But if it was, where is she in the video footage? And where is the video footage of them walking in? Trey Gay, you guys supposed to have had all of the 36 hours of video footage. Why don't you see Kanika in any of that video footage after they supposedly had walked in? Because, peoples, in every elevator, there is a camera. In every elevator, there is a camera. Let me say that again, peoples. In every elevator, there is a camera. And then there is a camera outside of the elevator to see the people going in. So if there's a camera and showing the people walking onto the elevator and walking off the elevator, well, where is that video footage? That was supposed to have been on the 11th floor, supposed to have been on the 9th floor, and supposed to have been on the 6th floor. But we seen it when the young ladies and the young man had got off on the main level and the lower level. We've seen the video footage, peoples. But where is the video footage that shows them getting off the elevator on the 9th floor? Or the video footage of them inside the elevator? Because there is cameras inside the elevator. So just in case, people, if it was a fire, the people can clearly see whether the elevator is occupied or not. That is state's law. Every elevator has a camera. Every elevator has a camera to see if people would have been locked into an elevator, peoples. And then there's a camera on the outside of the elevator that shows the people getting off. So then my question is simply this. So if Kanika was supposed to be with Shemaya and Monifa, well, why isn't Kanika in this picture right here? Why isn't Kanika in this picture, peoples? Where is she? Because we see Monifa, she has the keys. We see Shemaya back there with her phone charger and stuff. We see Monifa with a phone. We see Shemaya with her hands up to her neck and things. Okay, so then let's look at this. Shemaya has her phone right there. And then if we look at the other picture, Monifa has her phone because there's the same phone right there, as you can see. See that, right? It's the same phone. So if Monifa has her phone and Shemaya has her phone, where's Kanika's phone? And then why are they carrying the keys? Why is Monifa carrying the keys? When in the video, let's go back to the video of when they were first walking in to see, because supposedly Kanika, as you guys saying that's her, she walked in with the keys. So how did Monifa get the keys from the time to when they supposed to have walked in to the time to when they were on the elevator? Did Kanika hand her the keys? Because we've seen keys in her hand. You guys said that that's Kanika, so let's go back to that video, peoples. You see how I'm breaking this down, peoples? You see how I'm breaking this down? See, I have to do this. I'm going to get back to that of what TM said, but see, the thing is, I have to break down all of the different things that led up to this point, because I want to give a thorough analysis as to how things had played out. How did Monifa get the keys? Where was Kanika in relationship to them getting on the elevator and riding up in the elevator? Do you understand what I'm saying? And if this is not the case, then when did Monifa and Shemaiah go and take a picture together in the elevator? When? See, these are the things that you need to answer, peoples. And see, according to this right here, peoples, according to this, there's a timestamp, and it says what? 12:38 a.m. today. So if this picture was taken at 12:38 a.m., well, then guess what, peoples? Guess what? What day were they there? Because if we're going with the case files, I mean, if we go with the surveillance video footage, it says they didn't enter into the establishment until 1:13. But according to this right here, people, and we know that they're at the Crown Plaza, it says 12:38 a.m. in the morning. So how could they be walking into the establishment at 1:13 when they are there damn near almost an hour before they were supposed to have been walking in? See, peoples? See, people, see, the thing is, you got to look at everything. You got to look at everything. That time is there for a reason. The time is there for a reason. So was that the time to when they came in? Well, it had to be something, because again, the time is on the picture, and the picture says today, and then it never gave a date. But what day was it? It says 12:38. And it's only one time 12:38 can be shown with Monifa and Shemaiah in an elevator. And that is on September the 9th in the morning. But if that be the case, peoples, then bingo to the bingo, peoples. They had to be there earlier, or it was a different day they were there. And that the time to when all of this said that they came was a lie. Do you see what I'm saying, peoples? See, you got to analyze everything. That says 12:38 a.m. And it's only 12:38 a.m. that can encompass Shemaiah and Monifa at the establishment. So either they were there earlier or it was a different day. See? But nobody pointed that out other than Edward Joseph. I said nobody pointed that out other than Edward Joseph. And I keep telling you, people, I got way more than that, than what I'm showing you. And so now How do we are supposed to look at this? Because we got a picture of Shemaya and Monifa in a elevator, and the time on the picture, it says 12:38 a.m. in the morning today. But it didn't give a date. It says 12:38, and so if logic tells me, peoples, 12:38, the only time it can be a 12:38 is on September the 9th in the morning. And so if that be the case, then guess what, peoples? They were there earlier than 1:13 a.m. when they were supposed to have been caught on video surveillance camera walking into the establishment. And if that be the case, peoples, then all of the times in this particular case, you can't go by. You absolutely can't go by, because it throws everything off. So what sense does that make? Monifa and Shemaya in the elevator at 12:38, but then they come back and they walk in. Her, Monifa, Shemaya, Bree, and the supposed Kanika at 1:13. So help me to make that make sense, peoples. So if they're there earlier, why would they all come back and repeat the same cycle and walk into the establishment all at the same time when they were already there and already established? Why would they do that, people? They wouldn't, because it doesn't make no sense. So because of that picture, peoples, because of this picture right here, and because they are all in the same outfit, I've already surmised to you peoples that Kanika and all of them was there a day or two ago earlier. A day or two ago earlier, and not on the night. So this is my backup right here, because see, you can't explain that. So my backup right there. There it is. 12:38 a.m. in the morning. You can't explain it, peoples, because nobody is going to be on no elevator and then turn back around and walk outside the building only to be on surveillance video camera coming in at about almost an hour later. Bree, Shemaya, Monifa, and Kanika. What sense does that make, peoples? It doesn't make a bit of sense. And then the question is, if they all came in, where is Bree and Kanika? Because there is Shemaya and Monifa. Where was Kanika and Monifa? Where? Now let me show you something, people. So let me show you something. See, you've never seen this before. You've never seen this before. But I'm fit to show you. Fit to show you right here. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Let me show you this. Bingo to the bingo. Okay, come on. All right, picture, come on up. Why aren't you coming up? Okay, there we go. Now, look at the picture, peoples. There you see Irene in the picture right there. See that? And there you see Shemaya. That's Shemaya, peoples. And how do I know that's Shemaya? Because if you look at the head right here, and I'm fit to show you Shemaya in this picture right here. Look at Shemaya right here. And then we move this over right here. Look at the hump on the head. Look at the hump on the head, and look how the hair is tapered down, and look how the hair is tapered down. And there's the part right there. There's the hump. There's the part right there, and there's the hump right here. That is Shemaya, peoples. And then look at the kind of rounded head. And you can even match this little part right here with that part right there. The way that Shemaya's head is made. There, you see it right there. That's Shemaya. Peoples. See that? That's Shemaya. And then Shemaya had on the blue shirt, but Shemaya had on the blue shirt right here. See that? Blue shirt. That's Shemaya. There Shemaya is. And that's the only picture that you will ever see Shemaya in Irene's live. The only picture. There is Shemaya right there in Irene's live. But not only there is Shemaya in Irene's live, but Irene had her child, and there is her child right there. There's a little boy. Right there. See that? There's a little boy right there. By her breasts, you can see his little face with his little hair twisted up and things. And you all didn't think that Irene had brought her son, but there is a video, and I have this video. I gotta look for it. I've been looking for it, but I was able to find a screenshot of this that I had taken, because I always, with the videos I take, I've always take screenshots too, just in case I can't find the video. There is Irene's little child in Irene's live. And then look back here, there is Kanika, because you can clearly see the difference in the two. Because Shemaya's hair has a hump, and Kanika has the part in the center of her head. And then the shirts don't even match, because Shemaya wore the little shirt thing where Kanika wore the jacket. Bingo to the bingo. And we've seen this part. We've seen when Kanika had walked from the bathroom to right there behind Irene, and then walked back again. And CC was on the side of her, sitting down on a little bench in the room. Now, there. So then the question is, peoples, where was Shemaya? Because Shemaya was not shown in Irene's live in that little clip that we've seen of Irene's live. But Shemaya was shown in the clip with her and Irene's baby. You could have seen Shemaya in the video. So where was Shemaya? Where was Shemaya, peoples? Where was Shemaya? I'm showing you right there, peoples. Bingo to the bingo. I told you Irene brought her son. And there he is right there. Little face. And then I got another video to where I showed you Irene and her boyfriend at the time and stuff when the baby was a little baby. So let me go back to that video, peoples. So when the people think that Irene did not have a son or brought her son, there's the proof right there, peoples. I just shown you. Now here's the picture right here of the picture that I just took a screenshot of right here of Kanika standing in behind Irene right here. Let me go back. Okay. Where's that picture? There it is right there. Okay. Here is the video to this picture right here. Here's the video.
Yeah.
See that? There's Kanika. There's Kanika right there. See that? There's Kanika. There's Kanika. Bingo. Right there. This is the video. See that? That's the video. And then there's the everyone loves everyone. See that? That's the video to that. Now I'm trying to find a video of when the baby was in there with them and Shemaya was behind Irene. See that? See, I've always showed my proof, peoples. I told you the other day that Shemaya had her baby. And there's Kanika. And then there's the guy with the with the white band over his head, and then Kanika is going to come right back. See, he walks behind her, and he walks right there, and then the video ends. See that? Let's go and watch that again, peoples. But I'm gonna try to slow it down this time. Let me see if I can slow it down. And if I can't slow it down, then I'm gonna put this in my editing software and I can play it frame by frame. Okay, that's the audio track, video speed. Okay, so we're gonna slow it down to ×5. Okay, there we go. Turn out that sound. There's Kanika. There's Kanika. There's Kanika. She's walking to the bathroom. Then she turns around and there she is right there. And then there's the picture that I've taken right there. Bingo to the bingo. Kanika Jenkins, peoples. When the people said that Kanika was never in Irene's live, there's the proof right there, peoples. There she is. Right there. Right there, peoples. As you can see. Okay. That's the video. I found the video. And there's the guy with the bandana on and the red jacket. Then Kanika walks back over again, as you can see. Then the guy is going to walk behind her. And see, look, Irene is not live. Irene is only recording herself from her phone. You see that, right? Irene is only recording herself. Irene is not live. All Irene had did was just record the event from her phone. So now this is the question that I have for the people. Why would Kanika give up her phone and give up her keys? They're not playing music right now. It's quiet. All Kanika is doing is just walking back and forth in the room. So why would Irene have Kanika's phone? Is Kanika the only phone that has internet service and whatnot that they can play the music with and stuff? And why wasn't they playing the music? Why was it silent for all of that time? See, Irene's live went live longer than that little clip that they shown. And Kanika was in there. And so now let's go back to the picture, people. So let's go back to the picture. And it says right here, 12:38, they were there and she has Kanika keys. But she has her own phone. Now, where's Kanika and where is Bree? Why isn't it that they all just can't be together when they're coming in? Why is it that, you know, they just you just don't see them? Why? What was Bree at? Well, we've seen Bree and Irene's live. But we didn't see Bree in the pictures that Kanika and Monifa had taken. So why they're supposed to be friends? Here it is right here, peoples. Where's Bree? Because there's Kanika, there's Shemaya, and then there is Monifa. And they all in the picture together. And this is Shemaya's Snapchat. And then there is Monifa, who's sticking out her tongue and acting all crazy. There's Shemaya, who's doing the same lip service as Kanika would do. And look at her head. There's the big hump. And then there's the hair laying down. And then there's Kanika looking into Monifa's phone, and then look, they're taking a picture just like just like Shemaya is taking a picture, just like Irene is taking a picture or video, which is what she's doing here. All of them is taking pictures and videos. Have you noticed that, peoples? That's all that they were doing, is just taking pictures and videos. That's all that Irene did. That's all that Shemaya did. See that? She had one phone over here, and she held that phone in with the other phone that she's taking the video with. See that? The video, the phone that she's taking the video of herself with is lower than the phone that she's looking at and texting people with. So it wasn't nothing but just taking videos of themselves. It wasn't no live. All they were doing was just taking videos of themselves, peoples. There is the evidence right there. So that's one phone, two phones. Now, where did the third phone come in? Where's Kanika's phone? It's on the bed. Just as the person that was in the room stated, it was on the bed by itself, unattended. You guys remember that, right? You guys remember in the case files, the person had stated that Kanika's phone was on the bed in the room unattended. So you got Irene messing with two phones. One, she's recording herself up on. The other one, she's texting the people up on, and Kanika's phone is on the bed unattended because they didn't have no use for it at that particular time because they wasn't playing no music. And so why did not Kanika have her keys, peoples? Why didn't she have her keys? Because there is Monifa with her keys right there. I thought Bree had the keys. Well, obviously, Bree didn't have the keys at that time. Monifa had the keys. And so when did Kanika hand over the keys to Bree? I mean, to Monifa. When did Kanika hand over the keys to Monifa? Because, see, the person walking in had the keys, and it's the same set of keys, hanging, dangling, and things. Why did she give her the keys? And then why did she give up her cell phone? Why was she the only one to give up everything, her prized possessions, the car keys and cell phone? For what? What, did she have intentions on getting down and everything? And then you see by the looks of her walking around in the room, she didn't look drunk. She's standing there looking at the people. She didn't look drunk. And look at Irene. Irene purposely put that camera up on her. Right there. And there you see, right there. There you see right there. Irene purposely did that, and then look at Shemaya. Shemaya purposely did the same thing. Look, right there. See that? Did the same thing. Did the same thing that Irene had did. See that? Bingo to the bingo. Kanika. Right there, peoples. Right there. They didn't go live. They only recorded themselves. And in that elevator, somebody recorded them and not them themselves. See, peoples, see, when you look at this, you got to put things in perspective, and it has to make sense. And I know none of you can debunk what I'm saying, because I know what I'm saying, because I got the receipts right here. I'm showing you. There's the screenshot. There's the video. There is the screenshot. And then there's the time. but nobody paid attention to the time. I did. I been knew this, but I wasn't going to say nothing because I was waiting to see if anybody who, particularly like Trey Gang, supposed to had known about this case, he would have known that these girls was there earlier than they stated that they were. And so if that be the case, then peoples, then what day was it? Was it on the 9th? Or was it on another day? See, you don't know. You don't know, peoples. You don't know, because there's only one 12:38 a.m. in the morning. And so if they came on September the 9th at 1:13, why would they be on the elevator just to only turn around and they all walk in at the same time? You know what that's called, peoples? It's called a reenactment. That's what it's called. And that just proves what I have been stating forever and a day. Because no real sane people will be in the elevator taking selfies or having people take pictures of them, because they didn't take that picture themselves. Somebody took a picture of them. And it says 12:38 a.m. today. And they posted it. But then they turn around and then they walk in with all of them. Monifa, Shemaya, Bree, and supposedly Kanika at 1:13, almost an hour later. What sense does that make, peoples? So if they are there at the establishment, where was Bree and where was Kanika? And why would Bree and Kanika just turn around almost an hour later and walk into the establishment at 1:13, acting like this is the first time that they ever got there to the establishment? People, help me to make that make sense. Help me to make that make sense. And why? Who is taking a picture of them? Because they are taking a selfie. Because I have shown you in the other picture, if she was taking a selfie, then you would have had to repeat of themselves in the picture, and you don't see that. That's how you know they're not taking a picture of themselves. See, peoples, I can explain any and everything that I'm showing, and I'm making sense of it, because this is my line of field of work. This is what I do. I'm a videographer, photographer. I'm explaining to you the play. I'm explaining to you the play. And so when you want to tell me that these kids were over here at the establishment at a certain day and at a certain time, well, then explain to me, how are these pictures and why does Irene have her kid at the establishment? And where was Shemaya in Irene's live? Where was Shemaya? I've shown you the only picture that you will ever see, until I can find that video of Shemaya in Irene's live. Unequivocal and undeniable, peoples. There it is right there. It's in your face. See, I had to do this, peoples. I had to do this because I had to break down from the very beginning, before we really go in depth with what TM is saying, as to what played out. And so you see it for yourself. And I'm explaining it to you in great detail. These are the little details that the people missed. How could you miss that? How could you miss that? Because that is very important details that you need to know. And I ain't never seen no other YouTuber or content creator that ever showed what I just showed. Because all of this was in the beginning, peoples. In the beginning. See, I told you, I got a lot of content that a lot of you haven't even seen before yet. And if many of you have, you forgot about it. Because Trey Gang ain't certainly saying this because it goes against his narrative. Cousin Zion ain't saying this, T Slay ain't saying this because it goes against their narrative. So this is why they don't challenge Edward Joseph, because I'm always showing you people and validating the various things that I'm saying and the things that I've been saying for years. So how are you going to disprove me when I am showing you, and I'm showing you with facts, F-A-C-T-S, facts. Unequivocally and undeniably, peoples. Now, let me go a little further. Let me go a little further, peoples, because now I'm on the roll here. All right. So now, as you can see, peoples, Monifa and Shemaiah was there way before the time to when they all were supposed to have walked in. And somebody is taking a picture of them and not them themselves. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Explain that. Well, you know what that says? It says the play. That's the play. That's the play, peoples. It ain't no explanation. That's the play. And I'm telling you, and I told you, and I'm showing you. And so what rebuttal do you have? You don't have no rebuttal. I got all of this, people. I got all of this. I got all of these pictures and stuff. I just have to find it. Peoples. Got all of this juicies, and I got to find it. Says Shemaiah and Monifa in the elevator. And you don't see no reflection of them, but somebody is taking a picture of them. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. That's why they was posing. And that's why Shemaiah has her hands all over to where the camera is supposed to be showing. But there's no reflection. Somebody's taking a picture of them. Bingo. All right. So now, let's look at this one right here, peoples. Let me turn on the sound. So look at it, peoples. Kanika is videotaping her and Irene. And as she moves, the camera is moving, as you can see. So she's taking a video of herself. I want you to look at something. Look at the camera. See how the camera, see how it's moving? See that? Okay, now you saw that, peoples, right? All right, so now I want you to see something in Irene's live right here. See, she has the camera, it's moving. See that? See that? It's moving. The camera is moving. You see that, right? The camera is moving. Okay, so let's look at it again. Let's look at it again, peoples. The camera is moving. See, she has that one. The camera is not moving. Now she picks up the other phone. Look, the camera is moving. Did you see that, peoples? Did you see that, peoples? When she had the other phone, the camera wasn't moving. When she has this phone, the camera is not moving. See that? It's not until she put that phone down and picks up that phone, now the camera is moving. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. And look, Kanika has the phone in her hand, and look, the camera is moving. bingo to the bingo peoples. Did ever Joseph just explain that, peoples? They're filming themselves. T.Y. did the same thing. He's filming himself. And someone is filming him. I said, peoples. They're filming themselves. And then in some instances, someone is filming them. That's the play. That's the play, peoples. That is the play. Do you see how that worked out, peoples? You see how that worked out, right? So how do you explain that? You can't, because I just explained it for you. How do you debate that? You can't, because I have just already debated it for you. It's unequivocal and undeniable proof, peoples. So now you go and ask the question, when did these girls get at the establishment? Well, according to the case files, let's go back to the case files, peoples. According to the case files, the last time that Lenore had a text message from Kanika was at 1:30 on September the 9th. And no contact has been made with her since. Okay, so from 1:13 to when they supposedly had walked in to 1:30, well, Lenore didn't have no more contact with Kanika, according to the statement here. So from 1:30 to 2:30 or 2:34, when Kanika was supposed to have been getting off in an elevator, well, then what happened to Kanika within that golden hour? Because there's your timeline right there, 1:30 to 2:30. So from 1:30 to 2:30, how could Kanika be in Irene's live, TY's live, and then walking the halls of that establishment, getting off the elevator to where setting all of that in motion? Help me to make that make sense. You only got 1 hour. And then it was also stated that Kanika was in the hallway with a couple of guys. According to the training. Now I have that video. Let me go and play that video, peoples, because according to the training, that's what was stated. So you got to do your homework, peoples. Let me go back to that video, peoples, because this is the video right here. This is the video right here. Where's I had it right yeah, there it is right there. Here's the video right here. Now let's listen in, peoples.
In a very ominous, and some would say suspicious manner. And what makes this individual even more interesting is that he will later be arrested with someone else who was connected with the case. The trans individual who was trying to talk to the police on the night that they were questioning Kanika's mom, when she was trying to tell the officers that she seen Kanika on the bottom floor with a group of guys, but was completely ignored.
Did you hear what he said? She tried to tell them that Kanika was caught in the hallway with a group of guys on the bottom level, which I told you it was the gang members who commandeered Kanika and end up raping and assaulting Kanika. The training seen it. This girl right here. That's why she was running all over the place and stuff. She wasn't involved with anything. She was just trying to take a look at what was going on. She tried to tell the people. She tried to tell the people. But see, the thing is, peoples, she was there at the establishment keeping an eye upon everything. So how could she be involved with the unalignment of Kanika when she was just only being nosy, like nosy bug? See, peoples, when you put the things in perspective, then you're beginning to see the big picture. She, the trainee, was only being nosy. She tried to tell them, hey, I've seen Kanika down on the lower level with a group of guys. And guess where they were? They were in the rear by the dock area. Let's listen to this again.
As if she was inside of a maze that she couldn't figure out or escape. There would also be another individual added to the list of potential suspects and suspicious characters. Videos on the internet would refer to him as the morgue guy because he was seen handling the body in the kitchen with the police. But when everyone left the room, he would turn to the camera, staring at it in a very ominous, and some would say suspicious manner. And what makes this individual even more interesting is that he would later be arrested with someone else who was connected with the case. The trans individual who was trying to talk to the police on the night that they were questioning Kanika's mom, when she was trying to tell the officers that she seen Kanika on the bottom floor with a group of guys.
Bingo to the bingo right there. She was trying to tell the officers that she seen Kanika on the bottom level with a group of guys. And guess where they were, peoples? They were in the rear by the dock area. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. See, the thing is, people, see, you got to do an in-depth investigation before you ever open up your mouth. You just can't tell me anything and thinking that it's going to be law and I'm going to accept the various things that you're saying, because it's got to make sense to me. And if it doesn't make sense to me, people, Edward Joseph, I'm not going to believe it. But I came today with receipts, major receipts. And I just got started, peoples. Because see, I can't go on and go fully in depth with what TM had said without first going down and explaining from the different points of what she is talking about. How did they get Kanika's keys and cell phone? And then what day were they there at the establishment? Because again, nothing that you guys are showing me is lining up. It ain't making no sense. But see, Edward Joseph did a in-depth analysis it's all in the case files, peoples. Everything that this trainee was saying and doing and stuff was all in the case files. I'm just showing you the video and showing you that of what they were doing. See, everything that everybody was doing wasn't all that suspicious to the degree to whereas they were trying to do something to Kanika. There was people who was genuinely being nosy, but couldn't really say anything. Didn't quite really understand and know the play, but knew something was up. That's why you seen the trainee hanging all around everywhere. But see, the trainee knew this guy, the coroner's friend or son or whoever he is and things. Now, if the trainee wanted to see the demise of Kanika, why would the trainee want to go to the police and tell the police where she last seen Kanika, or she, I should say? That doesn't sound like a person who wants to be, who don't want to get involved. That person only just tried to tell the people what she saw. Being just like France Cave, running around the establishment, looking here and there and all like that. So what was he doing? Because he was doing the same thing she was doing. But see, she had heard something over by the elevator, just like the housekeeper heard something over in that room by the elevator, just like Monifa tried to get into that door over by the room by the elevator. What was going on in that room by the elevator? What was going on in that room, peoples? Well, okay, so I'm glad that you asked. Let me show you this picture, peoples, right here. Let me show you this picture. Because see, Kanika didn't get assaulted there, but Kanika got assaulted in the laundry room. But let me show you this picture right here, peoples. And guess where this door is that's leading to? I'm fit to show you right here. Just a moment. Let me show you. Let me send it to my email. Because this is the same door. This is the same door that led to over by the door by the elevator. Yep. That's where they held her captive, peoples, until they was able to move her. It all plays a role. And guess who did it? It was Mike. I'm fit to show you. You guys hold on. Thought I sent the thing to myself. So here, let me go ahead and check this again. And I just downloaded it. I got to send it to myself now. Okay, let me send this picture. Okay. Let me send this picture. It's coming up in a second. Y'all hold on. Now, it all makes so much sense, peoples. Oh, my God. Okay, so it says that I got mail, but I don't see it coming up on my computer. There it is right there. Okay. Oh, no. Is it broken? I think it's broken. So I can't. Okay, so here. Let me go ahead and resend it, peoples. And I'm just going to send it full picture. Right there. I'm not going to touch it. Let me see. I'm going to send a full picture. I'm going to touch that. Okay, so I don't need to touch it. So here. Touch that. And I'm going to go back. And let me just touch the things and see. So it's not going to send me that first one. I don't know why. You know why it's not? Okay, it won't let me send it. Why won't it let me send it? All right, so here, let me do this. I'm going to download it, and I'm going to send it to my Facebook. I think I can do it there. Okay, let me attach it to my Facebook. Then let me attach the picture. Yep. And then send. Okay, cool. I can send it to my Facebook. So let me go to my Facebook, peoples, and let me show you this here. So let me go to my Facebook and let me call up this picture. Okay, so here, let me go to my Messenger. Let me call up this picture and let me call it that picture. There it is right there. Now, let me share my screen, people. Let me show you. Let me share. I'm going to share my screen. So I share my screen this way. Open up that, like that, like that. Okay. Now, let me go to my Facebook. And then bingo, right there. Y'all see that right there, right? Y'all see that right there, right? Look who's in the picture. Let me go ahead and do my magnifier right here. Look who's there. Mike. And there is Mike. And what does Mike have? A knife. And where is Mike going? Into that room where everybody look. Monifa came. The trainee person turned around and looked in, and the housekeeper all looked in there. And guess who was in there, peoples? Guess who was in there? And guess where they took her out from? Because look, there's Mike, and there is Killa. There's Mike, there's Killa. And then look where Mike is going to. It's going into the room. See that, right? And all three of the people had looked in at that room because they heard something going on in that room right there. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Y'all see that, right? Now let's go back. Let's go back to what the person had said. Okay, let's go back to what the person had said. So let's go back to this video right here, peoples. And let's rewind and let's listen to what this person had said. Let's go back a little bit. Oh man, I didn't mean to go all the way back.
CCTV footage, while others stated that it wasn't Kenneka at all and that the video wasn't even real and that it was just a cover-up for something much more larger and sinister that was going on. But what can be verified with 100% certainty is that Kenneka Jenkins was seen on security footage, looking as if she was in a sedated state, stumbling through the hallways trying to find her way, as if she was inside of a maze that she couldn't figure out or escape. There would also be another individual added to the list of potential suspects and suspicious characters. Videos on the internet would refer to him as the morgue guy because he was seen handling the body in the kitchen with the police. But when everyone left the room, he would turn to the camera, staring at it in a very ominous, and some would say suspicious manner. And what makes this individual even more interesting is that he would later be arrested with someone else who was connected with the case. The trans individual who was trying to talk to the police on the night that they were questioning Kenneka's mom when she was trying to tell the officers that she seen Kenneka on the bottom floor with a group of guys.
And there you have it, people. Right there. There you have it. She tried to tell the police that Kenneka was seen on the lower level with a group of guys. She tried to tell the police and the mother, but nobody wanted to listen to what she had to, or she had to say. It all makes sense now, people, doesn't it? You see that, right? So then the question becomes, if Kenneka came up missing within the golden hour between 1:30 and 2:34, well then, how was she found on the lower level with a group of guys, according to the training that was trying to tell the police that? Help me to make that make sense. How, people? How? And then, how did the kids bring TM's car back at 4 a.m. and TM said that they called her at 4:34, and she told them to don't leave my child, but wait and bring me back my car. So the time ain't timing up, and the math ain't mathing, as Taraji and P had said. It ain't mathing up, peoples. The time is not adding up. So how did all of this stuff happen within an hour's time? How did she be in TY's live, Irene's live, come up missing, and walk in the halls of that establishment within an hour's time? And don't have no more contact with her sister? How, peoples? Can anybody explain that to me? I need somebody to explain that to me. You know, I need somebody to explain that to me, peoples. How could all of this stuff happen within an hour's time? Anybody? Anybody? Can anybody explain that to me? See, this is some stuff that I have never even shown nobody. And I purposely did that because I wanted to make sure that when I come to you, I'm coming hard and I'm coming strong and I'm coming with some receipts. And I got receipts that none of you has ever even shown or probably have ever even seen. Now wait till I find that video of Irene in the room with her baby, because see, I wasn't the only one who seen it. I said I wasn't the only one who had seen it. Mariah Lavender had seen it as well, and she chimed out on a live on last night. But I've shown you the screenshot of Irene with her child in the room in Irene's live. And Shamaya, the only picture that you ever seen in Irene's live, standing behind Irene. And none of you has ever even shown that. All right, people, we're almost at the 5 o'clock hour. I'm gonna get off of here. I have a carpooler who needs to go and make some groceries. So I'm gonna shut down here, but I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna do a part 2 to this, peoples. I'm gonna do a part 2 to this, and I'm gonna come back right while I'm leaving off right now. But I gotta go make some errands and things, peoples. Is that all right? I will be back, peoples, if the Lord says the same, but I'll be back. But I have to get off of here right now and go ahead and take my carpoolers so they can go ahead and get their little groceries and stuff and feed their mother for Mother's Day. So I have to go and do my civic duty on today, peoples. But you guys got enough content right here to try to figure out something, peoples, and try to get me some answers to some of the questions that I have. Because, see, I have a solid case right here that I need you to explain to me. How did it happen? How did it happen, peoples? How did it happen in such a short amount of time? And the characters who you thought that was involved in Kanika's unalignment turned around to be the ones who is trying to get some answers to try to help her. Do you understand what I'm saying? Not everybody that was running around the establishment was to harm Kanika. But they had to be very, very smart and somewhat incognito. See, the running around the establishment can be one or two things. And like I say, I don't believe the trainee was involved, because the trainee tried to do the best to try to notify the police and the mother that she seen Kanika downstairs on the lower level with a group of guys, which as you see, Man and all of them, and Killer and all of them running around. And they had a very good ulterior motive to do some harm to Kanika. And you guys do remember why you do me this way, why y'all do me this way. And then the guy was asking for the broomstick. Well, the assault took place in the laundry room. And that's why you see all of the bloody sheets on the cart in the laundry room. And that's why you see Kanika washed down from head to toe, because, again, peoples, remember when TM had the autopsy done, there was no evidence on Kanika's body because, again, the coroner did not take Kanika's body directly to no Cook County Medical Examiner's office. She was taken to the Resurrection Hospital, where she was cleaned up. The second autopsy wasn't done by the Cook County Medical Examiner's office. The person who came to the Cook County Medical Examiner office wasn't Kanika Jenkins. Peoples. Kanika never made it to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office. Peoples. She never did. And I told you that. And I've shown you that. She never made it. Now, when you guys still don't believe that several girls played Kanika, well then, hey, I'm not going to debate that. I'm not going to argue with you people. I'm just going to show you my facts. I'm going to show you my proof to my truth. And then you make the decision on whether you believe it or not. Is that all right, peoples? Because the only thing I can do is just show you what I know, and then you make the decision as to what you believe. But in doing so, come up with something that will literally debunk what I'm saying and what I'm showing. Because as it stands now, I have yet to see any YouTuber come up with anything that I have ever said or shown thus far, and come up with another narrative that surpasses that of what I am showing you and saying. Because I came with receipts, peoples. I didn't come with just flapping my gums. I came with a timeline that they developed for me, not me developing it for them. I've only went by what they said, and that's what they said. 113, according to the video surveillance footage, they came. But I have already shown you Shemaya and Monifa is already there way an hour earlier in the elevator at 12:38. Okay. and somebody is taking a picture of them in the elevator. And so what make it make sense of how they're there and somebody's taking a picture of them on the elevator, and then they all go out and walk into the establishment at 113, trying to make it that is the time that they came. That is the play. That is the play. And then help me to make it make sense. How could Kanika be in TY's life and Irene's life, and then end up coming up missing or walking off the elevator at 2:34? And then the case file says that they brought TM's car back to her at 4 a.m. in the morning, but TM said that at 4:34 a.m. in the morning, the girls called her, and then she told them to bring her car back. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. You guys, hold on. That's my carpooler. All right, people, so that was my carpooler. You know, they're anxious to get their groceries. So I'm gonna taper off here and I'm gonna be back if the Lord says the same. But answer the question, peoples. How did all of that play out in TM getting a call at 4:34, but yet the case file said that they brought the car back at 4 a.m. But yet at from 1:30 to 2:34, what was Kanika? And how did all of that play out between her being in Irene's live and TY's live, get hooshed up on something within less than an hour's time, and then walking some halls to that establishment? That's a lot to digest, peoples. It's a lot to digest. But see, there's things there's factors in between, because see, now you got to navigate through the case files to get a greater understanding as to what was being conveyed, because see, everybody was talking, but everybody was talking a different language. And when everybody was talking, there was conflicting things that was going on. But the one thing I do believe rang true, and that is Kanika's phone was laying unattended on the bed by itself. That's what one of the people in the room had stated. And that's where Irene had the phone, because I've shown you in another live, I've shown you when we slowed down Irene's live, there was a phone that was laying by Irene unattended. And that was Kanika's phone, because Irene had possession of Kanika's phone, because she already had two phones. One, she was recording herself, her movements. The other phone, she was texting the people. You guys remember that, right? She was texting the people and looking at some things that somebody was showing her on that other phone. But then Kanika's phone was only used for the music, and it was buffering. But no music was buffering in TY's live or the video that TY had made. Boy, look at here. Edward Joseph is so deep. Now I'm glad that I got your attention, peoples. I'm glad that I got your attention, because there is a hell of a lot more that I have to say. And there's a hell of a lot more that I have to uncover, peoples. And trust me, I am running frantically to find that video footage of Irene with her son in the video. I have that video, and I have it on one of my lives, but I have to go through all of the lives that I did previously before I came to YouTube. But I have the video. I'm going to find the video, and I'm going to show you unequivocally and undeniably. I've already shown you the screenshot. So if there's a screenshot, there is a video. I said, let me say it again, people. I said, if there is a screenshot, there is a video. That's it. That's all that I have right now, people. So I got to go pick up my car pullers so they can get their mothers and a Mother's Day meal. So the Lord says the same. I'll be back, peoples. Happy Mother's Day to all of you mothers. Blessings to you all. Be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, people, so I will see you. I will see you later on today, peoples. And I just want to go ahead and end this live with just that little song. Come on, Shirley Caesar. Bring us out. Bring us out. Take us on out. Shirley Caesar, peoples. Okay, I see that you guys are not hearing it. So let me do this. Let me share my screen, and I know you'll hear it that way. You guys are not hearing it. So let me do this. Let me share my screen, and I know you'll hear it that way. You guys are not hearing it. So let me do this. Let me share my screen, and I know you'll hear it that way. You guys are not hearing it. So let me do this. In people's, I remember my mama. And so, Mama, happily, heavenly Mother's Day to you. You were always blessed. And now you're taking your rest. And so, peoples, thank you, Jesus. Ooh, thank you. I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. Edward Joseph Kitchen. Edward Joseph Gospel Hour. Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, happily, heavenly Mother's Day to you, Mother. I love you. And happy Mother's Day to each and every one of you mothers on this day. And if the Lord says the same, peoples, I'll be back. But until then, you guys be blessed. And get your rest. And I will see you soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.
Tonight, thousands of passengers stranded in the fallout from the collapse of Spirit Airlines. The sudden shutdown triggering a travel nightmare. People telling us they're struggling to get a flight home or paying big bucks for one. Now other airlines stepping in to help. Why Spirit's collapse could mean higher prices no matter what you fly. And the new numbers late today showing how soaring jet fuel costs could play into it all. President Trump revealing a new operation set to start just hours from now to get ships safely through the key Strait of Hormuz. what else he's saying late tonight about the prospect of peace with Iran. New pushback in the growing fight over access to a widely used abortion pill after a major ruling limiting access to it, with all eyes turning to the Supreme Court. Rip current danger in Florida, rough conditions being blamed for at least one death there. We're tracking it all. Dramatic new surveillance video of a car, look at this, plowing into a gym before bursting into flames. The latest on that investigation.
This is NBC Nightly News with Hallie Jackson.
Good evening. We begin tonight with the stress for Spirit passengers, thousands of them, some stranded with no easy way home after the airline's sudden shutdown less than 36 hours ago. The counters across the country, look at this, empty, with Spirit telling people not to go to the airport to try to rebook flights. So the big question now for many, how will they get home? Tonight, the new offers from other airlines, the new details from the Trump administration about why no government bailout materialized, and the new warnings this could make ticket prices higher for all flyers in a shutdown affecting not just Spirit customers, but thousands of Spirit employees now out of work. Our Kathy Park starts us off.
Tonight, growing fallout after the collapse of Spirit Airlines, with hundreds of thousands of bookings now canceled.
I'm literally sitting here stranded in the Virgin Islands right now.
After the abrupt shutdown overnight, the airline told travelers not to go to the airport, saying card payers will receive a refund, but offering no options for rebooking. Instead, directing people to a website for next steps.
It's been a nightmare. No customer service exists, and Spirit don't exist.
Now other carriers are stepping in.
We're offering $199 fares with a cap at $199 for most of the markets.
United reports booking 14,000 Spirit passengers, but for many, the damage is already done. Michelle Barrow and her grandchildren have been stuck in South Florida since Saturday.
So my 8-year-old granddaughter is crying. Is she ever going to see her mommy again?
The grandmother from Raleigh resorting to Southwest to get a flight out.
I had to use 2 separate cards to be able to buy these tickets. So it's really put us in a bind.
You lost money on this trip, which was supposed to be a vacation.
Right.
Despite last-minute efforts to save the budget airline, a deal with the administration didn't come together.
We oftentimes don't have $500 million laying around in a spare account that we can put into a bailout. Spirit was in dire straits long before the war with Iran.
Now, travel experts warn losing one of the largest low-cost carriers will drive prices up for everyone.
We saw ticket prices on average roughly 14% lower because Spirit was an option. Unfortunately for travelers trying to find affordability with one less carrier in the market is really going to be tough.
And the impact goes beyond travelers. With roughly 17,000 employees without work, emotional goodbyes are going viral.
So thank you for your support over the years.
Kathy is joining us now from the airport in Fort Lauderdale. And Kathy, if passengers are showing up at the Spirit counters behind you, they're certainly not going to find much help there.
Yeah, Hallie, that's right. Here in Fort Lauderdale, the Spirit ticket counters take up nearly half of Terminal 4. It has been pretty much deserted all day, a ghost town. It is worth noting that other hotspots like Orlando and Las Vegas could see similar impacts just as the busy travel season gets underway. Hallie?
Kathy Park, thank you. Part of the problem for Spirit, by its own acknowledgement, was the rising cost of jet fuel. Allie Canal is joining us with more on that as we are getting some new numbers just into us tonight, Allie.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. We are seeing oil futures tick down slightly tonight, opening just below $100 a barrel. And for context, even though we have that dip, U.S. crude was around $67 before the war. So this is all happening very fast. And that's been the big headache for a lot of businesses and consumers out there. And as you noted, the example of the weekend, Spirit Airlines citing rising jet fuel prices as a key factor in its bankruptcy. And that same pressure is showing up for drivers. The national average for gas now at $4.45 a gallon, with some states already above that. In California, gas topping $6, Hallie.
And some experts, Allie, worry about what this could all mean for inflation, right?
That's right. New forecasts showing that inflation could move back toward 4%. That's well above the Fed's 2% target. And that could keep pushing up the cost of transportation along with food and goods. So the longer this continues, the greater the risk that inflation picks back up, which could mean higher interest rates at a time when many Americans are already feeling stretched. Hallie?
Much to watch. Ali Canal, thank you. President Trump is rolling out a new push to try to help ships safely travel through the Strait of Hormuz, with new questions about the prospects of an Iranian peace proposal. Ralph Sanchez reports.
Tonight, President Trump announcing the U.S. will guide ships trapped in the Strait of Hormuz to safety at the request of third-party nations not involved in the war with Iran, saying, "We've told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so that they can freely and ably get on with their business." The president dubbing the plan Operation Freedom and saying it will begin Monday morning Middle East time, but giving few details, including whether Iran has agreed to let the ships pass. Earlier, Mr. Trump appearing to reject Iran's latest offer in ceasefire negotiations, telling Israeli media the terms are not acceptable, and refusing to rule out a return to fighting.
Well, I don't want to say that. I mean, I can't tell that to a reporter. If they misbehave, if they do something bad, but right now, we'll see. But, you know, it's a possibility that could happen, certainly.
Earlier today, another suspected Iranian attack on a cargo ship in the Strait of Hormuz, with multiple speedboats opening fire off the Iranian coast, according to a British maritime agency. No injuries were reported. Iran says it would reopen the critical waterway in return for the U.S. lifting its naval blockade, which has been crushing the Iranian economy and blocking its oil exports. But the offer does not address Iran's nuclear program, a key American demand. The standoff in the Strait means rising gas prices and economic pain for Americans, while in Iran, the toll on everyday people is even more severe. This cafe owner says before the ceasefire, we didn't really have much of an economy, but now our situation has become worse.
Raf is joining us now. And Raf, you mentioned that operation that the president is beginning to try to guide ships safely out of the strait. He is framing this as a humanitarian move, right?
Yeah, Hallie, he's saying that the crew of these ships have been trapped at sea for months, and in some cases they're running low on food. And so allowing them to sail home safely would be a goodwill gesture, not just by the U.S., but also by Iran. Hallie.
Raf Sanchez, thank you. To the urgent search now for 2 American service members in Morocco after a U.S. defense official says they went missing in what appears to be an accident during scheduled training there. Both American and Moroccan forces are conducting a search and rescue operation to try to find them. They were apparently last seen near Ocean Cliffs in the southwestern part of that country. A growing legal fight over a widely used abortion pill could be headed to the Supreme Court as some drug makers push back on a ruling limiting access to that drug. Melanie Zanota reports.
Tonight, a legal showdown over access to abortion pills. Drug makers calling for the Supreme Court to step in after a federal appeals court ruled that the abortion drug mifepristone must be obtained in person.
It is a significant ruling because as of now, it is a nationwide ban on distribution of this pill via telemedicine and mail.
It comes after a lawsuit by the state of Louisiana against the FDA. The state has a near total abortion ban, but the FDA has allowed patients to get the pill through the mail, even after Roe versus Wade was overturned in 2022. Now, drug makers are hoping for a pause on that lower court ruling. Lawyers for Danco Laboratories saying in a court filing, the order results in immediate chaos. It is now unclear whether pharmacies nationwide may dispense mifepristone to women tonight.
They're looking for relief from the Supreme Court to go back to what the federal regulation actually allows.
Mail access to the drug has been critical for women living in states with abortion bans. But if the lower court's order is upheld, it could also impact states where abortion is legal. Medication abortion accounted for 65% of all clinician-provided abortions in 2023, according to the Guttmacher Institute. Abortion opponents have been pressing the Trump administration to put limits on abortion pills. Planned Parenthood has slammed the lower court ruling, saying in a statement, "The fight is on," and Planned Parenthood will continue to make clear that mifepristone should be accessible because it's safe and effective, full stop.
Mel is joining us now from Miami, where the president had been traveling. And Mel, talk about the timeline here for the Supreme Court.
Well, Hallie, legal experts tell us we could actually hear pretty quickly from the Supreme Court on the drug makers' request for a pause. But when it comes to the ruling on the merits of the case, well, that could take much longer. Hallie.
Melanie Zanona, thank you. Dangerous rip currents turning deadly tonight in one state. Florida officials say at least one woman drowned in a rip current in Daytona Beach. A 17-year-old died in a separate incident about 80 miles south because of what was described as extremely rough ocean conditions. The rip current risk in Florida is expected to last several more days. Also tonight, intense weather may be to blame for this fire. You see it there at the University of South Florida, the flames coming out of the Marine Science Lab building. Officials are looking into whether a lightning strike from storms nearby may have started that fire. And then take a look at this coming into us over the weekend, a rare ash devil fire, as it's called, in Southern California. That smoke, the ash, the debris going up, almost looking like a funnel cloud. Happened in San Bernardino County, where fire officials say it was because of the Trinity fire, a wildfire there. Those officials also say ash devils are so dangerous because they can quickly spread fires, but fortunately nothing was damaged. Still ahead tonight, a video of a plane that clipped a light pole, which then slammed into a bakery truck. We'll tell you what happened right after. Scary moment in Oregon when the driver of this car was killed after smashing through the glass at the Portland Athletic Club early Saturday morning. Police say the car had multiple explosives in it, but they don't think what happened here was terror related. Also tonight, a close call for a flight landing at Newark Airport in New Jersey. Take a look at this video. This plane, it's coming in, landing very low, right near the turnpike. A source familiar with what happened says that plane then clipped a light pole. And then look at this dash cam video. A piece of that light pole hit a bakery truck on the highway. Ugh, scary. The driver was hurt, but fortunately is expected to be okay. There is good news tonight about the twin brothers turning their mom's dream into a living legacy. There is good news tonight about hard work paying off and the trio who's made helping others a family affair. If you think you're seeing double at this New York hospital, it's not your eyes.
I'm Dr. Chang, the cardiologist.
Okay.
And Dr. Chang, I'll be your anesthesiologist today.
That's Dr. Andre Chang and his identical twin, Sandre, both physicians at Long Island Jewish Forest Hills Hospital.
Your mom must be so proud.
Proud because they're fulfilling a dream, their mother's dream, to become a doctor, which came to her when Andre was very sick.
I thought he was going to die. So in that instant, I said, I have to be a doctor.
Claudia raised the boys in Jamaica until they were 2 before she came to the U.S. to become a pediatrician, sending the kids to Hong Kong to live with their grandmother.
I realized that what I came here for wasn't so easy to achieve. It would take me maybe 10 years or more. I wasn't willing to risk that time away from my kids.
So she brought the boys back to New York, where at first they wanted to be pilots. But then
once we started studying life sciences and biological sciences in school, we realized that we were very good at that. And we could use that knowledge to help people.
After graduating college and med school, the brother doctors are now medical mirror images.
It makes it an interesting place when people mistaken us in the hallways all the time.
Their bond coming with a built-in second opinion.
The other night I was here and had an emergency surgery due. I was like, I need to know about something about this pacemaker. I can call him at 1 a.m., 12 a.m., and he'll be there to answer my questions. I understand his body language and even the nonverbal cues. We work together all our lives. It just makes it easier for me.
Raised side by side, they now heal together, turning their mother's dream into a living legacy.
That was always my wish and my dream, is to see my kids succeed.
I'm sure she's proud of us that we worked hard. She worked hard and sacrificed so that we had the opportunity.
Incredibly proud indeed. That is nightly news for this Sunday, but stick around for the NBA playoffs on NBC. Up next, the Toronto Raptors up against the Cleveland Cavaliers. I'm Hallie Jackson. For all of us here at NBC, thank you so much for watching and have a great week.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
So you want to start a business. You might think you need a team of people and fancy tech skills, but you don't. You just need GoDaddy Aero. I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert in looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create everything you need to grow a business. It'll make you a unique logo. It'll create a custom website. It'll write social posts for you and even set you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Airo. That's GoDaddy.com/AIRO.
Active, whether it's Sicarios or Hezbollah, we prepped those units to face that kind of threat. And, we did it. We did 100,000 missions. No one under our care was ever killed or injured.
I want you to repeat that, sir. Did you guys ever lose a protectee?
No, we did not.
Thank you. You said something interesting on an episode of Sean Ryan that I saw a couple weeks ago. You said it's in, thank God it was a 20-year-old kid and not a 10-man Hezbollah team. Can you expound on that a little bit?
Sure, because the fact that a 20-year-old kid could get his drone in the air, could get himself into a firing position only 140 yards away. 140 yards is point blank range. My then 12-year-old son could have made that shot. Yep. And thank God that 20-year-old aimed at a headshot at President Trump, because if he'd aimed center mass, President Trump would probably be dead, because I don't think he was wearing plates. He wasn't wearing any kind of body armor that would have stopped that rifle round. And a 78-year-old man taking a gunshot wound to the upper chest is not going to go well. A Hezbollah team or ISIS or you name the terrorist organization that actually knows what they're doing would have been successful that day. And the Secret Service was nearly defeated by a 20-year-old, and we all, including Donald Trump, literally dodged a bullet that day.
So I want to double down on that real quick. In your opinion, in your professional opinion, is the Secret Service in its current form and leadership able to stop a threat like that?
President Trump was definitely deprived of resources that day for whatever their political reason. They had 1/3 the amount of agents covering him as were covering Jill Biden in the same region at an indoor event. She had 12 post holders covering her. Again, no statutory or constitutional authority for the First Lady. Donald J. Trump had 4 Secret Service agents assigned. And I think even when you look at the debacle of a failure of the advance team to actually secure the perimeter and to deny the obvious sniper hotel locations where a bad guy is going to set up from, to the complete lack of coordination and communication, not communicating with the local law enforcement, not taking the radios of local law, come on, to even when shots were fired, the clumsy, unprofessional way of getting the protectee off the X. There was catastrophic failure across the entire enterprise.
Thank you. Mr. Bongino, I want to turn to you real quick. As somebody with a lot of experience in the Secret Service, is it correct, sir, that you at this point have members of the Secret Service whistleblowing and calling you right now to talk to you about the culture of the Secret Service?
There are so many. It's getting to the point now where I thank them and say, but I've already heard that from 10 other guys. And I bring that up because none of these problems are new. Anybody telling you that is lying directly to your face, and you better hope they're not under oath. Anyone is suggesting in a congressional hearing or elsewhere that these problems are new, the personnel problems, the logistics problems, the manpower problems, the technology problems. I just told you a sad running joke in the service when I was there. I'm gone since 2011. Last time I checked, it's 2024. It was yesterday's technology tomorrow. And other things here that are inexcusable that have been brought up before, like Ben and Eric just brought up. The communication failures are basic. This isn't like the Secret Service $1 million radio system that uses NSA level encryption magically broke down that day. They literally handed them a radio they didn't take. This is why when Congressman Mills says, borderline criminal negligence, you should take that seriously. What could possibly be your excuse to say, you know what? I don't really need to communicate with the law enforcement guys out there on the scene. We asked to, they had no obligation to be there. It's a Secret Service's job to protect the president. Out of a courtesy, they showed up. And you don't even have the respect of these local law enforcement people, respect for them to take the radio? I mean, where was the CP, the command post? The way this works, so everybody understands, or it's supposed to and didn't that day, for reasons still unexplained outside of, again, obscene negligence, any trip for a high-level protectee, you're supposed to have a command post that runs the whole trip at the airport or whatever. They'll communicate with everyone. But those individual sites, like in Butler County, have security rooms themselves, which are kind of mini CPs at each site. Where was it? According to what Ben said before, and from what I've heard, it was either not there or the locals were running it, offered communications, and the Secret Service, whose job it was that day to protect President Trump, said, we're going to pass on the comms. Really, you described it as catastrophic. He's 100% correct. Eric knows exactly what he's talking about. Just apocalyptic failure.
Mr. Bongino, in your opinion, is the Secret Service in a better spot today with Director Rowe in charge?
No, it's worse. And sadly, I'm glad this is all being recorded, because when something else happens, and I hope it doesn't, I pray to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, that I'm wrong, that you play this and go, look, that guy was crazy. You think this is the last incident, you're out of your mind. We have seen these incidents over and over. We saw the Georgia grenade incident with President Bush. They overtook the magnetometers. The Secret Service leadership in charge now with the exact same people. Exact same. Can you imagine a C-suite at a company that makes widgets? We find out that there's a design defect. The widget explodes and kills 10 people, and the CTO gets a promotion to CEO. You understand that's what happened here, correct? These are the same people. Kim Cheadle, the director, wasn't even fired. She was allowed to resign. She'll go get some cushy job somewhere, and her deputy, who is one of the guys behind these stupid waste of time things like agents wearing red ties on the detail. Because this actually happened, by the way. These people will tell you this on the road if you get the right people. He was concerned about the tie color of the agents on the detail because it seemed to imply he supported President Trump. Congressman Biggs wearing a red tie. You're wearing a semi-red tie. It has nothing to do with anything. This is the kind of stuff the Secret Service was actually wasting their time with while withholding CSU counter surveillance assets and counter sniper assets from probably the most threatened man on earth. If you can explain it, good luck, because that's not the agency I worked for.
Concentrate fire on the target. Enemy battleship sunk. Enemy battleship detected. Enemy submarine spotted. Attention. Reporting the target position. Enemy heavily damaged. Enemy battleship detected. Enemy battleship foundered. I need intelligence data. Engine boost activated. Problem solved, sir. The ship is on fire. Support the Allied target. Enemy battleship sunk. All stations, reporting the position of a strategic target. Requesting support. I owe you one. Enemy destroyer blown up. Engine boost deactivated.
Watch what nuts do to our body. A walnut is really good for you. It's loaded with omega-3 fats or with fiber, but right next to it, cashew. Cashew is not a nut. I know cashews are delicious, but your body doesn't think so. Pistachios are good for you. They're the highest melatonin-containing compound, one of 2 antioxidants in your mitochondria. Here's a trick. Always get pistachios in the shell.
Trail mix.
If you want your own trail mix, you could use walnuts, macadamia nuts, pistachios, add some chunks of dark chocolate, and you got a perfect trail mix.
Apples.
The average apple in a grocery store is over a year old.
What?
Yes.
Okay, put the apple back. Kiwi.
It's really one of the best fruits you can eat. It's got loads of soluble fiber. Now, here's the deal. Eat the peel. It's got all the good stuff. Blueberries. When I was a kid, blueberries were little bitty tiny things. And now they've been hybridized to basically be the size of grapes. So don't get carried away with modern blueberries. They've mostly been bred for sugar content.
Turkey bacon?
Why anybody would be eating turkey bacon is beyond my imagination. The turkey was fed corn and soybeans, so it's an inflammatory bomb. End of story.
Portobello mushrooms?
So portobello mushrooms are rich sources of prebiotic fiber. And these fibers feed friendly bacteria the foods they want. The more mushrooms that you get into your diet, the more your friendly bacteria actually tell you you're not hungry.
Acai berries?
So acai berries are actually prebiotic, one of the best ways to improve mitochondrial health and mitochondrial function. Now, acai bowls may be one of the worst foods you can eat because they're quite frankly mostly sugar.
Which is better for weight loss, bottled water or tap water?
Neither. People are told you got to drink a lot of water. There's no human studies that show that that's a good idea. Water dilutes out our electrolytes like sodium and chloride. And sodium and chloride are essential for muscles to actually contract. In fact, one of the top reasons marathon runners collapse isn't dehydration. It's drinking too much water without electrolytes. So on the day-to-day, just drink enough water to not be thirsty. Number 2, coffee and tea dehydrate you. This is also a myth. Their water content will keep you hydrated, and they can absolutely count towards your daily intake. Number 3, a study out of China took healthy volunteers and they put them on a 14-day water fast where they got nothing but water, with one exception. One group got 100 calories per day of prebiotic fiber. The folks who got the prebiotic fiber had no hunger, even with a 14-day water fast. Why? These guys were feeding their bacteria. The bacteria, in turn, sent GLP signals to the brain saying, hey, we're full. Our bacteria are perfectly capable of making that. That's how we discovered this hormone. So one of the keys for weight loss is you want to feed bacteria. It's remarkable how much this works. A lot of my patients are just addicted to it.
Does drinking water make you lose weight or gain it? The answer is pretty shocking. It turns out much of the water we buy in stores could actually be contributing to weight gain, common digestive issues, and even joint discomfort. However, there is one specific type of water I've seen people switch to that can absolutely transform their health for the better. And yes, drinking this kind of water can actually help you burn fat, sometimes dramatically. Now, people don't think this is possible from water, but I can tell you as a doctor who has not only helped thousands of people regain their health, but also as someone who has experienced it myself. And when I show you these results, you are going to be amazed. Let's start with this chart. This orange line is obesity in America. As you can see, it started skyrocketing in the 1980s and 90s and has been steadily increasing ever since. And what's the blue line that also shot up at the same time and seems to match the obesity rate almost exactly? Is it fast food consumption? Lack of exercise? Nope. It's the production of plastic. If I told you how many microplastics you have in your body right now, you would be shocked. According to one study, people living in the 1920s would have had zero plastic in their bodies, while today research suggests the average person has the equivalent of one plastic spoon worth of microplastics just in their brain alone. Now, here's the problem. When you drink microplastics smaller than 20 micrometers, these tiny jagged particles can penetrate almost any cell membrane in your body. Dozens of studies show they may damage your cells and affect your metabolism. In fact, the NIH recently stated accumulation of microplastics in the liver and kidney has also been shown to boost the growth and accumulation of fat cells. All of this directly affects body weight. In fact, scientists literally refer to these microplastics as obesogens. They also contribute to immune health issues, issues with insulin, even heart health. They even are affecting our digestive health, meaning they could play a role in the increasing amounts of bloating, occasional constipation, unhealthy food cravings, and other digestive issues I've seen skyrocket in my practice over the years. This is why I say most water sold in stores is actually making people gain weight. It's not just the water, it's the bottles. And it's getting worse, not better. In fact, a recent study suggests levels of microplastics in our brain have gone up 50% just in the last 8 years. Now, here's the thing. Obviously, I suggest everyone use as few plastic containers as possible to help keep these microplastics out of your body. But here's the truth about all those influencers who say, just drink more water to lose weight. Take it from a doctor with over 40 years of experience. Just drinking tap water from a glass isn't going to make you lose a ton of weight. So how did all these people lose weight, get tons more energy, even improve their mental function, and get better sleep just from drinking water? Take a look at this glass and you'll see part of the reason. Now, look, if you know anything about me, you know I'm one of the world's top experts on gut health. Getting my gut health under control is a huge part of how I lost 70 pounds and have kept the weight off for over 25 years. I've written 4 New York Times bestsellers on how gut health affects our weight, our energy, our mood, our joints, even our skin and hair. But until last year, nobody, not even me, knew that certain types of water could boost the number one most important aspect of gut health. Here's the secret we've just discovered. Our gut health is dependent on good bacteria called probiotics. This is something you may already know. And if you have the right probiotics in your digestive tract and you feed them right, they excrete a very powerful compound called butyrate. Butyrate is like the repairman of your gut. In your digestive tract, butyrate helps strengthen the cells in your gut lining. So if the walls have holes or leaks, butyrate comes by like a repairman and helps your cells patch up the holes. Butyrate also helps produce legendary ketones in the liver, which is not only great for liver health, it's an important aspect of many diets. And recent studies have now shown that when animals exercise, one of the main things they produce is, you guessed it, butyrate in the gut. Weight loss, more energy, reduced unhealthy food cravings, liver health, brain health, better sleep, saying goodbye to bloating, occasional constipation, and other digestive discomfort. I can tell you both as a doctor and my own patient, I now consider butyrate to be one of, if not the most important health boosters in the human body. Now, what do we need to make butyrate in our bodies? For years, we thought this all came down to eating one type of food, fiber. The right high fiber foods are what your probiotics need to make more butyrate, which in turn repairs your gut, speeds up your metabolism, and supports a ton of other health benefits. But here's what's funny. Even when I would tell patients to eat foods that were high in this type of fiber, like asparagus, artichokes, and garlic, we would see some butyrate production go up, but not as much as we hoped for. Why? It turns out all these years there was one ingredient missing. In addition to fiber, your body needs one more very specific thing to help make this gut hero butyrate. Ready? It's actually hydrogen. Yes, hydrogen. It turns out hydrogen gas is like a spark that helps keep the butyrate making process running smoothly. And our gut is supposed to have hydrogen. In fact, back in your ancestors' time, it did. To this day, when people visit so-called healing waters, including hot springs and other natural water sources known for their therapeutic powers, these waters are often loaded with huge amounts of hydrogen. And even more importantly, our ancestors would get hydrogen production from the high fiber, high probiotic foods they ate every day. Now, sadly, that's all changed. If you look under a microscope for the hydrogen in a modern human digestive tract, for a lot of us Americans, you'd see it as probably lacking. That's because in general, our microbiomes are far less healthy than they need to be for optimal health or to produce any hydrogen gas. And unfortunately, a lot of the reasons for this are not our fault. Processed foods, herbicides like glyphosate in our food, and yes, all those microplastics. In fact, a recent study has shown that the presence of microplastics not only is a major disruptor of our gut health, destroying those healthy probiotics we need to be healthy, but microplastics also impact the production of hydrogen. And the more plastics that are present, the worse the disruption to hydrogen can become. So, to bring this full circle, our guts are being invaded by junk we're not supposed to digest. And it's stopping us from making one of the most important things we need for health, hydrogen. But there is good news. You see, we can't change our entire diet or lifestyle. No matter how clean you eat, almost all of us will always be dealing with factory farmed foods, air pollution, and trillions of particles of plastic in our bodies we have no power to stop. So the solution can't be cutting all these things out. But the solution is actually simple. Getting hydrogen back in. Just look at this study. In Japan, researchers studied the microbiome of 26 men and women over 100 years old to see what differences they could find between these superagers and normal people in their 70s. What they found was shocking. After the test, it turns out one difference stuck out. The superagers over age 100 all had significantly more hydrogen in their gut than the control group. This was not an anomaly. Another study showed hydrogen supplementation could have a massive boost in antioxidant activity, one of the most significant things you can do for overall health. In a separate study from 2020, researchers found that when participants were supplemented with hydrogen-rich water, they experienced massive benefits to their metabolic health. It supported healthy cholesterol and glucose levels. And yes, they experienced noticeable weight loss and saw their waist size go down. And how did they get hydrogen back in these people's bodies? It was actually really simple. Hydrogenated water. That's right, simply drinking regular water, which has had the vital hydrogen we need put back in. When you think about it, this all makes sense. There is no oxygen in our lower digestive tract. The good bacteria there have evolved to live on hydrogen, not oxygen. And as the amount of hydrogen in our bodies has steadily decreased, so has the health of our good bacteria, including the bacteria that make butyrate. But when we get that hydrogen back in the form of hydrogenated water, the results can be incredible. Hydrogenated water has been found to help people get better sleep, specifically with older adults. And that includes not just a healthier digestion, but easier weight management. Hydrogen is also associated with clearer thinking. Hydrogen water has even been found in studies to help people with gum health and other oral issues. That is the whole body power of hydrogenated water. However, there's one big problem. Most hydrogenated water available in stores is pure, unadulterated junk. Firstly, almost any company can claim to have hydrogen in their water. After all, it's literally called H2O. So there's some hydrogen in all water. But that doesn't mean the hydrogen is in a form that can deliver these benefits. In fact, the type of hydrogen you need is quite fragile because once it becomes a gas, it evaporates. So you usually need to drink it fast to get any benefits at all. When I first started researching hydrogenated water, the best I could find were tablets that, when placed into water, would dissolve in about 15 to 20 minutes and create about 1.6 ppms, or parts per million, of hydrogen. This is actually not that bad. And when I took it myself, I did notice some great benefits. But I'm not only a doctor, I'm also a medical researcher. For 16 years, I was professor of surgery and pediatrics and chairman of cardiothoracic surgery at the world-famous Loma Linda University School of Medicine. I'm the inventor of the Gundry retrograde cardioplegia cannula, one of the most widely used devices to help keep the human heart alive during open heart surgery. I was one of the original 20 surgeons who tested the world's first artificial heart and one of the first to use robots in surgery. So when I see a health solution that works somewhat well, I immediately think to myself, what would take this from good results to incredible? For months, our teams explored every novel way of hydrogenating water that would not only make this process easier, but add more hydrogen than other methods. Now, hydrogen is the lightest and smallest particle on Earth, which means harnessing its true power is a difficult, fragile process. At times we thought about giving up. But when I set my mind to something, I see it through, especially when the health of so many people is at stake. And finally, we had a breakthrough. Our team was able to create a shelf-stable hydrogen tablet that worked far better than any other hydrogen tablet I'd seen. We didn't just get 1.6 or 2 ppms of hydrogen, but 5 parts per million, which is a superpowered dose of hydrogen we could now provide. The result was so good, we immediately had it patented. Even better, this tablet dissolved completely in just 2 minutes, meaning you could drop it in and drink it almost immediately without worrying that all the benefits had evaporated into thin air. Best of all, we added a natural berry flavor to make it taste great and put it in a simple tablet form that you can take anywhere to deliver a massive health-boosting dose of hydrogen, anytime, anywhere. When I started drinking this water once a day, I felt like my whole body was working better. It's like a burst of energy, both physical and mental. My body feels alive, and any brain fog or cobwebs seem to get washed away in minutes. My digestion was smoother. My body felt stronger. I could almost feel my metabolism revving up because it was finally getting the massive boost of hydrogen it needed way down in my gut. I began giving these tablets to friends and family, some of whom had been struggling with gut health issues for years. And within just a few weeks of using my tablets, or sometimes even days, they told me it felt like something major had changed, and their body was suddenly feeling great from the inside out. I asked our lab to create a larger batch, knowing we had to get these tablets to as many people as possible. People who had sensed for years that there was something holding their health back. But nobody, not even doctors, could ever explain to them what that one thing was, until now. We called this new formula Gundry MD Ultimate H2. It's the most groundbreaking hydrogen supplement I've ever experienced. What I love most about this super convenient tablet is how easy it is to use. You just drop one Ultimate H2 tablet in 10 ounces of water, then wait for the magic to happen. In a few seconds, you'll start to see the tablet fizz and the bubbles appear. That's how you know it's working. And all that health-boosting hydrogen is being released into the water. After about 2 minutes, the fizzing will stop. That means it's ready. Then just drink the water down, and boom, the water travels down into your digestive tract, where the hydrogen can go to work. We even found a way to flavor this with a light berry flavor. It's actually become one of my favorite drinks. You already know now about the long-term benefits of this hydrogen water. But what you might not be ready for are some of the instant changes you'll feel right after you drink it. Most people who take Ultimate H2 feel a surge of clean, healthy energy almost instantly. In fact, a study has even indicated that hydrogenated water increases specific cognitive functions like attention, speed, and accuracy as good or better than caffeine, but without all the edginess or side effects that come from caffeine. This isn't surprising. Hydrogen is vital to almost every process in your body. So when your body finally gets this powerful compound back in your system, it snaps to attention immediately, and it feels incredible. Now, I'm going to tell you how you can try Ultimate H2 yourself in just a second. But let me tell you how we're achieving these incredible results. The secret isn't just that we're using one of the most potent forms of hydrogenated water available. It's that we've added 4 of the most vital health-boosting ingredients on the planet, ingredients meant to help supercharge even more. We started with our proprietary patented blend of hydrogen-producing ingredients, combining non-ionic elemental magnesium, malic acid, and tartaric acid. These ingredients, when combined, help produce the 5 parts per million of hydrogen that is delivering the incredible benefits people are feeling. That includes not just a healthier digestion and easier weight management. Hydrogen is also associated with better moods, better sleep, and clearer thinking. Hydrogen water has even been shown in studies to help people with gum health and other oral issues. But we didn't stop there. I also added 75 milligrams of acetylcholine, which is a really unique ingredient most people haven't heard of. But in my opinion, it's one of the best brain and memory boosting supplements on earth. In multiple studies, including hundreds of middle-aged and elderly participants, acetylcholine was found to significantly help improve memory in healthy patients. In fact, I've been taking this every day, and at 74 years old, my thinking feels clearer than ever. So I made sure to include it in our Ultimate H2 formula. But we don't just want to support mental energy, but also physical energy, which is why we included a super dose of methylcobalamin, the energy vitamin. Methylcobalamin supports overall stamina by helping your body convert calories into energy. It's also a major factor in red blood cell production, in heart health, in mood, and is vital for nerve health. Speaking of organ health, it's also why we included even more pure magnesium, a vital mineral that's vital to having strong bones, healthy muscles, and is crucial for supporting healthy blood pressure. However, the University of Notre Dame recently said that up to 75% of Americans are deficient in it. So many of the little aches and issues we chalk up to just getting older are in fact not caused by age at all. They could be the result of missing vital nutrients our body needs. With Ultimate H2, you're getting several of those vital things back into your body. And when you combine them with the gut-supporting whole body power of hydrogen, you can feel the difference it makes. But maybe the most incredible thing about this formula isn't any one specific benefit, but the effect hydrogenated water has on overall health. Now, there's no question that losing weight, gut health, and brain health are vital to living a happy, healthy life. But it turns out hydrogenated water may aid in supporting healthy DNA, telomere length, and other vital parts of your body that may help you fight off so many issues we sometimes associate with aging. That's why I now say taking Ultimate H2 every day may be the single most important thing you can do to look and feel better than you have in years. Okay, let's talk about how you can try Ultimate H2 yourself. Now, as you know, our goal was to create the best hydrogen boosting supplement available, and I'm so proud to have achieved that. But to get this formula into the hands of millions of Americans who need it, I knew it didn't just have to be effective, it had to be affordable. The problem is this type of hydrogen is extremely expensive to produce. Even the cheap bottles of hydrogenated water I've seen advertised sell for about $3 a bottle. If you drink just one bottle a day, that's $90 a month. And most of them don't do anything at all. The better hydrogen tabs, the kind that produce only 1.6 parts per million, cost quite a bit more. Ultimate H2, which contains a patented technology unavailable anywhere else, produces 5 parts per million. But to me, getting healthy shouldn't cost hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month. It shouldn't cost $90 either. So we talked to our lab and discovered that if we sold directly to customers without dealing with big stores, we could lower the price dramatically. So if you go to our website, you can order a 30-day supply of Ultimate H2 right now for just $69.95. A great price, considering all the incredible health benefits this can deliver. But because you've watched this entire video, and we really want to spread the word about how life-changing hydrogen can be to overall health, if you click the Learn More button below, you'll be taken to a special order page where you can get Ultimate H2 for just $49.95. That's $20 off the regular price. But this offer is only available right now through this video. Why are we lowering the price so low? Well, my mission is to help as many people as I can regain their health. I've lectured around the world. I've appeared on shows such as Dr. Oz and the Tamron Hall Show. And I've been on podcasts and hundreds of news programs across the country to spread this important message. Ultimate H2 is what I consider my most powerful tool yet, a way I can turn all my research into a single daily supplement, something I can send directly to the people who need it. All I ask is that when you feel the life-changing results that come from supporting and strengthening your own gut, that you tell your friends and family about Ultimate H2 as well. My hope is for Gundry MD to become a household name, and I know this formula works. So I want as many people to be able to afford it as possible. Update. Users are reporting incredible benefits since they started using Ultimate H2. In fact, people who use it are asking for quite a bit more, not just for themselves, but for friends and family too. So we've created multi-pack options to help you get some really big savings. When you order 3 packs of Ultimate H2, you'll pay only $46.62 a package. That's $23 off the retail price of $69.95. And you'll get free shipping with your order today. And if you order a package of 6, you'll save even more, up to $155 off the retail price, which is incredible. Prolonged use is the #1 best way to get the most out of Ultimate H2. So click the Learn More button below right now to find out if these options are still available. And no matter how many boxes you order, every single order comes with our ironclad money-back guarantee. Yes, that means you can use every single tablet. And if you don't experience all the changes our users have, the boost in energy, the vastly easier weight management, the clearer thinking, just send it back for a full refund of your purchase price, even if you used every single tablet. That's how confident we are in this groundbreaking new formula. So I want you to use it all and experience the incredible change for yourself. So click the Learn More button below and let's get started. When you get to your order page, you'll see order options for Ultimate H2 on the right side of the page. If you see options for our special 3 and 6 box packages, then we still have some of those packages in stock and the extra savings are still available. And our warehouse is based right here in the USA with a team of friendly customer service specialists standing by if you have any questions. The feedback we've already received has been phenomenal. So I hope you're able to order right now and take advantage of the special internet-only price before it shoots up and you miss your chance. Most packages leave our warehouse the same day they're ordered, which means if you order now, you could be opening your first box of Ultimate H2 in just a few days. Imagine the feeling of taking Ultimate H2 for the first time, knowing the formula was created using the most advanced gut-boosting, fat-burning technology available. When our proprietary hydrogen blend begins to take effect in your body, you could feel what I and other users do. The pleasant feeling of mental clarity, that surge of energy that makes you feel like you can tackle any task. In fact, I bet after your first time using Ultimate H2, you'll say to yourself exactly what I did. I didn't think one drink could make me feel this different. But remember, Ultimate H2 is not available in stores. So please, if you want to feel the dramatic effects of this groundbreaking hydrogen booster, click the Learn More button below. While there's still time available and we have some boxes left in stock. I know how tough it is to have tried dozens, actually hundreds of solutions for health issues and not get any results. Believe me, I was there for years. I tried every diet, every exercise program, every health trend you can imagine. And I was a doctor. And yet my body felt terrible. My stomach hurt after every meal. And I was 70 pounds overweight. I wore braces on my knees and felt like every day my health got worse, not better. Eventually, I started to feel it was my fault and I was never going to feel good again. If you've ever felt this way, it's not your fault. Once I realized what the true cause of my health issues were, I turned my back on the old, tired advice many of my colleagues had been giving and instead dedicated my life to helping people understand the real reasons they should feel good, but don't. The truth is some people will continue down that path of poor health. And each year, they have more digestive issues, less energy, gain more weight. And if they do nothing, these issues only get worse. Fortunately, that does not have to be your path. You now know what I spent years learning, that gut health, diet, weight, even our mental clarity and sleep, all of these are affected by hydrogen levels in our body. As a surgeon and a celebrated nutritionist, I can tell you that the longer you wait to deal with problems, the worse they get. That's why I'm urging you to take action today and make a positive change in your health. Try Gundry MD Ultimate H2 right now, risk-free, and see for yourself. One serving per day of this delicious drink can have such a remarkable impact on so many areas of your health. I want you to feel the charge of energy that kicks in with this formula. I want you to feel the relief when that frustrating stiffness leaves your muscles and your tissue. I want you to feel great after you eat and reduce that occasional indigestion, gas, and constipation. I want you to feel and see your changing waistline every morning when you look in the mirror. I want you to feel the vitality you know is inside you, just waiting to come out. Please click the Learn More button below and get started right away. And remember, this special first-time customer offer is only available while this video window is open or until supplies run out. Just try one box of Gundry MD Ultimate H2 right now, get instant savings of $20 off the price of a single order, and feel the effects for yourself. Don't forget, you'll get significantly deeper discounts on larger packages, up to $155 instantly off the suggested retail price if you act right now. Try it for a full 90 days. And if you're unsatisfied with the results for any reason whatsoever, you'll get a complete refund of your purchase price. I'm certain Ultimate H2 can help you live healthier and feel better than you have in years. For your health, I'm Dr. Stephen Gundry.
My last question is for Ben Schaefer. In your opinion, Mr. Schaefer, why were counter snipers in AGR that had access to the entire building, from what we've been told, not able to see crooks crawling up the roof when we've seen several videos from the ground level taken by bystanders and individuals not even tasked to be doing security, were able to photograph crooks wearing no camouflage, crawling on a white roof? Why were the snipers, the local snipers, not able to see crooks and dispatch of him?
I can only pass this knowledge through secondhand communications. I was not privy to that location or to survey that ahead of time. Although I have spoken to those individuals that were placed in that room that day, based on the depth of the room, their placements, and the limited field of view that those windows provided. They were pretty narrow, as most standard residential windows are held. The angle was too hard for them to see that far to their east, which if they would have been facing south.
Thank you so much. Appreciate my colleague Eli. With that, I'll turn over 10 minutes to the Honorable Matt Gaetz.
Mr. Prince, you're one of the people I trust most about global affairs. You're constantly assessing the threat environment and intelligence. And I guess my question to you is, because this has been laid bare and these weaknesses have been exposed, are you concerned that we're likely to face not another Crooks, but perhaps a threat like you described, a team from a foreign adversary, a terrorist organization, trying to expose and exploit the weaknesses that now we've seen?
I am very concerned. The inability of the Secret Service or the U.S. government writ large to adjust, to learn a painful lesson from that failure and actually make concrete changes. Because again, the fact that a 20-year-old nearly killed Donald Trump, and the failure to adapt to even yesterday's technology, let alone tomorrow's. And when you see the step change of the ability to deliver precision fires at extended ranges, the lessons being learned on the battlefield of Ukraine, the ability for small units to deliver devastating precision fire onto any target, whether it's the White House, whether it's a motorcade, whether it's a president outside or even inside somewhere, is significant. And I don't think they have any idea what's coming at them.
And what Mr. Bongino seems to have told us is they haven't learned the lesson. He's told us decade after decade we should not expect the lesson to be learned by osmosis. Mr. Bongino, I will have to draw on your experience in protecting folks. I have none, but I do have some experience in observing what a government agency does when they're not telling the truth and they're trying to hide something. And the pattern recognition always goes to some form of scapegoating. We saw it at DOD when people refused the vax, they were scapegoated and driven out. We saw it at FBI when whistleblowers talked about spying at school board meetings and at Catholic churches, they were driven out. And now I take note of the fact that certain people at the Pittsburgh field office have been put on leave. And I've also seen the story change where initially the Secret Service was blaming folks in local government, and then there was admission that there weren't appropriate responses to requests for additional manpower. So what I'd really like to do with you is bring us into that process, because Senator Hawley now has a whistleblower saying there was a manpower request that was coming out of Pittsburgh, and headquarters Secret Service was putting downward pressure on the local agents to try to reduce the intensity of that manpower request. So give Congress a little sense. How does that get developed? And then what should we think about the fact that someone is saying that headquarters was trying to get people to not make requests of enhanced protection?
Well, I can give you an example from personal experience. I saw Senator Hawley's tweet. The Secret Service is going to rely on this and what they're trying to do now, and you're accurate in your analysis about how this cover-up is starting to work. What they're going to say is, well, there was no real formal request made. Here's an example, and then I'll tie something that happened to me. Imagine you're working for a company, a public company, has actual accountability, stock will tank or whatever. You can't make products that'll kill people. You'll go out of business. If you do, there's a penalty. But imagine you're told by your safety guy, you're the CEO, and your chief safety officer says, 50.
Nobody does it better. Sometimes I wish